You can tell. You can tell on which days I've done vocal warm-ups or anything before streaming and which ones I haven't by how my good morning goes, because those notes were not very nice. Also, you guys are naked again. We need to get you dressed. Hang on. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Put some clothes on. Put some clothes on. Put some clothes on. Show up in my room naked, entirely bare. There we go. There we go. Yippee! Hello. Hiya. Hi. Hello. Hello. How is everybody doing today? I'm doing my skincare. I washed my face just a second ago, but I need to put moisturizer on because the face wash uses dries out, so I need to put my moisturizer on. I have not done that yet. You guys are going to sit here in my room with me while I do my moisturizer before we start doing today. Hello, Amy. Good morning. Hi. I am Sicko Beats. Yeah. Good morning. Hi. Hi, Uno. Hi, Robert. Hi, Sistine. Hello. You guys hear him in my face? Things up with moisturizer. Yeah, I need to put my moisturizer on because my face is all dry from just washing it. But yeah, oh, by the way, guys, did you know today is I think it's today. It wasn't the last one, right? I think I put it on my schedule for this week. This is our 25th MS Paint com that I've done. Isn't that kind of crazy? Isn't that kind of wild? If I remember right, like it is this one. Let me go check my schedule. Yeah, it is. This is our 25th MS Paint Commission stream. Isn't that crazy? It's been 25 of them now. Whoa, yeah, I know. It's like a milestone. I feel like I need to get I need like a stamp card. Even though I'm the one getting the commissions rather than the one giving them. I feel like I deserve like a free boba or something like that, you know? Yeah, thank you. It's kind of wild that this became such like a staple of my channel. And stuff like that. Because when I first started streaming, I was like, yeah, you know what, MS Paint is something I can do. Because even the comms were kind of accidental, actually. I did like MS Paint doodles for some of my friends one day because I thought that was fun. And I was like, yeah, I can draw in MS Paint. Just like give me persons like, hey, do you want art? Give me your ref. And I was like, okay, I'll doodle some random shit in MS Paint. And then did that with a bunch of my friends. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I guess I could technically offer these as like a little cheap scabcom. Like, it only takes me a bit. I can do it for like a $5 or something like that. Yeah, I can do that quickly. That could be a little like bonus type of thing I do on VGen occasionally as like a little side treat. And then that took off, and I got more comms of those than my regular stuff. And then I started streaming, and I was like, well, I don't have any way of sharing my iPad screen right now. And I also want something easy to do, so I'll do MS Paint. It's like almost like a gimmick, you know. It's a thing. It's like, whoa, you're drawing in MS Paint? That's crazy. And I'm less stressed when I'm drawing in MS Paint overall. And it, like, you know, works as a fun little thing, and I can do it without any worry about lag or about my like software and everything, you know. That sounds fine. And then it became the thing that we did weekly, and I got so many more MS Paint comms via doing these streams. And it's like, yeah, like our every single week thing. It's kind of like, for other comms, I do have a wait list of like other types of comms of mine, right? And I have other ones that I'm like working on, or ones that are a little like behind on me finishing and stuff like that. You guys know that, you know, I have like music comms and everything, and art comms and design comms that we've done on stream, and other ones. But specifically MS Paint, it's like so consistent. It's just like my thing at this point, and I find that kind of funny, to the point that we've had 25 of these streams now, which is like, when you consider it being like a whole year, well, over a year now of streaming, like 25 or something doesn't feel like that much, but it also kind of is. It's wild. Did you get one at some point? That would be so fun. A community profile. Oh, I'd be very flattered. It's crazy to me whenever I see people have art that I've given them as their profile pictures, especially for the MS Paint ones. Because I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna do some silly shit in MS Paint, and then I'm like, wow, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Hi, good morning. Hi, Ramon Sanchez. Hi, Limes. Hi, Tim. Hi. Hello. You like the cow emoji? Yeah. I like my cow emoji. You know, now I think about it, it kind of like, low-key, it makes sense that I use cow emoji, because it's like cow emoji. Like, cow emoji is just like a cow is like face, so it's just you know, face emoticons, but it's like cow emoji. Hang on. I need to, okay, guys, hold your breath for a sec. I want to make sure I don't make any rakiachi strokes. I'm gonna spritz moisturizer on my face. There we go. Now I'm nice and damp. Nice and moisturized. kind of got like none of that on half my face. Cool. That's a good fuck. I dropped it. Hang on. Earlier, what's it? You get the MS Paint ones on 5%. No, yeah, exactly. So it's part of why they're so consistent, but it's the consistency that I have so many of them is what's crazy to me. Because like every week I just get to go be like, okay, I'll accept this one now, It's really wild. What was I gonna say? Earlier, I did something really dumb because I'm remembering it now while I'm doing my moisturizer and stuff. Because Emmy skincare tutorial. I actually used 2 moisturizers on my face. Specifically because like I don't know, it's been like dry over time, and there was a while back where I ran out of all my skincare stuff, and then my skin got really bad for a bit. And I'm slowly trying to like nurse it back to health lately. But I washed my face with a very normal face wash, to be honest, and then it gets like really dry from everything washed, and sometimes I use like a face scrub as well if it needs it, to get rid of the dead skin and everything. And then I use this one like cream, like normal moisturizer, the simple one, like the brand, cucumber moisturizer. And then I use this spray one that my sister gave me, because she actually used to do hers like that with like a heavier cream moisturizer and then the light spritzy one. And I think it's a really nice combo. It makes my face feel really nice, but it's also like cooling and refreshing and just kind of like stays that way all day. It's helped a lot more than any regular cream one that I has, because using just the cream ones kind of sometimes it either feels too heavy or just like dries instantly. But this is a nice combo for me. And then I have lip balm. I have like 50 lip balms in my room at all time, to be honest. I used to use a bunch of the different like stick ones from Nivea, but then my sister again got me like one of the ones in a little pot, and it's like cocoa butter lip balm, like a Vaseline one, and I find that really helpful, honestly. Like it's so much more effective. So I use like a cocoa butter Vaseline lip balm. And then when I go to bed, yeah, there's more. When I go to bed, I actually have a Nivea one that's like it's lavender scented, and it has a different sort of texture to normal lip balm because it's made for you to sleep in. Like they made it lavender specifically to like help with sleep or whatever. But it's like, rather than most like lip balms or like gels and everything that like, sort of leave your lips like all sticky and like moist and stuff, it's sort of, yeah, like I don't know how to put it. It makes it like smooth and dry, so your lips don't just like stick to your pillow and get gross. But yeah, so I wear that to bed. And I also, it makes it sound like a whole big process when I list it all out like this, but I know a billion people that have way more intricate skincare processes than me. I just kind of use a couple things on different parts of me. But I also have a ton of hand cream in my room all the time, because my hands get pretty dry, especially because I wash my hands way too much. Like I just wash them all the fucking time. It's a habit of mine after like pretty much everything I do. I think I talked about this before, that the amount I wash my hands in a day is like not normal. But so yeah, especially when my hands get dry, that. So I always have hand cream in my room, and like several of them. How to put it? Like I have, for the most of my body, I just moisturize after my showers with this one moisturizer I have, and I like it because it makes me glitter for a little bit as well. It makes you glittery. It has sparkles in it. And then if I have any areas that like happen to be particularly dry or something, I have like a normal, like one that my doctor gave me ages ago. That's like, oh yeah, you know, if you ever have a dryness and whatever, then use this. But for my hands, yeah, I have a billion hand creams of different kinds. I forgot what it was before. I used to use these different, I think it was what's the word I'm looking for? I think it was one made by Vaseline, but I don't like using regular Vaseline. I think it always leaves my hands feeling really fucking greasy, and I hate it on my hands specifically. But they made one, like a hand cream, that was very like a quick drying and smooth, and I liked that, and so I kept that in my bag all the time. And then I ran out of that. But at the moment, I have a bunch of BT21 hand creams. I always have a sticky lip mask for the night. The gloss is so nice. I use it when I go out to. Yeah, exactly. It's really nice to have one of those ones that's like made for nighttime, so you don't just like, because I hate the feeling when it's like, you know, like my lips are dry, so I want to put lip balm on or something before I go to bed. Otherwise I'm just gonna, you know, be in bed and then they'll be drier, and then I'll wake up in the morning, like lick them and make them drier. But I hate when I do that, and then I put lip balm on and then I go to bed, and now it's just like my face is like I'm picking up all the hairs off my pillow and it's gross. So this one is it's like very nice. It just kind of sticks to you and not everything else. Very good. But yeah, at the moment for hand cream, I have a bunch of BT21 hand creams, like the little BTS mascots. That I think I got them all from Miniso. art stream on my FYP? Yeah, an MS Paint art stream at that. But I was doing my skincare, so I hadn't started yet, but we will actually go into MS Paint in just a second. Also, hello, Vitar. I'm alive. Hello, I'm here. I made it. Hi, good morning. You're still looking at patient with the other comes. Yeah. It's okay. I'm getting faster bit by bit, and eventually we won't have to be patient anymore. But yeah, I have a bunch of BT21 hand creams. I feel like some of these are... I definitely had more of these, so I'm not sure if I'm just missing a tube or if I finished it. But at the moment, I have there's like one for each character, and they all have different scents and stuff. But it's kind of... The names for them are really weird. I don't really understand. Like, okay, so the one for Tata, Taeyong/V's mascot in BT21, right? It claims to be chic fig scent. Whatever the fuck that means. Okay, I guess it's like a fig. I'm not sure why it's chic, but you know, I guess they're just adjectives, right? That's what you think, that they just all have little adjectives before their thing. And then I go to the one for Jimin's mascot, and it says greenery scent. What? 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 Green? Is it green scented? What kind of greenery? I feel like that's a lot of things. That's a lot of things. That covers a lot of ground. Where's my other ones? Did I really use them up? I swear I had one for Mang as well. That also had I think that one had an even stupider name. I also, by the way, I would like to note that most of them don't really smell of anything. The chic fig one, I don't think I recall it smelling like fig at all. And the greenery one, it's like, yeah, I guess it almost smells like greenery, but it's kind of more mature scented than I thought it would be, because they're clearly for kids. But it kind of just like... It smells like a person who's been in a field. I can't put it any way other than that. What makes you laugh? I'm not American, didn't speak English. I'd say I do on your paint drawings. I love them, and your voice is beautiful. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Your English is perfectly fine, even if that was translated. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you like it, thank you. But yeah, no, I am usually live at this time, and on this day actually. This kind of time, 1 p.m. GMT, so 1 p.m. my time, is when I go live pretty much every time that I stream. And I try to stream at least every Monday and Saturday is my usual days, because Saturday is when we do MS Paint like this, and Monday is when we play games, and then other times in between. Yeah. Hi, Finn, hello. These products have stupid names, right? I wonder, hang on, do I have the Hmong one? I don't think I do. I must have used it up. But I remember the Hmong one having a really stupid name as well. But yeah, so yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's our rundown. Right now, I had cucumber face wash, and then a matching, I think, cucumber moisturizer. And then also my vitamin E skincare hydrating mist that does not claim any sort of scent, but it is pretty yummy. And then my cocoa butter Vaseline on my lips, and then my quote-unquote greenery scent hand cream. And now I can actually start drawing. Sammy's just popping by to say hello. Yippee! Oh, there's no BGM here, is there? There we go. Up, down, 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 up, down. I need to change the thing. It still says that we're writing for B. That's not what we're doing. That's not true. Let me change that to that. And then... Oh, you guys are in the wrong place. Up, down, 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 up, down. Up, down. I've got so many songs stuck in my head. I should come another MS Paint from UK. You said that would be very fun. There we go. MS Paint is in the right place. Cool. Okay, yeah, today we have another commission of a very pretty OC, actually. I'm really excited for this one because the character's really pretty. Our Final Fantasy OC. I'm trying to remember if anyone's come to me with their Final Fantasy OC before. I feel like it must have happened at least once, but I don't think it has for the MS Paint ones. But I'm excited because I've been getting into Final Fantasy lately. Let me get my refs up here. I need to crop the screen. Hang on. I need to set the screen to 850. I really need to figure out where to put my mic, to be honest, because I like you know, since I rearranged my well, I say rearranged my setup, since I got a new desk, then that means like I moved my mic basically to the other side of me, because so the way that my stuff is set up right now, right, I have two monitors, and it's like one is like that, and then you have the other one that's like slightly at an angle like this, like slightly turned, because that's better than just having them both straight, because it means like if they're both straight then and your head is in the center, then it means you're always going to have to be turning your head to the side. But this means I look at this one and then also look at that one. So like for example, when I'm doing MS Paint, I have MS Paint on here with all the stuff, and then I have OBS showing what I'm doing over here. this is my representation of OBS. But when I'm sitting here, right, with my old desk, the only place I could put the mic was over here, with my mic arm here, and so then the mic would come like this way to then be in front of me, because you want to have the mic like right in front of your face to make sure that you're actually speaking into it properly. But now there's actually like not really much space that side, so it made more sense to put it on this side, because I have like a big open space over here. My desk is huge now. I have a big old open space, so my mic goes here. But that means that when I'm drawing, it's like half of this side of the screen is just gone, and that's where my drawing is. It's not so great when it covers my, you know, like my primary monitor rather than the second one. So I need to figure that out. I'm considering putting the mic stand like behind the screen. Like I know some people do that where they have it like what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, some people do that where they have it like so it's like say the monitor is like this, then their mic will come down like here. But that kind of still covers it up a little bit, and also I don't know if my mic arm would do that very well, but I'll find out sometime. Not today, though. Making my size right, because I do all of these in the same size, because I'm picky. There we go. And because also if I do them in another size, all my brush sizes are fucked up. I'm playing Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. Hell yeah, are you having fun? I'm loving Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. I want to play it on stream so bad, but I can't stream my Switch. I'm playing through Final Fantasy 16 and 14. Hell yeah. I will admit, I have not, I say getting into it. I don't know, like, anything about most of it. I'll be real. And I haven't played multiple of the games yet. Hang on. Ooh. Just go up by 1 pixel size, please. I beg you. Come on. There we go. That's the size that I want. Okay, anyway, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, I've been getting into Final Fantasy 14, if I'm remembering how the numbers are right, because they're Roman numerals, right? So it's like 10 IV, yeah, that's 14. Final Fantasy 14. Because one of my friends offered for me to play it. I need to give me 1 sec. I know I literally just was setting up the file, but I forgot to put something on. I went through my whole skincare and everything, and I forgot something else. Hang on. Not that. Hold up. How have you been liking it? Okay, so so getting into it means like I am on the surface level of getting into it. I've played for like 5 minutes so far. I will explain more when I'm back at my mic again. Hang on. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Okay, anyway. None of the games are connected with like 1 to 2 exceptions. Oh no, yeah, I know that about Final Fantasy. I think it's really interesting that they're all like entirely separate games. They just kind of fall under the same vague name. But no, yeah, I don't plan on playing most of the other ones yet, but I might be interested someday. But yes, Final Fantasy 14 is what I've been getting into. Because I have a friend who's very into it, and like I talked with them about the game sometimes, and like about their OC and everything in it and all that kind of stuff, and then they let me know like, hey, are you interested in playing it? And I was like, maybe, sure. And they were like, because I happen to have a whole ass copy of Final Fantasy 14 that I can give you. And I was like, what? Oh, bye Finn, have a very lucky day. Speaking of Final Fantasy 14, by the way, this is the OC that we're drawing today. I need to make this file smaller because it's very big. Oh, thank you for the gifted Uno. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Congratulations, Madeline. Thank you, Uno. Thank you. Yippee. Okay, let me move this like this. This file is really huge. My alert things are so delayed. I kind of want to get rid of the first one that pops up with the little gift thing, the one that's from Stream Elements like that, and then just have the little stars, because I think the stars is cuter, and it plays a little sound and everything. I don't know why it's so delayed. But thank you, Uno. Thank you. Congrats on the milestone that comes. Yippee! Thank you so much. That's so sweet. But yeah. I forgot what I was saying for a sec. Yeah, this is OC we're doing today. They are so gorgeous. And oh my gosh. Okay, this is a very big file. How am I going to fit this? Let me grab these parts of her face and stuff specifically. So gorgeous. Yeah, and then the rest I can draw myself. Okay, cool. Yeah, but my friend was like, oh, do you feel like playing a Final Fantasy? Because I happen to have just like a whole paid copy of the whole game, and I was like, and they were like, yeah, you know, like, hey, I'll teach you how to, like, you know, get into it and stuff. Play the full, the free version, and you know, see if you like it, see how you feel about it, and then if you fuck with it, I'll give you paid. And I was like, shit, okay, sure. So that's how I came into having Final Fantasy 14. But I haven't played much of it yet. I've played for like 5 minutes. I spent, like, I opened it up, and then I was hit with character customization. And being me, that took about 2 days. And honestly, I'm barely exaggerating when I say that. Because, like, I need to save this to the right folder. Like, I opened it up, and I was going through the character customization, one night. It was, I think it was one evening after I'd finished stream and stuff like that, so it was like pretty late already, and I was like, you know, going through it, fiddling around with all the customization options, and I spent ages thinking about, like, you know, what, like, race I wanted to be, because they're so in-depth in that game. There's, so many options. They're all really good, and then I spent ages, like, just, like, going over them all, and, the species and how they work, and the dimorphism between, the races is also really fucking funny to me. In some of them it's not so bad, and some of them it's kind of ridiculous, but you know, that affected my choice. I was like fussy over that for ages. And then there's like the subclasses for each one, because I ended up going with 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿, which for any of you guys who don't play is cat girls, basically. It's cat people in Final Fantasy. But they have like they essentially have like two, I suppose, like ethnicities among their species, like two races, because they have those that are the Seekers of the Sun and the Keepers of the Moon, so basically like the nocturnal and diurnal ones. But yeah. And then you get into the customization, and I was like, oh fuck, they give me a lot of options. It's one of those games where it's like they give you a lot of customization options, but also only so much to actually work with. You know what I mean? Like they gave me so much. You can pick, like, you know, you can change things, even like your fucking boob size and little details about like your lips and your features and stuff like that. But some things, like your like a bust and height, are on a slider, but then you don't get any further control over the body, you know? And like there's a billion different hair color options, but they're also kind of weirdly limited at the same time. Actually, that's a separate rant I need to have sometime, because it really pissed me off. Oh my god, dude. Sorry. Totally off topic, but like wait, let me finish moving these refs while I'm yapping, so I don't distract myself too hard. Hang on. But so in Final Fantasy, 14. One thing that made me so fucking mad when I was doing the character customization for mine, right? Is I wanted to have 2 hair colors, because you can pick like a hair color and then like a secondary one. You know, you can have a little like you can have a what's the word? Highlights. You can have like a gradient in your hair and shit. This file is so cute to know. I need to make this smaller. You can have gradients in your hair and stuff. And when you do that, they let you, it's kind of like Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, where it's like, you know, you pick the color first and then you enable it having a second color, and then you can pick the second one. And it's like, okay, cool, that's fine. But so when you're playing Final Fantasy, you just gotta imagine there's a big row of all of the colors for your hair, and then a big box as well. Like they're like this, because there's like a billion tiny little squares for each color in there, like that. Of all of the colors you can pick for your hair, and then all the ones you can pick for like the secondary color for your hair, okay? And I went to pick, and let's say I wanted my character's hair to be orange, like this. And then I was like, okay, what I want is to have yellow highlights, like in this color. And so I'd go to do that. And then I'm like, I'm not sure if I want it to be like highlights yellow with orange base, or the other way around. Because let's say maybe the character that I'm making, let's imagine that their bangs look like this, right? And so it looked like that. And then I put in the highlights and it looked this way. And I was like, you know what? I'm not sure. I kind of think maybe I want it to be the other way around. So I'm going to swap it. I'm going to pick yellow from the options that's here, right? Keep that in mind. And then orange from the one that's here. But I looked and realized that the orange that is available in the exact same spot for the highlight ones is like this color. And the yellow that's available for your default hair color is like this color. So those are different fucking colors. So I can't get the same. I can't just swap it around. They're different fucking colors. And I wish I was kidding about this. I wish that was just me like exaggerating. Some of them are only off by like the tiniest bit of shade, but it really affects it. But like you can, in Final Fantasy, for some reason, when you're picking colors, they show you the hex code. It'll say the fucking hex code of when you choose a color, of your current color, the most recent one you picked, and also the one that you have for each thing. So you can see that these two are different fucking colors because they have different hex codes. But they're like in the same position in like a grid of 100 colors, but they're just slightly different for no fucking reason. Like they'll have like 3 oranges in the hair colors, and then 3 oranges in the secondary hair colors, and like 2 of them maybe are the same, and then one of them is just like different for no fucking reason. And it drives me insane. Drove me insane. Evil fucking design. I do not know why it's like that. Pissed me off so bad. But I still ended up making a cute character. But yeah, so because I was doing that, then I spent ages on that because I wasn't sure at first what I wanted to be. And then you can like change stuff later. And it's also one of those games where it's like, you know, there's like base character customization, then there's other things later down the line that you pay for to get a lot more and get more like cute hairstyles and stuff. And I spent so long picking hairstyle too, because there's a lot of cute ones, but a lot of them really change the vibe of the character they wanted to go for. And they also have like 2 that were like black hairstyles. And some of them, the fact that they have was pretty nice, but they didn't have very many cutesy ones. But yeah, so I spent ages on that. And then I looked at my character at the end and I was like, I'm just like not sure. I'm really tired. I'm falling asleep and I'm not satisfied yet with how the design is. So I'm not sure. So I'm gonna like go sleep on it. I can't. If I press save on this now, I'll like worry about it next time, I think. So I was like, okay, I'll just put a pin in that. I'll just put a pin in that and leave that be for now. And I will settle on that later. I'll come back to it another time. And then I came back to it and spent like another 3 hours redoing the whole thing. Right, okay. So that's been my Final Fantasy 14 experience. But I did actually like, wait, hang on, I checked that this is the right size. That's a little too wide. I did actually go and, you know, play eventually after I finished the customization. I went and, like, you know, did some of the intro stuff. But, like, so the first thing you do in the game is you arrive in whatever town you're at. Because you actually get to pick, you get to, what's it? You get to pick, my brain's lagging. you get to pick which town you start the game in, and it affects the story. That's the word I was looking for. And also, rather you pick your class, and that changes the town that you're going to start in, and it tells you which ones there are. But for the one that I picked, then you end up going to like this little guild hall and like introducing yourself after talking to some guy who asks you a couple questions when you're like riding in as a stranger, and you get a movement tutorial, and that's it. That's how much I played. I spent about like 4 hours planning my character, and then about 5 minutes going through the intro cutscene and learning how the walking controls work, and that is as far as I've gotten with Final Fantasy XIV. So when I say I'm getting into it, it's like you really got to emphasize that that's a present word. I have not gotten into it. I'm still in the process. Which server did you pick? I forget. I will go look later. Also, for commissioning me, yeah, it should be when you're, it is the top one, yes. But also, if you ended up picking the wrong one, then I would just tell you anyhow. But it is the one that's called Mouse and MS Paint Surprise. The stuff that's like shade illustration and character design and costume design, those are all like my normal CSP ones. Yeah. Same with peso so weak. Yeah, that really sucks. I did also raise the price of my MS Paint comms a little while ago, because over time they've gotten like more complex and higher demand in a way that kind of required me to, because I've been, you know, like when I first created the idea for the comms, it was like, yeah, this is a thing I do maybe in like 5 minutes for a couple friends, but now it's like a full day commission in the same way that a regular thing would be, so I kind of had to up it a little bit. Anything from my Kamiyoshi, I appreciate it. Please don't make yourself broke for me. But I very much appreciate it. That's very sweet. Okay. It is bugging me that this file is like still not the right size. How much is it too big by? Because these are all meant to be 850, and if I leave it too big, I'm gonna accidentally fuck something up. Like there. Okay. Is that the right size? Hang on. I know I'm being really picky about this. Yeah, okay, that's good. Cool. Okay, now I can actually get started on this. Anyway, so yeah, this is cool. Yeah, she's very pretty. But yeah, all right. Also, part of why I spent so fucking long on character customization when I was playing, is after I finally got through all of the visuals, right? I figured out my character's design, I customized them and figured all of that, you know, like got their whole look down. Then I was presented with naming. And you don't just play by a username in Final Fantasy, you know, you name your character, like as a person. And they offer you like a name generator to help with stuff, but every species has their own naming conventions and cultures and like language stuff for each of them, which is part of why they offer you like these name things, because those have like their names and surnames and everything. And the Mikote, especially the cat girls, have like really specific naming conventions. So I was like, oh, you're giving me a fantasy name and I have to like, okay, so I'm gonna have to spend another 2 hours. I'm gonna have to spend another 2 fucking hours on this. So I went and did that. I like planned out all of that, and I went and looked through their naming conventions, and like did a bunch of research on how the names work and other people's like comments and stuff on it, and like discussing it and what they named their characters, so I could figure out how I wanted to make a name for my Final Fantasy OC that fit in with the universe and followed their name stuff correctly. And then yeah, that's why I finally did it, and then I opened it up and did the tutorial, and I was like, okay, I'm tired. But I'll play it again another time. I'd like this kid to internet overdose part. It was really cute. If you're working on inking, I will say, if it's to be used for the MV, I would probably put a pause on that for a sec, because I'd rather talk to you personally, and go over whatever else I want to do for things like the rest of the the background and the animated part for settling on that, because I wanted, I think in my sketch that I had of Kayendra's outfit, I wanted to make some other tweaks to her like fit and everything. So I want to make sure there was a consistent before you like go into inking and make things harder to change. But I really love it. It's very cute. Okay, so for this OC, I'm not sure exactly what I wanted to do for a vision for this. I considered, like, looking at this hair and stuff, this would be really pretty hair to do all of my, like, all my @core line art for. Like, this is exactly the type of hair that I like lining, you know, with all these, like this, like, you know, this flow and all these, like, curls and everything. But I was kind of feeling, I think especially because it's a Final Fantasy one and with their render style, I thought doing something that's a little bit more painted would be nice. So, because we haven't done one where I do just, like, flat colors without line art in a while, right? I think the last one we did was that Crimson's Acid OC, where we started with lines and then I ended up changing it after. What was I gonna say? I thought it'd be nice this one to play with some, like, texture and with the, like, the paint brushes and the spray brushes. So that might be fun. I want to make sure I can fit her ears in, and they have very big ears. They're like she's very big, round, floppy ears. They're really cute. Citra, yes, that one. Gonna crop her a little bit here, because I don't necessarily need to see that hand, but I want to make sure I fit all the rest of the design here in the ref. Oh fuck, I chopped her face up. I'm trying to stitch these images back together. Ooh. Close enough. Okay. I did the face pretty much complete. Oh, whoa! You're a speedrunner. Holy shit. Like, I don't need to fit her entire ears into this, but I kind of want to, like, how do I put it? I want to, you know, I want to, like, at least feature them in some way. I don't want them to be, like, all the way cut out. These are also interesting because I don't really draw bunny ears with the in this kind of a shape. Do. Move my mic. I was just testing it out later. Okay, I'll probably what's it? I will put a note myself and I will try to message you later. When I have a chance. Well, depending on when I finish this stream, I will either message you later or like tomorrow. Talk about those kinds of things when I can have a chance to figure out exactly what I want, like the visual concept to be for the whole cover. Yeah. Why is the mannequin staring into myself? What, the ref of her? Yeah. But hello, hi Pastel Palette. That's a banger name. That's a banger name. Bandori mentioned, Passpara mentioned, and hi Cherry. Hello. I kind of want to put I know I pretty much always regret drawing hands, but I kind of want to put a hand here. Like, something like this. Because I like how she has these sleeves that go along with the lace over her hands there. I like Hello Happy Romans because it's Kaoru based as well. I love Hello Happy. We are drawing this 𝘆cie. This is a commission that I got on VTen. Yeah, I say when I played Bandori, like it's like forever in the past. I was a Bandori fan from like the first episode of the original anime when that came out. I was there. I was watching it live, and then I started playing the game. And eventually, I stopped playing the game, or at least didn't keep up with it actively. But that's mostly just because I ran out of space on my devices that I was playing it on. So I just kind of like kept up with it secondhand. But I am still a big Bandori fan, especially because when Ave Maigo came out and I eventually watched them, that sort of reignited a lot of my passion again. That hand sketch is fucked up, but I think I will mostly fix that after. That's a very fucked up hand. I think it's partially just because the fingers are all too long. But anyway, when I first got into it, Passpare was definitely my favorite band. And I also liked Hello Happy World a lot. I like their silliness and you know, like with you, I like Kaoru. My 𝘆cie though was actually Lisa from Rosalia. And I remember also liking Himari and Afterglow a lot. But like Aya and Lisa were my goats. But then as it kept expanding, I actually have a bunch of faves in like all of the groups. Because nowadays I think my favorite groups, honestly, it's kind of all new ones, which makes me look like I'm like a new gen fan. But like I said, I was there when the first episode of Bandori anime dropped. I am not new. I accidentally fucked up that hand further. You know, the real solution to this hand would be to give it like an actual sketch rather than just whatever the fuck I've been doing so far. But I'm being really lazy about it because I just wanted to figure out my vague idea for how to, for the composition of this image. But yeah. I looks like I'm a new gen fan because my favorite groups, when people ask me them, I'm like, it's Maigo and Ave Musica, and then also I'm getting really into Ika Dumrock and excited for their stuff. I think they're gonna become a favorite, and I really like Yume Mita, the VTubers. So oopsies. But yeah, all Bandori bands are good though. I love them all. I really want to do a bunch of covers of Bandori stuff. In fact, you might hear some of that soon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just saying. I had like a plan here, and then I lost it. You know what? Okay, I'm just gonna restart this whole hand. I only meant to put it there like sort of temporarily as like a little drop for myself, and then I got way too focused on it. Her face is a little rounder and squishier than that. But what I was trying to get at with that hand was like I like the way that like lace covers her hands and stuff, and I kind of wanted to put like a hand here while she'll be like you know, like all dainty and be like, this is not how the eyes are gonna look, but you know like yeah, all fancy, like wow yeah, with like her little hand here that's like, you know, like posed real daintily, and then I'll put a bunch of her hair everywhere because I really want to spend time mostly just like painting this hair. You know what? In fact, I will sketch it like this. Fuck it. I will sketch like this. Hair goes kind of like that. And there. Then there's the little vent on this side. Need to get rid of all of these scribbles. Sometimes you just gotta let yourself sketch real stupid style. I'll also need to move her eyes up. They're really low right now. But you know, for you guys who are Bandori fans, since you mentioned that, what are your favorite Bandori songs? Especially if multiple by each group. What's your favorite Bandori songs? Thank you. Personally, though, I prefer thicker sketch lines. Yeah, my sketch lines are usually thicker when I'm on different stuff as well. For MS Paint, I tend to keep them thinner a lot of the times. Then I can go a lot thicker on top because it's more helpful to be able to tell apart my sketch and my line on here better since I don't have different layers to work with. But a lot of the time when I'm on CSP, my sketches end up thicker because I like using a Milli pen for them. And so they'll be more like this kind of more like this kind of thickness a lot of the time. Or I often will start with something thinner like this, and then I end up defining them with a thicker brush. I think it's partially influenced by the fact that I'm not a pencil person. This is part of why my art style is the way it is altogether, and why I like the brushes that I do on different on each different like software that I use, because I do not draw with pencils when I draw traditionally, or at least very rarely. I don't like pencil. I don't like the feel of it. Half of my learning to draw was done drawing with just like a ballpoint pen, or with other types of colored pens. So I like to mimic that feeling. So even if I end up like starting off a sketch like this, it pretty much always ends up thicker by the end. Don't like the way I did those eyes at all. It's interesting. I think it's fascinating that people adapt to different programs. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it means pencil. Oh, you're base. You're just like me for real. I'm a new Jim Bandori fan. I came once the fan of that. Well, it's not dead. It's not dead at all. It's definitely like it's different to how it was in the past, because there was like when it first released, obviously there was a lot of like a bigger mainstream hype about it, but I don't think it's dead in the slightest, especially now that we've got new stuff with Arnold's coming. And all the new people that arrived for Maigo and 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 and stuff. I don't think Bandori is at all dead. I get that stuck in my head every time I sing 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 now. I've been getting Neri to watch Maigo lately as well. We haven't finished it yet, because I already watched it. It was actually, honestly, kind of accidental that I watched it too, because I'm not caught up on all of the Bandori anime. Like I said, I was watching Bandori anime when the first original season first dropped. I was there for the founding of Poppypa. And when I first got into Bandori, I didn't like Poppypa's name. I didn't think it suited them. But I was there, back in the old days. But then because I sort of fell off from it, because I, didn't have space to play it and got busy with other things or more into other fandoms, then I haven't kept properly up with the other anime and stuff, like the later seasons, especially from the point of Breeze's Villain being added. But then, so I was intending, one day I'll finish this, one day I'll get back into it, one day I'll watch this one and this one. And then I got a commission from someone, from Happy, a very cool 𝘆takie friend of mine, to write English lyrics for 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. And I was like, let me listen to the song. And then I went and listened to a clip of it. And so it's from a Bandori thing. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, this seems really beautiful. I'm really curious about this because of the way it's being used in the scene, and these characters are reacting to it and crying and everything. I feel like there's definitely context that I'm missing. And I like to write things like this, being fully aware of the context that they're meant to, you know, express, because like I could technically write stuff about this song right now, but I don't know what these words are meant to mean without knowing the original context of them. So I will watch the stuff. I will speed run this show, try and build up. But yes, I think I can write this. Just give me a sec, and I will start watching before I fully confidently give you like a draft or anything. And then I started watching it, and then it changed my life. And I cried, and we crowed, and and I was like, yeah, I will write this. I can write this. I love this song so dearly. Even if you hadn't commissioned me at this point, I would have written stuff for it by myself. And I haven't finished those lyrics yet, but I'm very excited to. So that Happy can cover it one day. It's such a beautiful song. And yeah, that sort of like reignited my love, or rather my passion, like my active passion for Bandori. Because the love was still there, it never died. I just kind of kept up with things passively in my own way. But that like pulled me fully back into it. And then the same thing happened, and I was like, oh yeah, now I can watch the 𝘆ecie𝘂𝗿 anime. Oh, the 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 one made me so sad, also so happy. I'm sure that'll go well. And then that changed my life as well. And now I am worse off. Slash silly. This ear needs to move more up here, I think. I'm forgetting the Japanese lyrics right now because I'm getting my lyrics stuck in my head. I really need to finish them. This is why I haven't shared them or anything yet, or sung them instead, because they're not done yet. There's a lot of parts that I want to change, and I haven't done most of the verses yet. I like started with a draft of the chorus, it's basically as soon as I watched the episode where 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 performs it. Then I've been tweaking at it bit by bit. But if I remember right, my last draft of it when I started went, dabbling between the leaves with a shine, with a gleam like a star. Is this what I wish from the heart? Dripping down upon my cheeks with a shine, with a gleam. The sunburn immediately. When you hold my hand, I can't explain. It's so, so warm. Can you give it a name? Hey, please just wait. I think I changed the lyrics for this last line, so I don't remember how it went. Couldn't we stay this way? Do, 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 do. Precious so much that it's painful. Do, do, do. Oh, precious so much that it's fragile, I think was there. So very precious, I'm scared it'll break. But what is done, or at least done other than a couple lines that I'm tweaking right now, is my lyrics for Imprisoned 12 from 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿. Yeah, 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿 anime. Oh my god, dude. My life has changed. Oh, I love them so much. I kin two different characters in 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 and 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿, and I think it's really funny they're trying the opposite. I don't know if I've talked about it before. I feel like I have at least once. But if you know, if you don't know, I want you guys to guess. I want you guys to guess which characters in 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿 and 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 I kin, because there's one in each band. If you guys don't know those characters, feel free to search them and look at them. You're not allowed to research anything about them. You're not allowed to like read their wikis and stuff, because if you know, that would be spoil everything for you. But feel free to search up the groups. I'll write them in chat. These ones, 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿, 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿. If you don't know those groups, you're welcome to look at the characters. I want you guys to guess which two characters in 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 and 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿 I kin. Neri also has a kin in 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 as well. He hasn't watched 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 yet. I haven't gotten him that far yet. Neri's is really obvious, I feel, though. Which two do you guys think are on my kin list? I don't think I've ever shared my full kin list with you guys. It's not crazy long, but there definitely is a lot of guys on there. As in a lot of characters altogether, not specifically dudes. But yeah, I need to finish those lyrics for 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 for Happy. My lyrics for In Prison 12 are basically all the way finished, because honestly I kind of just like sat down after I heard the song for the first time, and I was like, yep, okay, I've got it. Although I'm tweaking some little things about them lately, and I mentioned in last stream that I will be covering that at some point soon. Bad at this. No, it's okay, it's okay. You're allowed to have your own guesses, even if it's just surface level. I just want you guys to guess. I'm curious what your guesses are. Don't worry, they don't need to be accurate. I'm someone who doesn't really like when people tell me to guess things either. Sunburn immediately. 𝘆cie and 𝘆cie. Oh, you're close! You're close! You're close! I won't tell you any further than that unless anyone else, if anyone else has a guess, feel free to go ahead. Otherwise, I will say you got, you're half. One of those two is right. Sunburn immediately. No, I want you, so I want. Yeah, I typed them out. If it helps, they are from Bandori. That might help in your search. An alien. Thought it was you. Hello. How are you? Hi. There's plenty. I mean, to be fair, it's not like I'm a normal alien, so it makes sense not understanding or not guessing that I was there. Hi. Good morning. I'm good. We're drawing a very pretty OC, and I'm talking about anime that I like. I'm talking about Bandori. How are you? Good morning. I guess Chihaya. Oh, you know, actually. No, sorry. It's really specifically funny saying Chihaya instead of Anon, because she has like our whole thing for that. But yeah, you are correct. Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. You other, the rest of you are still free to guess which ones you thought it would have been. But no, yes, you are correct. You are correct. My 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 and 𝘆musica are Anon and 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. I'm not seeing 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, yeah, 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 is the blonde one in 𝘆musica. Yeah, Aikin, Anon, and 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Honestly, it's really funny that you say 𝘆cie as well, because you're not far off with her. When I read, say pronouns, gender fluid, so oh no, yeah. That's why it says they, them works. For anyone who, like, you know, doesn't have specific ones they use, or any context where it just like doesn't work to, you know, refer to me with yours, then just they, them, or anything is fine for my pronouns, don't worry. What was I gonna say? Yeah, when I watched 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, there were a lot of times like I, you know, was really interested in 𝘆cie altogether, and I was like, wow, you know, I really like this character. I liked from the get-go, you can already tell, you know, that she's got something up with her and isn't just being entirely truthful and being like a, yeah, everything's fine. Yeah, like that's clear about her, and I think that's really cool. And something that I love about 𝘆cie, as well as 𝘆musica as well, to be honest, is like they're so young, and that is a lot of what causes the issues and way that they are, in my opinion. Like, they're flawed, not because they're evil, but because they are just young girls, you know? And I think it's really beautiful. Like, from the start, Anon is kind of like, she's a little bit like selfish, or rather self-serving inside her head, you know, but in a way that's like, yeah, that's kind of what a normal teenage girl is like. That's normal, you know? Like, she is explicitly, when you see inside her brain, thinking about like, if I get like the, you know, like the outcast in the class to be my band, then like people start paying attention to me, or that'll work. And like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll befriend this person, because that'll like do that thing. She's thinking about all that stuff in a way that for a lot of normal anime girls, you just like assume that they are always entirely pure of heart. But those things aren't like evil. She's just being a normal person, and I really like that. It's the same with 𝘆cie. But anyway, with 𝘆cie, what was I gonna say? With 𝘆cie, it's like I liked her, and I thought she was really interesting. And then I watched her whole arc that I won't spoil for anyone who hasn't watched it yet, because there's a lot going on. But I watched it, and I was like, For a second, I almost, well, it's not that I ever hated her. I love her. I was frustrated with her for a while. It really upsets me, in fact, how many people hate Soyo and think that she's evil, when again, she's kind of just a 15-year-old girl. Like, she's really normal, and that's what I find so lovely about my girl. I was frustrated with her, but I realized over time, as I watched it, and especially each time I rewatch, that all of the reasons that things about her stuff like frustrated me so bad, and I had to like remind myself like, no, I like her and I don't hate her and I don't beef with her, is because like she reminded me too much of me. Yeah, exactly. They're just young girls. It's one of the things that's beautiful about them. Hi, Moonlight. Hello. Are you enjoying the reference image? Is pretty. Oh yes, the heads be small. Yeah. These things are going to fiddle with. But yes, this is a commission that I'm doing of someone's OC. A commission from VGen of their Final Fantasy character. But yeah, what was I gonna do? This hand is all fucked up. But yeah, I'm aware that it's small. It's very fucked. I was about to resketch it. What was I gonna say? Because I scribbled in like a vague hand for what I want for the pose here, and then I was like, But it is also missing half of its fingers still. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Oh right, yeah, all of the reasons that Soyo like frustrated me or pissed me off when I watched, eventually I was sitting there and I was like, god, the reason it's so frustrating is because like it's because she's familiar. So I won't necessarily say I kin her, although to be honest, that might change one day. There are still a lot of ways that as I watched her story, I was like, oh god, she just like me for real. Oh god, she just like me for real. And I think Anon out of my go is still the most Emmy character. I love her. She's that's literally me, bro. But like yeah, with a lot of Soyo's things, it's like she reminds me of me in a sense that's like the reason it's frustrating is because these things remind me of parts of myself that I avoided, if that makes sense. It's like me if I don't know, it's like bad route, bad ending. But Soyo's not even bad. I think she's a wonderful person and a wonderful character. She's so considerate and lovely even when she changes and everything, and I'm still trying not to spoil stuff about her. But yeah, all the parts of her that frustrate me are like, no, it just hits too close to home, bro. I can't even blame her for anything. She's just a girl. I love her. It's beautiful that these things are frustrating. And it's a wonderful story. So it's like, yeah, Soyo, honestly, even though she's not on the kin list, it's like, yeah, you're not far off. She's like almost like an honorary member, you know? I don't really want that curl there. I don't like that curl I just drew. Yeah, too familiar. Yeah, exactly. For like with Anon, it's familiar in a way that's like, oh my god, that's literally me. Yay. And with Soyo, it's like, oh, you remind me of me / negative. But I still love her dearly. I would fight to the death for her. People who hate her or think she's evil, I will explode by myself. And actually, you know, the other kin side, 𝘆cie, imagine me right now, like staring off to into the distance as the screen turns dark. Because I feel like a part of the reason that you can guess that I kin 𝘆cie is mostly just because like out of the options in 𝘆cie that makes sense, and also I'm so passionate about In Prison 12 as a song, so it's like of course it's that one. Like I make it obvious, but I feel like it's not really displayed immediately in who I am as a person, you know? Like Soyo or Anon makes sense as guesses when you look at my go. For me, if you like know anything about me, I feel like a lot of people would guess Anon as well. Like when I told Neri that I had an Anon Kinney, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's the pink one and the silly Genki one, and then you learn more her story and it's like, yeah, of course that makes sense. And Soyo kind of makes sense because I'm often like that type of carer person for a lot of people that I love. What are the earphones? Are they pretty? You're pretty. Shade of pink in your hair. Oh, me? Right. Okay. Well, so the swirls in my ear, that's actually my hair. I am specifically an alien cow and not just an alien. But if you don't know this, hang on, I'll get references. Hold on. I need to find pictures of cow ears that are not like cow ears that are like for consumption. I need like a regular cow. Hello, my brethren. Getting photos of my oomphs. Here we go. Cows, especially when they're like hairy and not just shaven short hair, actually have fluff over their ears in this section. See, our ears are like this shape. Our ears take like this shape here, and you know, like there's like all the skin and everything here, but it tends to be really fluffy here on the I think our cat just attacked someone. Fluffy here on the inside. But these cows have like straight hair. It just happens that I have a fluffy afro hair. So my hair here is also curly. Hence it looking like that. It's just fluff on the inside of my ears. Protects me from bugs and stuff, you know. Who eats cow ears? Normally not people. It's like for dogs. For dogs and stuff. I mean, yeah, sorry, yeah, evil people. But no, yeah, for like dogs and everything. Because like, yeah, like, you know, people mostly just eat like the main meat of the cow, but ears and stuff are often turned into like dog treats. Speaking of references, when are you gonna update your ref sheet? Oh fuck, I didn't mean to. No, I accidentally closed it. It was paint. Fuck. Wait. Ah! It's okay. I saved like 2 seconds ago, so we're fine. Oh my god, that scared me for a sec, but it wouldn't have let me close it if I didn't save. That is annoying for the erasing things thing. Hang on. Let me I'm gonna do a pro gamer hack really quick. Control A, Control X. There we go. That'll just make sure that I can actually use alpha lock on these later. Anyway, what I was trying to do there for a sec. Yeah, no, don't worry, it's not gone. What I was trying to do there for a sec was to go, update my ref sheet. Well, I'll do that when. That's what the joke was gonna be. But no, yeah, I will soon. I will try to definitely get to it soon, especially since I've got you know, like big things I want to do, like internet overdose cover and everything. It'd be nice to have a proper updated ref sheet. Let's start doing more bigger things. But yeah, no, don't worry, my work is fine. It just fucked up for a sec. But yeah, all I did was, it's not that anything crashed, because it's MS Paint, it generally doesn't. It's just that I pressed the close button in the top corner. But like, because it's MS Paint, if I had not saved recently, then it wouldn't have let me do that. It would have said like, oh, you haven't saved, are you sure you want to press this? You'll lose unsaved progress. We are the world. But yeah, I feel like the 𝘆cie kinning is not as immediately obvious. At least to people who don't know me privately, or it's like the reasons for people would guess for it are different. All of the hair here doesn't make sense, but I will make sense of it later. Just trust the process, or simply trust me. But there's a lot, like watching, yeah. So watching 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿. Emmy's fate crest, yeah. Watching 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 and relating to Anon is me like watching it and being like, oh my god, she's just like me for real, and then being like, oh, I'll cry, oh, she's just like me for real, and yay, she's just like me for real. Watching 𝘆ecie𝗂𝗿 and realizing I kin 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 is me going, oh god, oh, she's just like me for real, oh, she's just like me for real, oh! That's how it felt kinning 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿. I'm so pretty, thank you. Hi, Cat's Nightmare. But yeah, for anyone who missed that part of the conversation, by the way, we were talking about Bandori, hit anime Bang Dream, and also game franchise. I need to see what her bow looks like from the back again really quick. I'm only drawing like the side of it, but I want to just see what the full shape is and how long it is. Okay, it's really long and has like 2 big parts to it. Okay, noted. Because I'm probably gonna fit a little bit more of it in. Like I might put the flower in here. And it's got like big old bow. We are the world. Do 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 do. There's a moo. More like that. Because it'd be nice to fit more of the bow in, because I like bows. And I'm drawing her head at least a little bit from the side anyway. Oh, that is the wrong place. That is the wrong position. Hang on. Not that. Her bow's gonna be like attached like back there on her head, if I imagine it. Which means it'd be like. Please move. Talking about 3D anime, not yet. I do plan to watch Girls Band Cry. I very much want to. I've heard good things about it, and I've seen a lot of like little clips of it. I've been trying to avoid spoiling myself fully, and I've heard 1 or 2 of the songs. I think it is very cool. I really want to watch Girls Band Cry. So yeah, I haven't got to it yet, but I definitely will. One of the things I have heard from a friend once that I find is kind of funny to think about is I think they mentioned that like Girls Band Cry is good, but you can, this is not a critique by the way, since I haven't watched it, that one of the things they mentioned is there's sometimes a difference between like a music anime where it's like made for the music and then also the other like character stuff comes from that, and music anime where it's like the characters in their connection and then the music is like a side thing, and they mentioned that Girls Band Cry is the latter, not because it's like bad music or because there's less of it, because of the way they use music in the show, like as in regards to their plot. I think one thing they specifically mentioned is that they recalled a scene in Girls Band Cry. I don't like the way I drew that bow. They recalled a scene in Girls Band Cry, I think, where a character like drops their entire guitar in the middle of the street or something when they're running for something, and they were like, oh! Which I found very funny. Which something like that, like, you know, for any person who's like into music or in any of the music anime, it's like, oh no, not do that. That thing is destroyed. Oh god. That bow is definitely still very strong. Okay, hang on. Let me redo that. I don't like the way I drew that. We are the world. I love ribbons. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I know, so that's a really apt description. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I've definitely heard that about it, but I don't think that'll make me enjoy it any less. I'm sure it's still great, and I'm definitely looking forward to watch it. Because, you know, I've watched plenty of things like that. It's kind of like how there's a lot of, like, idol shows that are sort of like that in the same way, you know? But, you know, for things like a Bandori, or in my opinion, like 𝘆cie sometimes as well. Or, well, rather, I think Carol and Tuesday is a great example of something where it's like music is, like, so very heavily the core of it. It's not like a thing where they wanted to write the characters and then decided later that it'd be music. Things like Carol and Tuesday and Bandori, it's like music first. And then they build the characters around it. But I like both. I like both approaches. So I'm really curious to watch it and to see the sort of differences as well. Did you enjoy Girls Band Cry? Do you recommend it? We are the world. Do do do. Do do this move. Do 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 do. Yeah, I kind of want to make the bow bigger, or rather just like more exaggerated on here. Sort of just because of the way I've placed her head. I like big bows, and I like big bows, and I cannot lie. I like big bows, and I just want it to be involved. Be nice if I could fit the longer ribbons that it has in the back into here anywhere, like this. But I think it kind of distracts from the flow of the hair. Or maybe not. Maybe if it's like a... Yeah, I'll try something like that. I love 𝘆cie. Me too. I love 𝘆cie. I do. It's so pretty. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely watch Girls Band Cry sometime. It's on my list. Oh, I didn't realize there was a first part to your message. Sorry. Which one do you prefer, bows or ribbon? Ooh. I think bows. I think I'm a bows person. Like, if you're defining it as like you know, like ribbons as in like ribbons is trailing on their own versus bows in like full bow shape, then I'm definitely a bow person. Even though I love ribbons as well and I put them in a lot of things, I'm definitely a bow guy. I think honestly, obviously this like a ribbons can be applied to this too, but I think specifically it's partially affected by being idol artist most of the time, and specifically the type of like idols and everything and fits that I draw as definitely as part of my bow bias, I'd say. Because I just draw so many bows and everything, and it's like a lot of the time with idol stuff, it's like when in doubt, add another bow to the outfit. When in doubt, put another bow in the corner. We can always have more bows. Like me, ribbons everywhere. But yeah, if that's how you're defining the difference, then probably bows. Do I want the bow to pick up like that or like this shape? No, the former. No, I don't like how pointy I made it. I'll come back to the bow. It's gonna be one of the rare times where I actually do come back to something later when I say that, rather than just lying. Okay, right. I need to figure out what I want to do with that hand. Do I still want to do that pose that I had before, or do I want to change it? Because I do like that pose, but the issue is drawing hands in MS Paint is really fucking hard, because I'm drawing them with my mouse, and it's harder to get like a good angle to focus on the pose for it for. And I really should get a ref for this kind of hand I'm doing as well, because I don't draw this pose very often. But I wanted something that's like dainty like this, because I like the way that it complements these like the end of her sleeves, like gloves. I also realized I am putting a lot of detail into, I mean, this is still kind of loose sketch for me with how I sketch, but I'm putting a lot of detail into this for someone who said that I kind of wanted to go more painterly and not do line art in this one. But the way I've sketched kind of implies that there'll be lines, but we'll figure it out as I go. We'll see. This is a habit of mine. Yeah, I'm gonna get a reference for the kind of hand I want to draw. I often keep them out of my MS Paint ones, specifically because I don't want to spend so much time doing stuff like that. But obviously, it's like good to challenge yourself and make sure you draw hands more. There's something that I really want to work on drawing more lately, because I can draw them most of the time in regular things that I do. But it's like there's a lot of, I've got like a handful, pun not intended, of hand gestures and poses and everything that I'm like, yeah, those are easy, those are confident, but a lot that I'm not confident with, and I want to be fully confident with them. But I often keep them out of my MS Paint things where I can, because I'll fuss over them so hard, especially within the limitations of MS Paint, that it like takes up a lot of extra time. But I really want it in this one. How the fuck do I describe the pose that I want? Somewhere else on the canvas and move it around? I suppose so, but the issue is I want to think about it in relation to the face here, you know? I've got like certain pros in mind. I just need to figure out how to draw it. I found a bunch of references so far that are like almost that, but not quite. Oh, these are all like almost references. Okay, hang on. Elegant and pose. Reference. Why are all these pretty ladies doing almost what I want? See, this is my fault for not just like getting better at drawing hands. Okay, let me try and freehand it again. Let me think about this. Might have an easier time if I like separate it up a little bit more. Because the hand's like here. You have your pointer finger over there. This little chunk is not right. These fingers like here. This pinky finger is going to be the death of me. Figuring out how pointed or bended to put it for this. Because I could put it up here with the others. But I guess actually if I put it like this, it kind of looks like she's blowing a kiss, and that's really cute. What I was going to go for was like, I don't know how to describe it. You know when a lady like has her face and her hands just kind of like here, you know? And it's like, oh, yeah, oh, wow. You know? Those are my sound effects to describe it. But positioning the pinky for something like that is really hard. Because I always end up making them too bent or not bent enough. But what I could do instead is if I make all of these fingers all go this way, then it kind of looks like she's blowing you a little kiss. And that's pretty cute too. I'll go with blowing a kiss, I think. It'll be easier at least. Yeah, I think you can see the vision when it's kissy. These two fingers I'm going to keep together. And there's the pinky finger here. This is where her knuckles are. Her glove slash, well, those things only go a little bit over her wrist actually, so more like that. We are the world. I need to sing a different Bandori song. I love those two. I wish I do archery more often. Oh. I did like an archery class once ever when I was younger. It was really cool. And I remember at the time thinking like, oh, I should like do this more, get like super into archery and be able to do that. And then as to be expected, I did not do that. But I did think it was really awesome. Oh, you know, this also kind of looks like she's like resting on her hand. I guess I gotta decide for myself whether I want her chin to be on the hand or for her to be blowing kiss. But I think I'll go with a kiss, because even though this sort of looks like she's resting on her hand, it's like the hand is very clearly a little bit too far forward for that. So I think blowing a kiss is better. And it's like her face here. I might squish her face a little bit. I think it's a little bit long. To make the hand pose make more sense. More like that. Yeah, it's cute. I'm gonna rewatch Mygo. This is your fault. Yay! Yay! Should always rewatch Mygo. It's okay, because you'll be rewatching basically with me, since I'm rewatching while I make an Ari watch it. It's like we're twinsing. We're twinsing? We're twinning. I love Mygo. I really love what's it, Tomori's voice as well. It's really unique. It adds such an interesting touch to Mygo's sound, and honestly it fits with Mygo's story that I think a lot of their identity in their sound as a group comes from Tomori's voice, you know. Obviously, like, story-wise, that is true in how it comes from Tomori using her voice. Like, she brings the group together a lot and like unites them. I'm trying not to spoil for anyone else. Even though she perceives herself, or other people perceive her at first, as just being dragged along. But she kind of is, you know, a glue of the group in that way, and so very clearly they're like a center. But then it sort of expresses that is like expressed in their musical sound as well, in how it's like her voice is a lot of what gives Mygo the texture that it has. It's a really unique style, because you listen to it and her voice is so beautiful. I don't know how to put it. It's so beautiful, and her voice actress is incredible at using it, but it's like sounds, because of the texture, amateur in a way, but it's like technique wise it's not at all. the voice actor is singing it perfectly and clearly professionally, but she has like a voice quality that makes her sound so young and amateur and just like odd from the others. The way she always, like, you know, is in that sort of like mixed voice of hers, like you know, she always yeah, she sounds very young. She sounds amateur in that special style that doesn't have a lot of the like anime squeak that some of the other groups have, but then also doesn't have the same like raw, crazy, intense power that some of the others have. It's really special, and it's what gives Mygo such a unique texture to its sound, and then especially combined with like a Rana's you know, like crunchy old guitar sound that you can tell how aged her guitar is in a really cool way, which is like Anon stuff and their bass, and then also their lack of a piano without 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 and stuff like that. And Taki's drum playing. It's so cool. It's so cool. And obviously her voice also literally glues them together in their songs, with her being a lyricist. It's just awesome. I love Tomori. I love Mygo. Great band, great characters, great show. I love Bandori. This, by the way, notably, this is not this arm. That is this one. It is her. Which side is that? That's her right, but our left. This hand is. This one is the other arm. I want that to be clear as I'm drawing it. Yeah, for Bandori and Doors, I think I asked before, what are your favorite songs? Or rather, favorite songs from certain bands, if you have any? Because, just saying, you didn't hear this from me, but you know how I mentioned that there's a bunch of covers that I'm planning to do soon, or that I'm like starting on, right? And I mentioned some of the ones that'll be released as like full videos, as like a Imprison 12 and Internet Overdose and stuff. But there, perhaps, perchance, maybe, I might be planning to do some shorts covers of Bandori songs. So if you like Bandori or have any favorite songs, you should let me know, because I might be trying to cover multiple of the bands through those. Just saying. I have a sort of selection for myself so far of the songs that I think I want to cover, but some of them aren't certain yet. Okay, how do I draw her clothes from here? I think I'm not gonna include this shoulder in the sketch. I'll just put her hair here. It's kind of clear this is a different arm anyway, I think. I am back making kimchi. Hell yeah! Can I have some? Can I have some 𝘆cie? Please, please, pretty please, pretty please. I should have my Fanta. Wait, I have Fanta with me. Do you guys want some pineapple Fanta again? Oh, Crucifix X banger! Banger! Yes, you gotta jump. Yes, you gotta jump. Do, 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 do. Still alive. Do, 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 do. No, so still alive. Ma so. Sippy, sippy, sippy. All of 𝘆ci𝘂𝗿's music is so fucking good, dude. What are the lyrics for Crucifix X like again? Crucifix X. Crucifix X is one of the songs that I used to get Addie into 𝘆ci𝘂𝗿 as well. Because Addie hasn't watched the My God 𝘆ci𝘂𝗿 anime fully yet, but they know a lot about some of the characters. And when I was convincing them, I was like, you know, yeah, you'll love 𝘆ci𝘂𝗿 and you'll love My God. I used Crucifix X and Prison 12 and some of the other 𝘆ci𝘂𝗿 things to be like, look, Addie, look. And it worked. I use it for workouts. Yeah, real. One of my favorites by 𝘆ci𝘂𝗿 as well is it 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 that I'm thinking of? I really want to cover that one day. I don't think that'll be one for these shorts, but I really want to do it one day like myself. Yeah, that one. I was honestly kind of tempted to try and write English lyrics for that song, but the wordplay in it is kind of makes it really tricky, especially since I use a lot of English in it. I am not pretender, up, shake it up. Ushi no sukata najiru anata. The pretender, up, shake it up, I love the way that the intro goes with with the little with their teeth. So good. It's really hard to learn lyrics first. It goes so hard. I guess first even makes me feel sad. Yeah, same. You know, one of the things I use for workout music lately, I've been listening to Uma Musume music while I work out. Because Uma Musume kind of makes me want to work out in general when I play it and when I watch it and stuff. You know, which makes sense. It's like, you know, it's a racing show. It's essentially a sports anime. But specifically, there are some songs that are like, I listen to them on treadmill and everything when I need to, you know, when it's time to like lock in and run and shit. It's such a good idea. Right? I gotta go. It's nice to meet you. Bye. Bye, Cats Not Mares. Nice to meet you too. Thanks for stopping by. It's really perfect for it because it sort of like gets me into the mood like I'm an Uma and everything. But yeah, there's some of them like I really like listening to. I'm forgetting the name right now, but the third anime opening is one of my favorite Uma Musume songs altogether, and it's definitely my favorite of the anime openings. I listen to it all the time, so I don't know why I'm forgetting the name right this second. But it's so fucking good. I think it's so hype. And part of why it's so good is I feel like even when you're just listening to it on its own, it like captures the feeling of running so perfectly. You know, like you listen to the song and you feel like you're about to go run a fucking marathon with the Umas. The first and second season openings were like good. They were cute. They had the Uma Musume signature style in them, and they also had like idol style. But like that one is where it's like, holy shit, this is hype. Yeah. But I love listening to that one while I'm on treadmill when I need to run, and I just like keep telling myself, it's like, no, it's okay, lock in, come on, it's just like 3 minutes, you can get through the song. It's a good way to help hype myself up. I just imagine that I'm also one of the Umas. If I was like doing those workouts like alone or at home or something, to be honest, I'd probably end up doing the whole like to hype myself up the same way that Keita Sun Black does too. I'm not entirely satisfied with that sketch for her collar, but it kinda, we got the gist. I I've kind of sketched this as if it was a thing in pencil, to be honest, with this like shading and stuff, but this mostly just so I can make sense of my sketch before I color it. Yeah, Wombo music is great for that. Still alive. Oh, Crucifix X is gonna be stuck in my head now. At least it's me singing something other than Hear the World. We are the world. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. I promise I'm not gonna make them wink again. Although it kind of would fit for this since I drew them blowing, since I'm drawing them blowing a little kiss. But I feel like it'll work better with the eye open, even though you can barely fucking see this one. Although I might, again, because you can barely see this one, there's a chance I might end up making it wink later. Those eyes are really wonky, whoops. Do 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 do. Na 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 ga da da. I'm spending time making my Undertale universe. Hell yeah! I kind of wanna, I kind of wanna play Undertale on stream sometime, because I played Deltarune on stream, obviously, and I will continue that when the rest of it comes out too. Hang on. But I haven't streamed Undertale, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Can I be for real? I've never actually fully played Undertale myself. I played a little bit of when I was younger. I was really into it, but I did that mostly by watching other people play it, and then I tried playing it myself once. Like I played it with a friend who got it so we could play it, but then we never finished, and I was like waiting for them to play, and then we didn't. So then I didn't. But also with that same friend, I made like several Undertale Ever After High season shit. We were like that level of into it, but I still didn't play it. Genocide Red, let's go. No! I feel like I'd be too scared. I don't think I could commit myself to doing a Genocide Route. Well, I mean, I'd like to play all of Undertale so that maybe I could do all the routes on stream, and I think doing it on stream would make me more motivated to do them all, because I'd feel too bad otherwise. But especially for my first one, I think I would cry. The thing about games like this is playing like any horror game, I know Undertale is not horror, but just like bear with me. There's a point here, trust. I'm, you know, too much of a scaredy cat. This is, like I've said, the reason why I don't play FNAF on stream really, or why our Poppy Playtime things are either on Neri's channel or regardless when I'm with Neri. Because I like a lot of horror media or anything with like scary, heavier stories. I just can't play it. I'm too much of a scaredy cat. So when we play like Poppy Playtime and stuff, I get Neri to play while I backseat him. No, I know there are horror Undertales, but you know, like Undertale itself is not horror at all. But it makes sense, you know, when I say that about things like FNAF or those types of games. Like I know that one is mostly jump scare based and for the most part not really that horrific for a lot of the games. But you know, a lot of those games are like first person in 3D and they're meant to actively scare you as you play. But I struggle with like pixel games and stuff. Even I think it's sometimes even when there's like just like the concept of it being a scary game, even if I know what's gonna fucking happen, I'm just like, oh, I can't do it, I'm scared someone's gonna get me, even when I'm in like the normal moments of a game, like a RPG Maker horror games. I can watch other people playing them. I can barely do it myself. I cannot. I think I played Witch's House once, but that was also while I had other friends on VC who were sort of like talking me through the whole thing, because they were the ones who got me into it. I think one of them was Neri and the other one was probably Finn, because Finn is a big fan of Witch's House. But I don't even remember, honestly, now I think about it, if I did that or if I was one of the friends on VC, because I was like, no, I can't do it. Ooh, I like how these eyes are coming out. Okay, I think this will not actually end up being entirely just colored, because I'm really liking the sketch so far. Low-key, I could even like not fully color and focus on the lines and stuff here instead. Give it like sketchy lines, nice texture, because I'm really liking this at the moment. I think these eyes are really pretty. I want to draw eyes with more interesting shapes like this more often. I lately, like over time, for the past couple of years actually, I think, one of the things I've been thinking about the way that I draw is I sort of Like, there's a lot of things about my style that I've mentioned that it kind of just developed as, like, accidental habits. Which South mentioned, what the fuck is happening? Yeah! That develops as accidental habits. Like, for a while, the way I drew, like, pupils and eyes was kind of, like, just always like this. But that wasn't even because I wanted to draw that as, like, my style for eyes. It was just something I did when I needed, like, a shorthand to sketch stuff. And it's the same reason that I ditched noses in my art style. It's just because I started doing this thing as a way to save time. And then it kind of developed into a style thing. But the way I draw eyes altogether for the last, like, couple years, I've been slightly unsatisfied with it. Because it kind of got... I don't know how to put it. So anime that... getting more anime isn't a bad thing, but I wanted more of the flavor that it used to have when I had more Ever After High, and it was a little more unique. Like this. I like this. I like how it has more depth to it. I'm really liking how this face looks so far. I almost want her to have a little bit of like a pin-up vibe. I really like pretty pin-up paintings. This is so cute. Yeah, I like having eyes with a little more flavor to them, because I feel like I got too sucked into a specific, like, a default anime in my eyes for a while, and it's had less now. I've been experimenting more lately, but also because of that, I kind of ended up with like 2 shapes that I'd use for everything, and for a while there was only 1 even in the past shapes that I use for anything, and that left me very unsatisfied. I wanted to be more creative with it. I'm trying her lips a little bit too small. Her mouth's kind of wider than that. I don't quite like how I've drawn this mouth so far. Obviously, this is like missing the lips, but I'm thinking about the pose I want, because I want it to, yeah, you know, like go with blowing a kiss. But if you draw someone blowing a kiss and they're just like this, it kind of looks a little bit stupid sometimes. Position slightly wrong, but the way that I want to reposition it is not something I can do in MS Paint, because I can't rotate things freely, nor warp anything. So let me fix that manually. I want that part to be more up there. The mouth to be more like that. I'm sure something I want to ramble about later. Yippee! Please do. Rewatching the first episode reminded me how initially I reacted to that character. Oh no, this is me. What, for Tomori? Oh, for Anon. I didn't see what you mentioned. Yeah, exactly. We're twinsies. Anon-kin twinsies. She's really relatable. Like, it makes perfect sense that she's the first character you introduce to, and like your POV character for the start of Maiko. Her and Tomori work really well as twin leads for the show. I love it so much. Like, she really sets the tone, like I said, with making clear that it's like the Maiko girls are just like, they're just normal girls. And like, they are flawed, they're unique in their issues and their struggles and everything. But ultimately, what a lot of their issues boil down to is not, like I said, it's not that they're like, you know, evil or struggling or anything. It's just they are just teenage girls. They're like flawed in ways that are normal. Anon is kind of, when you see her, in a way that's like a sort of self-serving, but not because she's like a selfish bitch, but because she's just a normal girl. And normal people are like that. And I think it's really sweet. I love you, Maiko. I love you, Maiko. You're so goated. This applies to both the anime and the group. We are the world. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. I don't like this mouth yet. I'm trying to figure out what it is that I don't like about it. And the issue is, I think part of the things I don't like about it are the things that will change when I have the colors in. Oh, I wish I could freely rotate, dude! That is the worst thing about MS Paint. It's not like lacking the layers or anything like that. It's just not being able to fucking rotate things. Give me my rotation back. Yeah, it's definitely the wrong place right now. Do further back and also higher up. But also, like, I need this part of the lip to look like it's actually going to line up with where the nose ends, because that's like where that dip would be. That's too far forward. I think I drew the noses and the mouth too separate. I just kind of need to redo it, to be honest. Okay. Windows 11 paint is that, but then you have to get Windows 11. Yeah, exactly. And also, I can't. Not only do I not want Windows 11, my back, but I can't get it. My PC always like tells me, it's like, oh, you know, Windows 11 is coming. You should make sure that you upgrade so that you can have security updates, because we're not going to keep adding things to Windows 10 anymore. You better, here's more reasons you should upgrade to Windows 11. And then I'm like, okay, I don't want to do that. So it's like, okay, make sure that you go and press this button to check if you are, to check so that you get your security upgrades before we go. And I'm like, oh my God, bro. Like, I'll press the fucking button just so you go away. And then I go press the button and it says, your computer can't be upgraded to Windows 11. And I'm like, okay, thanks. Leave me alone then. And every now and then it'll also pop up just to tell me, like, by the way, you're lacking in certain support because you're not on Windows 11. Like, the update has already happened, so we stopped support for 10, so you should get to Windows 11. And I'm like, I can't do that. That's not possible. But it's okay, I love my Windows 10 MS Paint anyway. Windows 11 MS Paint kind of scares me because it's not familiar. It's not my MS Paint. I wanted to widen her mouth to make the perspective here make more sense. This part still needs to go more up there. I need to stop drawing it down. It needs to go up into this corner to make the angle and where the nose is make sense. Like somewhere over there. But yeah, I wanted to widen her mouth to make the perspective here make more sense, but then the issue is that I lost the kissy pose. So I'm just gonna redo this. Needs to be in that kind of position, you know? Honestly, sometimes the way that I draw mouths is just like sometimes I try too hard on making a regular mouth shape. It's one of the things, honestly, that I really need to go back into studying stuff, because I'm really inconsistent in the way that I draw mouths, especially when people are smiling and everything. I need to study more so I have like a full grasp of how I want them to work underneath, so that I can then break the rules and bend them. But sometimes half of how I draw mouths is like I think too hard about a regular mouth shape, and then I'm like, you know what, fuck it, squiggle, and then I just go with that. Like, if you look at my face, the reason that I pout like this, it's just bullshit. Same for when I do this face. Because I was thinking about how to draw myself like a focused, right? When I'm sitting like this. And like a wait, I can just demonstrate on this directly. Hang on. Where is me? Where's a picture of me? Where's a picture of me? Hang on, I need to find a selfie. There it is. Selfie. But I was thinking about, you know, like how to draw me focused and like looking at what I'm doing and everything. And like, at first, what made sense for that, if I wanted to draw a character just like, you know, chilling, normal style, would be to draw them like this. But when I did that, it just kind of didn't feel very Emmy. It looks kind of like I'm bored or like mad. And I could draw like this kind of face, but I don't feel like it suits me too much. Oh, that one's kind of cute. Or I drew like all kinds of stuff, or I put like a normal mouth. They just didn't look right. And I was like, you know what? Okay, I got to think about the way that I actually focus. Hi, Annie. Hello. I know I didn't have a credit on my border. This person asked to remain anonymous. What was it? I was thinking about I was like, okay, how am I when I'm focused? I'm not like this. None of that makes sense. None of that feels right. That all looks too much. You know what I do? And I thought about my lip shape, and I was like, it's kind of just like a my little lip tucked over, and I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, that's right. I did it. This shape that I've got for her mouth right now is not permanent, because that was me just like scribbling for where I want the position of the mouth to be to then add more. But when I look at it, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that looks better than the old one. But it's notably, this is not going to be like her smile. Like, it's not like her mouth is like this. This is like, the bottom of her mouth would be down here. Although that's also very cute. Yeah, exactly. The little face with the little cat face like this is Fincore, not Emmycore. Emmy's the opposite. Ship dynamic. Ship dynamic is this mouth versus this mouth. my top lip poking over and your bottom lip poking up. Hi, Ma. Oh, you're so pretty. Thank you. I really like that comment that they did. Yeah, I'm trying lately to make the thumbnails for them because I usually just do whichever I did last for my MS Paint thumbnails. So like for this one, for example, then it would be the pastel purple one. But I thought it kind of makes more sense if I pick, especially now that I have a lot of these pieces to pick from, to pick ones that are sort of like on brand with whatever one I'm going to do. So like that's this one that I drew, which is still honestly one of my favorites that I did. I really like how all the lines and everything came out for the hair. But this one also has, you know, like pretty flowy hair and red colors, so it makes sense. Because it's like you come for that art and then you see art that's kind of similar. I need to drink some water. I'm drinking Fanta, but I'm also drinking water. Pretty and flowy sketch too. Yeah, thank you. I think I've said this before, but one of the issues that I run into with MS Paint is in general, a habit I've tried to build over the past few years and that I'm still working on is I try not to zoom in too often while doing art, or too far. Or rather say zoomed in, because even though it makes sense, especially when you're lining and stuff, to like, you know, zoom in all the way so you can get a certain detail right, if you spend all of your time on a piece zoomed like that, it will be to your detriment overall, because you're just looking at that one part and not at the entire big picture and how it looks together. It'll like mess with your focus, and you'll screw stuff up. But hang on, I forgot what kind of mouth I wanted to draw, because Momochikan has mine, but the intention was for her to still have a mouth open. I keep changing my mind as I draw this on whether I want her, because if I do it like this, I can go more for the idea that she's blowing a kiss, and it's like, you know, this is her lip being like, mwah. Or I can open it up again. Anyway, sorry, what I was gonna say, if you spend too much time just zoomed in on stuff, you'll miss a lot of the bigger picture, literally. And your brain will like zero in on one detail and not think about how it looks in regards to everything else. You end up with a less balanced image. And it can also low-key kind of waste your time sometimes, because if you're focused on a tiny detail and making it look like super perfect zoomed in, then sometimes you like really don't need to do that. There are a lot of details that when you're looking at your overall piece, you can sacrifice because they just will simply not be seen, and it's more important to think about what you want to prioritize. But I used to go way too hard on zooming in on literally everything that I wanted to do. And like I was just saying, it was to the detriment of my overall stuff. I had too many details in tiny places. I had a lot of things that were unbalanced. Nowadays, I think composition overall is one of my, I think it's one of my strong suits, or rather like posing and stuff like that. And something that I want to keep as like one of my specialties, and a lot of that just comes to staying zoomed out for all of the stuff that I can. The reason this is hard in MS Paint is because in MS Paint, because it's evil, even though I love MS Paint, if you're zoomed out, because the type of like pixel art it is, your lines will get all fucked up. Like if I'm drawing this, right, if I draw this right here, if I draw a little heart here, nice smooth little heart, you know, like it is pixels, so obviously there's only so much they can do to make it smooth because you only have so many pixels to work with. Nice smooth little heart. If I draw the same kind of heart from like out here, even if it looks kind of smooth here, once you zoom in, it's like, oh, fuck is that? Because of the way that they're zooming and their pixels and stuff work. So I can't do that. I often have to zoom in, but I don't like to do it too much. Because especially when it's things like this, where the issue is that I'm trying to figure out like an overall thing about the image, then you benefit more from avoiding your zoom. Ooh, there we go. That's closer to the kind of mouth that I want for the little kissy lips. You can kind of see now the idea, right? That she's going like, one day, I kind of want to do again what I did in that one MS Paint stream one time, where I just kind of like did karaoke while I was drawing. So that was really fun. Best friend, I know say no. Best friend, I know say no. For any monitoring enjoyers in chat, that song that I was just singing by Deco27. I don't know why I say, I alternate constantly between saying Deco27 or Deco Nina. It's pronounced Nina, but anyway, for any Deco Nina enjoyers in chat, if you like monitoring, do you guys prefer the original or the Best Friend remix? Give me your hot takes. best friend. Michael mentioned, yeah, we were talking about having Michael earlier, about Vandor and stuff in general, and now Uno's rewatching Michael. I think I like the original Might better. Oh, fair. I really like both. I'm asking because I can't decide myself. I don't think I have a preference between the two, but I didn't listen to the Best Friend remix for a long time, I will say, because I was very into the original, and I listened to the Best Friend remix and I was like, oh. And now I think I listen to the remix more often, but that might also just be because I listened too much to the original before, probably. How do I want this lip to be? I need to figure out how to draw the lips that I want without like basically changing her shape, because I want it to be clear that this is like a little kissy face lip and not like me just turning her mouth into this shape. I need to put that good. Oh, sorry, the curve I had here before. Fuck. I want to cover both versions of monitoring someday as well. I really love both of them. Right, I need to think. If the shine for her nose is here, then that means that her nose is like here in actuality, which means I kind of need to move the mouth a little bit if I want it to make sense, because at the moment the nose is off to the side and her mouth is in the center, you know? But this part of your nose lines up with this part of your lips. This is why I wish that I could freely rotate. I can't decide if whenever I eventually cover monitoring, I want to do them English or Japanese. Oh, I wish I had rotation. Sorry. This is really bugging me. I can like tell that it's off in a little way, but it's off in a little way that's kind of like a really pain to fix right now. If I just had like a warp tool, if I could just like shove this bit, like push this up there a little bit in that kind of direction with the warp, oh, life would be so peak. I don't know if I like that better or worse. That feels too low. But then it's like her nose is like there. Really what I should do is just like adjust the eye shine probably. I mean the nose shine. Yeah, that's definitely too low for me. I also think her nose is kind of on a different curve to her eyes right now anyway. Now that I think about it. Should be more like this kind of direction. I feel like all these changes are fucking it up, so I'm gonna undo half of them. I think it may be better to simply let this be. And move on and decide more how I feel about that kind of stuff later. I think that's fine. But I do want to shift the nose shade a little bit. Best friend, I know that best friend, I should know that. Yeah, okay. Okay, I like the sketch. Yay! Yippee! Success. Okay. Ugh. I'm still kind of indecisive about the mouth. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I'm still honestly really fussy with that mouth, but I think it is better that I leave it because I don't think there's much I can do at this point. To be for real. Like, I could consider moving the whole fucking thing over here, but again, I'd have to like redraw and rotate a lot of it. Because to move it over here, it'd have to be more like I move it like this. I would basically do that. So I think I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, I need to stretch for a sec before we log in. I have a tendency that I've noticed lately, like this is part of why I think during the songwriting stream yesterday, I got like really sort of like art blocked halfway through. Is I kind of like especially when I'm streaming and stuff, sort of like zero in on my goal and don't take enough like pauses in between, which for a lot of these I don't really need to take like crazy breaks or anything, and I tend to, you know, take at least one break partway through an art stream, but because I'm so locked in, then it's like my brain needs to refresh if I want it to be better. Like being locked in only helps so much, because if you never give your brain a break to focus on something else, it'll kind of just like burn out halfway through. Burnout isn't quite the word that I'm looking for, but you know, it gets me like art blocked, because I noticed with the stream yesterday, I was having tons of fun, to be real with you. Like I was having tons of fun in the songwriting stream, enough so that like after I stopped and ate and stuff, I was like, I kind of want to stream more. I was really tempted to just hop back on stream yesterday because I went and did worked a little bit more on the song after stream. And even like when I ended, I mostly just ended because I was like, yeah, this is a good time to end. I should make sure, like I should force myself to stop and go eat and like do something else and stretch and everything for a bit. But I was like, I don't know, I'm kind of in the mood. I kind of want to keep going. But yeah. I was really tempted to just hop back on, but it did also help that I stopped and did something else for a bit and like listened to anything that wasn't that song for a couple hours and like ate and everything, because then once I sat back down I was like, okay, yeah, I've got my energy back, I've got ideas back, everything's flowing again. Where I spent like a lot of the last hour or so of that stream just being like, there's no like melodies in my brain. Taking breaks is important. Which is funny to say, because it's like, no way, really, Emmy? It's good to take breaks? That's crazy. How could I ever have known this? But, you know. Honestly, I quite like how this is so far with the, what is this here? Oh, it's a little bow, this one up here. Is that a little bell? I think it is. Wait, I'm going to check the reference. I kind of like how this is with the gray sketches. Like, I really like this pencil-y look for it, to be honest. I almost want to keep it like this, but I also really wanted to color this, especially because, like I said, I thought it would look really nice with like a almost like pin-up-y vibe, especially with the colors that it has. Let me check the ref quickly before I draw in that little accessory so I can know what it is. Ah, okay, that's the shape for it. It's a little loop for the bow. I should really just take a whole screenshot of this, to be honest. Can I still paste that? Let's find out. I can! Let's fucking go. Since I can see most of her face anyway, I'm gonna paste that like here. So it's like, Ooh! Good afternoon, Serena. Valentilier. Hiya! This bow is way tinier than that though, so I might actually, let me try that again with pasting it, but I'm gonna make it smaller. Otherwise I'm gonna get too focused on drawing the details big. Okay. Do 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 do. 確かな心震える眼差し世界で僕は一人ぼっちだ知らない春は嬉しくて寂しくて Then it has this little dangle at the bottom. I think I still drew it too big. Yeah, it's still too big. Because that thing is like tiny on the original. Teeny weeny tiny little accessory. What else do I want to cover lately? Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a little hint that I'll probably be doing some Bandori covers soon, but I'm not telling you how. But those will be shorts, I believe. And then I'm gonna cover Internet Overdose sometime soon, and also Imprison 12. Yeah, I'm gonna get Internet Overdose soon, and also Imprison 12 at some point in the future. Like I said last time, it's not necessarily the thing I'm focusing on right now, but I do want to do it in the foreseeable future, like near-ish. I will definitely actually make a proper cover of Give Me Awesome at some point. I was honestly considering pushing that ahead of Astro Girl at one point, because it's just kind of become my theme song, especially since I wrote those lyrics that I used for Yokai Party and stuff, and for my first karaoke stream about me, rather than just as direct translations of the song. So I will do Give Me Awesome sometime. But it's not next on my list, but that will happen. And there are some things that I'm working on with other people that I'm very excited to get out eventually. I would really like to this is just like an idea I was floating with some friends and stuff, so don't expect to see much of it soon. But I really like to cover some songs from Milgram at some point. I've written English lyrics for some of them, actually. There's most of the English lyrics I've written, I think I want to go back over and redo, because they're English lyrics that I wrote, and then I think they're out on my my little Tumblr site that I have. It's just a website just to dump all of my free to use trans lyrics on. And I want to touch those up, but I've written for some of them, and I kind of want to see if I can write English lyrics for every Milgram song. Especially now that we're at trial 3 and I have the full character stories and stuff. This is right in between her eyebrows in it, because on this drawn ref it's kind of above, but on here it's directly in between her brows. I will go probably more like the drawn one, because since I assume you probably didn't get to choose the position of the gem in game, I'm gonna take it that the drawn one is like a more purposeful, something like that. And she has a little mole over here which I've accidentally covered up. Okay, yeah, like I kind of like the pencil-y vibe of this so much that I almost don't want to color it. Like, I still want to add more if I'm going to end up leaving it like this, but I really like the way that it looks as a sketch. And like, I don't really, most of the time, to be honest, me personally, I don't really suffer too much from the like, oh, I liked the sketch better than line art, because I've kind of figured out how to conquer that most of the time now. And when I sketch like this, it's usually basically just line art that isn't quite done yet. Like I can conquer that, but it's like, I kind of like the way that it looks like this, you know? So I have options. Originally, what I was thinking when I started this, I'm going to save a couple versions of this file for myself, just in case. Hang on. That'll help with what I'm about to say. When I thought about this morning, and I was like, how do I want to do this piece? Because I tend to think about that, even though I haven't sketched yet. I like think in my head, what kind of vibe do I want to head for today? Because these are, you know, skips, I get to do whatever. I thought I had in my head when I was thinking about it earlier is I kind of wanted to play more with the paintbrushes for this one. Where is it? These ones. Not quite like this, but I wanted to play more maybe with brushes that weren't just the default ones. Because when I'm drawing in MS Paint, I pretty much only use the pencil, the default pencil, and the eraser. I use the highlighter, but not kind of in the way that it's intended. Like, I don't just use the highlighter and brush anything on like that. Whenever I'm trying to figure out like a shading color, and I'm not sure what to do based on the actual MS Paint color picker thing, then I use that. Like, say if I've got like you know, blue here, and I'm like, ooh, I want to shade that in pink. I want like an in-between pink. Then I use that to pick a color. That's like 50% opacity. I don't really use the other ones like ever. I pretty much never use the pen ones. Oh, I really should use this more. This reminds me of, I used to line with a brush like this. That was a like triangle or square shaped like this. Oh, I might do that today, actually. That looks really nice. But I don't think I can fill till that, right? Because it's... yeah, okay. The reason also that I don't use these ones... Wasn't Chan like to know? What's the topic about? Oh, well, the topic is art. Because, like... wait, hang on. Let me explain this part and then I will get back to what you asked. But the reason I don't use these pens much, aside from just liking the look of the pencil one, is all of these ones have anti-aliasing. As in, they're like soft on the edges, which means that I can't change the color with a fill tool. And I don't think I can even do the what's it, the thingy like this, right? I can't do the alpha locking trick with these because it's all counts as different colors. Yeah, I can't. Anyway, the off-topic rule, by the way, it's so how to explain it. You don't need to worry all the time about knowing exactly which thing I'm talking at a specific moment. It more means like don't go entirely off from the stream altogether in a way that's confusing. Like, for example, when I'm playing a game on stream, it's confusing for me to keep up. If, say, I'm playing, like, Genshin Impact or something, and then someone comes in and it's like, let me tell you a story about this thing that happened. Or, like, can I tell you about this random other visual novel? And I'm like, unless I ask for things like that, you know, it's, like, confusing to keep up with, right? When we're in art streams, I don't really mind as much hearing random little snippets of like life and people's days, or when we're in like study ones, stuff like that, because we're just kind of, you know, yapping about anything for half of it. But yeah, it basically means like try and keep it vaguely relevant to the stream. Just so that we can all communicate together. Otherwise chat gets confusing for other people and it's hard for me to keep up with the conversations going on. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I look good so far. Thank you, thank you. And hi, good morning. Yeah. Oh, I really can't decide what I want to do. I really like the sketch. Like, yeah, so I have a few options. I could do something like that, and color it in. And what I was thinking in my head was I do like, say, like, for example, like, do my normal base colors and everything. This is so sketchy that I can't really use it as an example for what I was saying, to be honest. That I do like my normal base colors and stuff, and then play with a texture with the other brushes on top. But I think, to be honest, I might just not like any of these brushes enough to do that, now that I look at it. Because this kind of hair, in my opinion, lends itself well to being all sketchy with it. Well, to be all painterly with it is the word I was looking for. Yeah, I was considering messing around with the other brushes for this one and stuff like that. But now that I look at it, I don't really know if I actually want to do that. And like, it could be fun. You can get fun texture out of that, you know? Or I was considering that second option is that I could do line art and make it kind of more like the, you know, the content we have as the thumbnail for this one, this piece, where I did like proper line art. I lined it basically the way that I would line something in CSP, and you can see all the details in it, because that also looks really nice with this kind of character design and with the way I've drawn it so far. But now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, low-key, it kind of feels like it'd be really pretty. It's just a sketch. But my MS Paint things usually are colored. Like, I can vary with them, you know, but I want them to at least all feel sort of as finished as each other. Like, the point of them being cheap, and they are 20 now, but they used to be 10, and this one was a 10, was that it's like, you know, a scab, you can get like any range of quality, right? Because like even though I still like to be proud of them all, say like what's one that's still slightly more recent? Because I realized a lot of the examples I was going to use of ones that were simpler are like old, so they don't apply anymore. What's an example I can give? Wow, now that I look at it, actually, kind of all of mine are really fancy now, huh? Well, for example, this one for Nimi, is like, you know, very pretty and everything. But because I did it like with these flat colors and everything, that is a very different kind of piece, at least in the way that it looks, to say this one, you know? Where I used all the like spray paint stuff and I did like fancy line art for the whole thing. Like, it's lined again as if I was lining it in Clip Studio Paint. And like this one, with all the fucking texture and the fun colors and the whole like acid thing going on over the screen, is very different from the way that I did this one for B, where it's kind of like normal art. Love the roses, it's awesome. Thank you, thank you. Have you ever never lined a piece? Hey? As in, like, not line them? Well, because this one wasn't actually lined. I mean, I guess it technically has lines in it, but the way I did this one was, like, I sketched it out, and then I just did all the colors straight flat on top of it, and any other extra lines, like these parts, got added in afterwards. And I have, like, this one for color, where it's all just, like, the colors straight on without line art. But yeah, I don't know. I really can't decide. Because I could even do this one as like a one that has no lines. Like that's what I was considering when I mentioned painting it, right? Is that I do the sketch and then just like color straight over it and sort of like play with the brushes for fun texture to get the stuff that I want. But it's like, I really like the way that it looks right now. So I'm indecisive. Feeling very indecisive. I really can't decide. Because like, I guess, like, what if I'm trying to pick? Because I do sometimes with these, just like start coloring and then figure it out later. Like with the, you know, the acid one, 𝘆cie 𝘂𝗿. That was, I was unsure about that. I was at first thinking that what I would do for it was make it like a sketchy like this, where even though this one is technically lined, it's like the lines are all like, you know, sketchy for the texture. And then I ended up lining it cleanly, and then I didn't like that, and I went straight back over it and colored on top of everything, and then added weird other texture to it. But I feel like when I'm picking so drastically between lining or not lining at all for one like this, it's important I pick first, otherwise I'm going to spend like forever on something that I might not keep. Return, welcome back. I'm back. It's gone from my Tomodachi life, my anime questions to marry me. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! What do I want to do? You did see your boy there, because I was thinking about what style I want to do this one in for like coloring and lining, because I really like the way it looks like sketchy, you know? I think it's really nice like this. But I definitely don't want to just hand in something that's entirely like just grayscale sketch like this. Like that does not feel right. That's not what the MS Paint things are meant to be like, you know? But I can't decide what way I want to color it. I'll probably save both anyway, so I can keep version of sketch, because I like how it looks as sketch. But like yeah, I could give it sketchy lines, or I could paint over it. Because I think like what I'm thinking when I say paint for it is like I wonder if I can find some of my normal art that's like this. Hang on, because most of my art that I've been doing lately outside of MS Paint, it's kind of been infected a little bit by the way that I draw in MS Paint. But a lot of things I do lately have slightly flatter colors, or I focus more on cell shading and then adding funky colors rather than like shading in like a smooth painty way. I wonder if I can find some other stuff. Wow, I really don't have much of it now. Huh. Now I think about it, because I'm looking through all the art that's on my PC. I suppose it would be evident in some of these comms. Like for these ones, I think a lot of this was technically a simpler version of my shading style. Yeah, this isn't quite what I meant, but you can see how when I'm shading with like a more like painterly brushes and everything, we get like all of these, you know, colors and everything blended together. Like I like to shade with a gouache brush on Clip Studio Paint, and I kind of was thinking doing something like this, but then again, to be honest, again, this one isn't quite the best example, because the way that I shaded this is more accurate to the way that I shaded like a where is my files go? Is more accurate to the way that I shaded like fucking, where is it? Shaded this one. Oh, I'm so indecisive. Hi, 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Guys, I really can't decide. I guess it doesn't help that what I mean when I say like painting is a type of art that I actually haven't done on MS Paint like ever yet, or at least on stream. So I don't really have much show for it. I think, okay, I am gonna go pee because I need to go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna think while I'm in there about what way I want to do this, because now I think about it, the fact that I haven't done one in the sort of painting style I'm thinking of would make that more interesting to do for this one. It would be fun. So I'm leaning towards that, even though I think lines on this would look very, very pretty. I will think about that while I'm in the bathroom for like 10 minutes. While I'm gone, what question am I gonna give you guys this time? What question? While I'm gone, if I was like an animal other than a cow, what animal do you think I would be? Pee well. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. I'll try to get better at peeing. I'll just for you. If I was an animal other than a cow, what animal do you think I would be? Stupidest answers are very welcome. I'll be right back. I'm back. I need to stretch. Hello. I return. Also, yeah, the numbers are there because what I'm guessing, my little detective mode sleuthing guess is that when you made your YouTube, you just put in like the name Finn as display name. But YouTube has usernames, you just don't like see them anywhere, except in the last I think it's been a few months now, they decided to change it so that in chat it shows your like usernames instead of your display names, and I fucking hate it. It's really annoying. Because most people's usernames are just like random shit. Their display names are what are important so I can actually see their names. I don't know why they changed it. I don't know anyone who likes it. It pisses me off so bad. But yeah, I need to put more lip balm on. My lip balm has gone dry. Do you guys want some? It's cocoa butter. You want some Vaseline? We can share. I'll give you a little kiss. There we go. Let's kiss. There we go. Mwah. That was all okay. Yeah, Vaseline. Cocoa butter. It's cocoa butter lip balm. Mwah. Mwah. Okay. I'm still indecisive, but I think I'm gonna try and go painting style with this. And I will just see afterwards if I like it. If not, then I guess we go backwards and I die or something. But I've saved 2 versions of this so that I can come back to this one if I need to. If I had layers right now, that would help a lot with the decision, because I would just like paint and stop painting underneath this so that I can decide if I still want all these like facial features or if I want to just paint over them, and then I do the stuff on top. That's usually how I do it for things where I'm going painterly or lineless when I'm on like a CSV or something. I do flat colors and stuff under and then go on top after. But that's not as possible. I mean, I can still do the flat colors underneath for this, but to do that I have to be a little bit more tedious about it. So what I'm gonna do for that is I need like a gray that isn't one of the ones I sketched with. So let me get like this kind of color, I guess. How different is that? That is not different enough. I need it more different. I've done several really silly, stupid things today, but only like minor things, but they're still really goofy to me. Like when I was lip balm tinted, no. It's just like normal Vaseline, so it's just like clear. When I was coming back up the stairs just now, I did, in fact, Crimson will be very happy about this, actually trip up the stairs. Because the one time that I actually fell over doing one of my first streams, I fell down, but some people, naming no names, Crimson, keep saying that I fell up somehow, but that's not what happened. But no, in this case, I did trip up, but also I didn't go crazy or anything, otherwise I would have told you guys. But I just kind of slipped up on the last step, and dropped my bottle. But earlier, I also fucking, I was eating my ramen and it got in my eye. It was really spicy too. I was eating spicy ramen. Yeah, I'm okay. It's not like I hurt anything. No, it's just a competent. I just kind of slipped up on the last step and was like, whoopsies. But earlier, what I wasn't okay with, but I washed it out, so it's okay. I was eating spicy ramen for breakfast, and then at one point I was slurping up a noodle and it just splashed directly into my eyeball. There was a half second where I felt something and I was like, wait, is there something in? Oh god. Oh no. Ah! And then everything burned and it was evil. It was horrible. It didn't take that long to wash out or anything, so it's not like it was that crazy, but it was for me. That was my very hard, very difficult, painful morning. Whimper. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna outline this with this gray so I can use it as a background color so that I can so that I can actually test base colors in this without fucking it all up, since I don't have layers to work with. I've also got a bunch of Maigo and 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 songs now since stuck in my head now since we talked about them. Ah, shit! Lara, you're my everything. That's not my 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. That is just Pandora in general. That's Rosalia. I am moving on with you. Lucky thing about this is there isn't really much space that needs to be background anyway, because it's like all hair. I'm making her hair big as hell for this. That's gonna be half my focus of this piece, just drawing her hair, which is why I wanted to maybe like get more painty with it. Okay, let me decide the main colors for the rest of it. This ref, I believe, has a noise filter over it, which is a little tricky for deciding colors. Was there a color palette anywhere else on the ref? Let me find out. There was not. Okay, I will take from that and pray. Oh, I didn't read you guys' answers to the question that I asked for a BRB question, did I? Oh wait, hang on. What did you guys ask? What did you guys ask? Well, what did you guys say? A shrimp? What the fuck? Why? Is it because of my posture? Is this about my posture? Is that what this is? Is that what this is? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. I do also think if someone ate me, then they turn pink, so that makes sense. And to be honest, shrimp kind of makes sense if you think about it, because shrimp in Japanese, or at least like the food version of it, is ebi. I'm like Emmy. Maybe there's like an evil version out of me there. There's like an evil version of me out there, or an alien hovered over like the ocean instead. And it's like those memes with like big strikes of lightning hitting one random spot in the scene. It's like, fuck this one fish in particular. That's an evil Emmy. That's their backstory. Instead of a UFO over a cow field. You would be a dog? Honestly, tracks. That makes sense. That makes sense. I feel like if you try to assign me like animal energy that isn't just being a cow, you know, when people like out of like the normal ones, people assign like, oh, this person's a golden retriever, this person's such a kitty. I definitely give dog, I think. Giant teddy bear, also very valid. That makes sense. That one, I think yeah, correct. I feel like if I presented myself as an animal that wasn't a cow, like if I made myself like some kind of like fake sona as a VTuber, I feel like teddy bear would be an option that I'd probably consider. Just because I look really silly. Stupid answer would be a single-celled organism. Hey! I feel like I'd have at least 2 cells. I'd have at least 2. I gotta have space for my silly thoughts. Emmy would be a cow. Haha. Or maybe a red panda that seems silly when try to attack. Oh, red panda would also make sense. That tracks. I get you. I tried to remind you. Thank you. I'm really tempted once again to do like karaoke the whole time that I draw. If I was a Twitch streamer, I would do things like that all the time, to be honest. A lot of friends that I've made over time that are Twitch streamers primarily do that, where they just have like music playing and end up singing along to it half the time, but you can't really do that on YouTube. Like for Twitch, at least, one of the things a lot of people do is like they can play those kinds of things live, but then just have to take it out of their VODs after. But YouTube, from at least my experience, is a little bit stricter with locking down your shit even while you're live. As we experienced that one time that I tried to do like a Dance Moms watch along stream. And then my stream got taken down. I didn't even get like some big like permanent strike or anything. It just like got shut off. So you have to be careful with music. And I believe it's the way that the VODs work. I don't think you can do the same thing that you do on Twitch, where you can just like play the music, but have that not be in the final VOD. But I don't remember. I think it's different. I'm singing like 3 different songs and mashing them up. You know, aside from Bandori, I asked this definitely last stream as well, because I was asking, I think that was my BRB question last stream, right? Was songs that you'd like to hear me sing? But I asked about it in like Bandori context today, but are there any others that come to you guys in mind as songs you'd like to hear me sing? Or rather, actually, because I will release original songs at some point. I mean, like, you know, I already make original songs just for other people most of the time. Like you guys watched me working on B's one yesterday. But if you imagined like Emmy originals, is there any kind of like certain vibes or genres and stuff that you'd love to hear me in? Love to hear me do? What comes to mind? What's Emmy core music that you want? I'm curious. If anything comes to mind at all. Alright, it's looking so yummy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, so far I've mostly just done the sketch and slapped some colors in place, but hopefully it'll keep being yummy. I need to grab a dark acrylic here quickly, just so I can separate this hand and not get them mixed up later. Like, that's not necessarily how that's gonna look there, but I just want to make sure I don't fuck these pots up. It's hard to tell everything apart right now. Anything with super fast drums? What, for original things? Yeah, makes sense, definitely. Honestly, if not a guitarist, now that I'm like learning guitar and stuff, if I could, I would have become a drummer instead. I still want to, honestly. I really want to. I would love to be a drummer. I would love to be both. Like when I was younger, I used to think piano or guitar would be the options I'd go for, especially because I'm a songwriter, you know. But then over time, I leaned more towards guitar, especially now that I have two kins in Bandori who are guitar players. But my brain lagged. But I feel like drums are more me. And like a lot of the time when I'm listening to songs, especially if I like doing like fuck ass air instruments alongside them, then I'm always focused on drums. Like when I'm writing them often, I feel like my brain leans more guitar focused when I'm like imagining how the instrumental will be. But I listen along to a song and I'm like, ooh, the drum here and here, and then I end up like acting it all out. I get really obsessed with the drums, and I have a good sense of rhythm, I suppose, is what I'm getting at as well. But that's a dance bias. The bonuses of being a dancer and rapper and shit. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Would you consider Levitating by Dua Lipa? Oh, that's a kind of random ass choice. You know, I would consider it. In the past, I think I was considering doing a synth cover of it, because I remember there was a time, especially after that song was like trending and everything, where like every new synth that I saw was kind of painted nails. Yes, because she has painted nails in her ref. Every new synth that I saw, the first thing I'd see people do with them as their like demo was make them cover Levitating, and I was like, why? Okay. But I do like the song. It kind of slaps. I like the version with the baby rap as well. Sorry, I hit my mic for a sec. Sorry, that made a weird noise. Miracle Wave is like the baseline energy level for Emmy music. Yeah. Serena's definitely not biased. No, but yeah. I love Miracle Wave. I should even cover that sometime. I should do that. I'll do that live one day so I can do the backflip. But yeah, Emmy energy level songs gotta go crazy. But I really want to do a lot of sort of cool music in the future as well too. Get mobilized with you to the guitar solo. Yeah, that would be so cool. We'd have so much aura, dude. Okay, I'm gonna be brave, guys. I'm gonna be brave and try using the paintbrushes. I really don't want to, specifically because it's hard to color over them. Like if I was in CSP, then I could paint this in right now, right? And then if I didn't like the color, I could fill it in after. But I guess with this one I can. Okay, I guess it was just that pen brush that I used that wouldn't let me. This one I can kind of get away with it. The anti-aliasing is still a problem, but I'll deal with it. I hate the way that I fucked it up by doing that. I need to pick a different color here. A lot of this is looking odd right now anyway, because it looks like I made her darker, but that's just because the hair is still white right now. But I'm mostly just kind of placing in colors so that I can figure out all the other bigger stuff afterwards. I just kind of need these things to be in place. Afternoon. Hi, Panic Attack. Hello. Good afternoon. How's your day been? Oh, and hello, Mercy, it's Glitter. Glitter? Hello, Mercy, it's Glitter. Hi. Hello. Okay. For the shirt, how exactly am I gonna draw this one in MS Paint? Because the shirt is like sheer. I suppose it's specifically like white in the top and stuff, so I can start with this color. That's gonna be stuck in my head now. Oh, the urge to do painting karaoke. It was so fun the time I did that last, but also I feel like doing something like that requires me to be drawing something that that doesn't really require as much focus, so I can do both well rather than half focusing for half of one. You know, also because I've been thinking about internet overdose, like I said, because I'm gonna cover that soon, or rather next, as my next week cover. I had that in my head all the time. But that's also, I get that in my head a lot because it's a good song that I like listening to, and I had those lyrics finished for a while now. I think, was there anything? I think I considered changing one thing before, that I might change before I release it properly. But otherwise, those have been like fully done. And I'm resisting the urge to sing them because even though, again, I think I might have done it briefly on a karaoke stream at one point. I want to keep at least some of it to myself. You know, it's nice to have like some element of surprise. Go have to go pizza. Good to have pizza. Bye bye. Bye, Maha. Have a very nice day. Lazy Saturday. Hell yeah. That's a good way to spend a Saturday. Okay, let me block this part out so I can put a color there. Honestly, guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like already missing the sketch. I really like how this one looks sketchy, but I want it. You know, like I said, I wanted to paint it, so I kind of want to commit to this because I think it'll look good once I lock in. It's just kind of hard to. Whenever I do something like this where I get rid of the lines for stuff, it's like hard to trust the process, you know. But I really have to trust the process. There's no way around it other than that. But since you like lose a lot of the details that were like sketched in and stuff earlier as you're blocking things out, it feels like, oh no, it's ruined. But I'm like, no, it'll be less ruined once I've actually gotten into the part of painting and shading everything. Trust, Emmy, trust yourself, trust the process, even if it doesn't trust you. I'm always fucking saying, I gotta trust the process even if it doesn't trust me. Okay. Okay. That is, again, not how the shading is gonna look, but I need to just like blob these colors in so I can figure out what I'm working with for everything. Trust the process. Please trust the process. Please trust the process. And then she has her boob window here. So that would end up sort of like a, well, more like that. Okay. And then I'm going to drop this color in here for now at the bottom, just to show what the poop window goes. Ah, God, I wish I had layers to work with. I wish I had layers to work with so I could like drop my sketch on top whenever I want to. But I needed those just sort of blocked there so that I can look at how the hair works in comparison. Now I can start painting the hair. And once the hair is like good, then everything else will make more sense. Trust me, trust me, trust me. The one issue is I feel like if I was painting something like this in MS Paint, again, either I'd have the sketch on top for a while or I'd have it like a sort of start with something that's lower opacity so I can still see it underneath. But I don't have that. Did I say MS Paint? On Clip Studio. I don't really have that option here. I have some brushes I can like, you know, line certain things more with, but those are tricky to use because I can't fill them after. Which paint brushes do I have to work with? Okay. The one thing that is also hard about MS Paint is all the brushes, their sizes, or like rather the available sizes, vary really greatly. Like the biggest size for this is entirely different to the biggest for the pencil, and even just to the other paint brushes. Like this one only goes this big. And that's the one I was using for the rest of that, but I can't really use it for the hat. This one will be quite nice for texturing things, I think. Which one is that? What's that one called? The watercolor. What's the natural pencil like? I never use that. Oh! Oh, it's really fuzzy. Looks like just straight noise. I've like never used that brush before. Huh. We have the like crayon one, which is also good texture, but it doesn't really give me any control for something like this. I probably won't use it like at all. There is the oil brush. That big one. That one like gives hair stroke, but again, I feel like you don't get much control with it. And most of the ones where they layer over themselves like this, I do not like very much. It does look kind of fuzzy though, but kind of like too fluffy. Not really the same way that I paint. And then there is two calligraphy brushes. I believe one of these is a square tip and one of them is a triangle. This one is square tipped. Is this one triangular? Oh no, it's also square. It's kind of in a different way. Hang on. Ah, I see. Okay, the first one's sharper. Whoa. Oh. Right, and also we have the highlighter and we have the spray paint. Spray paint is also used as much other than texture. I guess then I will start painting this with the watercolor and we will see how it goes and pray. And if I end up not liking the painting style at all, then I will go open my thing back up and get back to doing it sketch style. Actually, you know, I might not. Okay. Again, if I was working in CSP, I'd go straight over my wet stuff with a paintbrush like this. But in MS Paint, the issue is these come on so thin that rather than give texture, it kind of just means I have to do like 50 layers in order to get it to cover the white. So maybe it would be smarter to start with a base color and use this for shading. Yeah, okay, it would. Hang on. One sec. I am going to... Is there plain white over here? Not much of it. Cool. I'm gonna try something. Oh. This looks really fucked up, but just like bear with. I'm kind of giving myself an underpainting to work from, although that is really hard to see anything with this fucking line color now. But I'm gonna try and work from this. But I will need to change the let me get a darker version of this and replace the line art color that we had for those sketching with that, because then it'll be less hard to look at. And then same for the other one. Cool. Okay. Now we fuck around and find out. The bow in the back here is kind of getting in my way, so I'm gonna erase that and I can draw it back in after. Let me just like fill that in black or something for now. Yeah, something like that. In fact, I'll draw the bow in now. Oh, let me fill this in white. Don't want that to affect it. There we go. I really don't want to spoil my Internet Overdose cover. I really am trying so hard. I don't want to share much lyrics until it's actually out, because I'm proud of them. So it's better that they're experienced all in one go together. Yeah, I think. I forgot how the Japanese lyrics go. Poison radio. Okay, now we can get more painty with it. Need a smaller brush. I wish I had I could full brush size control. But then again, a lot of these things that I claim to wish about CSP are honestly not even fully true. CSP, why am I mixing them up so hard today? A lot of these things that I claim to wish about MS Paint are not even fully true, because, like, you know, I wouldn't draw in MS Paint if I didn't like the way that it was. I like it being the way it is. That's a part of the charm of doing these special comms and everything with my mouse and in MS Paint. I like its weird layout, its weird functions. And some of those things are very frustrating. And are things that feel like they just weren't considered when making it rather than purposeful. In fact, most of them feel like that. But it's like, it's funny. It's endearing. Using these paintbrushes is really fucking hard, to be honest. Oh my gosh. I don't know how people normally, like, there's a lot of people I know who, like, primarily use these kinds of things to MS Paint, and, like, while I'm doing it now, I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, I'd crash out. It's really hard because the way the brushes work is just so odd. You don't really get very much control. Like, it's so hard to just, like, paint this little corner. I also wish I had a better color blending to work with here. I think part of the issue, I suppose, is if I try too hard to paint this the same way that I like paint things when I'm going old page style in CSP, is I will inevitably just be disappointed because that is not possible. So I'm gonna have to lower my expectations a bit. If you want art, lower your expectations a lot. I wanted a color in between these two, but I kind of just ended up with one lighter. Don't like that. Give me a darker color. That is another thing that is kind of a struggle at MS Paint, is it's really, picking colors is not that fun. You guys can't see the color picker when I open it in MS Paint, but like, let me, hang on. The color picker for MS Paint looks like this, and you can't make it any bigger. When I say you can't make it any bigger, let me take a screenshot of it its actual size. This is the MS Paint color picker. That's what you get to work with. And other than that, you just hope for the best. Like, it being this type of graph isn't the end of the world, even though I prefer ones that are like a circle or a square or a triangle, because picking the hue like this is really tough. But like picking the saturation, or rather the brightness from that side thing, and then the hue and saturation from this with them entirely separated is so weird to me. And I don't like not being able to go around in a circle. It's like, it's so tiny that getting specific hues is really tricky. And especially for the brightness, because it's such a limited little scale. It's so hard to pick a color that's like in between ones you've used. That's why I end up using my little weird highlighter trick so often. Oh fuck, I'm spoiling my lyrics. I can't do that. Girl. Okay, now that I'm actually getting into the painting like this, I am having fun. You know, I like doing my MS Paint streams solo, but I realized one day I should do like one of these as like a Totsu or a collab with someone. Because they are easier for that, because for a lot of them, when I'm doing things like this, I just kind of turn off my brain. I mean, that's one of the things I like about painting like this as well. Even though I use a lot of like, you know, funky colors and fuss over it, when I have something where it's like, first of all, something where I'm drawing inside of my own element, like hair like this, where it's like my specialties. But then also I'm just kind of doing the sort of painting where I'm not thinking too much about like specific lines and stuff, and I just get to play with colors. I just get to go, yay, color, and my brain turns off from there. And it's very satisfying to me. I need to remember what my plan was with the hair over here, because I drew like really specific weird shapes in this section, and I don't think I can replicate those fully with this brush. But yeah, it's fun. My brain just kind of turns off and I go, woo, pretty colors, shapes and colors. A kaleidoscope? I'm not 5 shapes and colors. Varying brush thicknesses with this one is really tricky. Each like a potential brush thickness has like a different issue for why it's not the one that I want. I don't quite like the way that I just did that. I feel like that's not the same as what I sketched there. I think I need a lighter color to go this direction instead. Do I like that I just did? Or do I not? I think it's a not. Wait, let me look at my sketch again really quick. Where'd I put it? Ah, I see. Right, okay, I see the difference that I have going on here now. Okay, let me clean this part up. There we go. I need a yap subject. Maybe I should tell you guys a ridiculously unnecessary amount about Barbie movies again or something. There we are. Okay. Oh, I need to turn this background back to white, because if I want it as anything other than gray, then using this paintbrush will make that hard because it will have like low opacity parts over the edge. Okay, what the fuck was the sketch like for this corner of the hair again? Ah, right. I did it differently. It was more like, more like this. Pasting that back in again for a second. Fuck. Ah! Why the fuck did you do that? I can smell food being cooked. Oh, it smells really yummy. It smells really yummy. It smells really yummy. Okay, I definitely gotta talk about something else so I don't think about the yummy food being cooked. You know, at some point, I just remembered I really need to, like, most of my MS Paint streams are commissions, but I would like to do some that are not sometime. And B, I specifically need to finish that one tropes I found out that we did in one MS Paint stream where I wasn't doing a comm. Do I still have the file for it here? I've got to have it somewhere. Where is it? This one! This one that we started in the stream and I never finished. It's like one of my only PO fanouts, or like fanouts of one of my 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 at all ever. I really got to finish that sometime. Be very fun. Oh, fuck. I accidentally opened it instead of pasting it. I intended to paste it. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't lose anything anyway, but that was not the goal. Okay. You know, combining the textures of the pencil brush like this with the paintbrush, I am quite liking that. That is pretty yummy to look at, I think. So I think I'll play with that quite a bit. And then that kind of plays into the way that I paint anyway. Oh, I can smell really yummy food. Ow! The kitchen is like right beneath me. It's making me crazy. Dun dum dun dun do 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 do. Ow, my back hurts. Sometime, what I want to do, I mentioned this before that I'd like to in the future. Well, like first of all, obviously in the future, I'd like to properly be able to show off my spaceship to you guys. I was looking for words while I was sketching this part. I don't really... Why did I draw a line like that for this hair? What's it like in the sketch again? This is why it's nice to have layers. Oh. I separated entirely in the sketch, I think. Yeah, okay. Like, I'd like to be able to show my spaceship off to you guys fully, instead of just having, like, a regular backgrounds or the little human-looking room that I've been crashing in right now whenever we do our Zatsus, and our study stuff. But I'd like to show off full ship to you guys. That is... full ship is maybe a weird way to put that. Post ship. Please, send ship. I'd like to show off my full ship to you guys, but I'd also like to put some fun things in it. Like, I've said forever that I want to have a Reki Gachi Gachapon machine. That's how I like to imagine storing you guys. So I can just like pick up a gachi whenever I need one from the Reki Gachi Gachapon machine to keep all of my stupid little creatures in. But also another thing that I mentioned that I want to do is have like a big sort of like a blackboard or something that we can fill up with our memories. In the same way that, you know, when you look at my jacket that I wear, it has all these little like scribble looking parts on the sleeves and everything. And those change over time because they're just like little traces of the tropes and everything that I've absorbed over time in different dimensions. That's why a lot of them will be like a little like logos and references and symbols. They're all just straight up from other dimensions that have eaten up, staying on me. But what I kind of want to do is have a big sort of like board for us that we can update with memories over time. So maybe like every month or so or something, we'll do like a Zatsu where we specifically go and draw something onto the board to represent our favorite memories from this month. Like say for example, I'd put on there like a doodle to show when I did yokai party, or other than that, then we just do like a regular little like monthly one or something like that. I think it'd be a cute way to, you know, track things over time. And seeing our room like build up together would be cute, I think. What else do I want in there? If you guys could add anything to my ship, if you could put anything in my room, what would you put? Or alternatively, what do you imagine it like? I like hearing about you guys' assumptions about me because they're always really silly to me. It's really interesting to learn the kind of views other people assume of you. I'm not fully liking the flow of the hair right now. I think it's gotten a sort of weird shape that I didn't have in the original, so I need to fiddle with that. I think it's notably because of this. It's supposed to be curving that way, when here I made it go all the way down here. I want it to go up here instead. Yeah, that's more of the angle that it's meant to be at. There were definitely more lines of this in the sketch. Ah, that's what I did. I've also gotten static stuck in my head the last couple days, like the one from Flavorfully. Don't be scared, I'm not going anywhere, so just don't touch the dial and stay here a while with me. Static and panic, I'm panic, don't you find it all fantastic the way it used to be? This is how it should be on studio seats. My ego wired in the CRT. We can skip the tutorial of familiar scenes. Repeating this is how it should be. You can kind of see some of the original lines that I had here. And I guess that works as a guide for myself to get it back to what I want. Yay. It's so fun sitting and painting. And also, even though there's a lot of things that make it hard about MS Paint, like I said, the process of doing it in MS Paint is also really fun. About having all these funky textures and filling them out with a mouse as well. It feels nice to do physically. Feels silly. The world you know is going to and fro. Be scared, I'm not going anywhere. I want to blend these two colors together here for this little part. Like this, yeah. Like the dark color is a little bit too intense, but the light red color is a little bit too light. It's a little not intense enough for the shape and shade that I want there. Yes, there we go. And then I think this should have a shade here. And then this is kind of missing anything to go here. Ooh, there we go. This is starting to look pretty. Need a little more shading on this curve, this little curl. Okay, okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. I still don't like the way that the hair vets look right now. because they're not even meant to be that venti. Venti, I know that one. I think part of my issue is this. I drew it like it was not a vent in the original sketch I had here. This was more like that, and then the vent part was underneath, which definitely helps a lot with the depth of this hair. Like like here. Once again, you can kind of see the original sketch down here. Yeah, let me change that up. Let's put this down here. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Going back and forth with my sketch feels really stupid to do. But I really liked it, so I want to keep a lot of the flow that I had in the original one. Right, so this curve more like that, well, more like this, rather than that big version that I have now. So I need to cut some of that off a little bit. All right, so Yummy, thank you so much. I'm trying out something a little new with this. I mean, I paint like this sometimes when I want CSP, but not in MS Paint, really. So this is I draw in MS Paint a lot, but this specific style of coloring in MS Paint, this specific style of coloring is a new one to do in MS Paint. There we go. Took me forever to find that sentence. I've not really done it like this in MS Paint much before. I think I made the little curl too big at the top for the vent too. Yeah, definitely. Because I wanted it to go like this and then like there. I wanted to go more like that. And then up there. Yes, okay, that helps a lot. I'm gonna do that in the small paintbrush to give it a little bit more softness and a little bit more depth. Controlling this brush is really hard. I really don't understand people who usually draw in MS Paint like this. As much as I'm loving this and it's fun to shake it up, and this is exactly why I was thinking of painting it like this today, for the way that this, like the outcome of this I like. And some of the process it's nice to have be different, but oh my gosh, the control with these brushes is so hard. It just like half the time just does not do anything at all in the way you wanted it to. I did that wrong. It would honestly be easier at this point if I just put the lines back in, but they're gonna look weird. Like, because I also don't like how I've done some of the hair. Okay, hang on. I am gonna try something. I am going to put this over here. I don't have transparent selection on. And if I paste from this, will it let me? No, it won't. Okay, because it hates me. Because they hate me. I want to take this and I want to change the line color to be one of these colors that I'm using right now. So let's do this. Go like that. Control A. Control... Fuck, okay. Like that. Control V. Nope, that is not what I said. I selected the wrong part. Okay, great start, Emmy. I want to change the gray, not the white. Also, I don't know why I say Control A because I did not control there. I want to take all of this, go like that, and replace that color. And then I want to select it with the white transparent. There we go, and bring that over here. doing this is really hard because you can't zoom at the same time as having something selected in MS Paint because they're evil. Yeah, okay. Cool, now I can vaguely see more of my sketch, and I can also still see it on the eyes, which will be helpful. I know before I like changed that with the eyes because it was in a color that's like makes it really hard to pick all the other colors because it's so off and like clashing with it. But this helps me see what I'm doing with the parts that I wanted to change, because there are quite a few things that I've done so far with this that I really don't like because I liked the old sketch so much. And I can just kind of go over the top of them again anyway. I think this should change to be like that. And this should instead be this color here. And then this color should go in there. That makes more sense of that bit. But I do need to fiddle with it a bit more because now it's got two different things happening. Maybe more like that. Things used to be. You know, maybe I should cover static specifically because of the fact that I draw an MS Paint with my mouse all the time. This is kind of just nostalgia bait in the same way that static's talking about. Every time that I get tired of a regular art program, I'm like, no, I miss the good old days when I do MS Paint, MLP, edit speed paints. That's how it should be. I need everything back again. And then I go do this. Well, why don't I like this? Like, I kind of liked it before, but I also didn't because it didn't look like what I had wanted it to look like in my head. And now that I changed it, I kind of changed it too far and I regret it. It looks a mess if I do that. I need the curl to go over. Okay. Let me figure this out. These colors are not blended, first of all. That's not really helping my case. I think we need to have a shadow here again. Breathe again. I wanna find my heaven. I wanna breathe again. What the fuck is up with the hair in this section? Like, low-key, it's kind of just everything happening. I'm trying to... Usually I don't have so much trouble making sense of my own hair sketches because I'm very specific about them. I'm gonna do the thing again. Okay. Oh, it was just entirely open there? Oh my god. That's why it's confusing. I just kind of didn't do something there. Give me new life, give me new heights. Baby, I'm now fine. Give me new life, give me new heights. Baby, I'm fine now, it's my time. You know what? Sure, that's okay. With maybe just a little bit stretched out here. Yeah. Oh, I stretched my neck. I've had these headphones on too long. What time is it? Oh, it's 4:30. Okay. It's been 3 hours. It's fine. Let's work on the spits. Let's work on the vents up here. Because I was struggling with that before. But now I have the lines back in. I should be able to figure out more what I want to do with it. I think these lines are battling with each other, and I need one of them to connect to the heaven pot up here. Oh, but I also don't like that because it was clearly meant to be like a flip, rather than it being that doesn't make sense. But I say this a lot. But the way that I make that I draw hair kind of like it makes no sense to other people when I give it to them as a sketch, even though it's like, you know, like when you look at it when it's drawn, it's like, yeah, wow, pretty. But I have my own little system for it, and it's very particular. And certain parts of hair, rather than being shaded as one clump, are meant to be like where hair flicks over. It's meant to like flip there really harshly rather than curve. Does that mean anything to anyone else's ears? No. Does it mean anything to mine? Yes. And it's telling me that this part is done wrong. I think this line is the problem. Ah, okay, hang on. How did I sketch that bit? What did I do between the sketch and starting painting this here that I don't like about it? This line is the problem. This line isn't meant to be here at all. I found it. I was right. This is the culprit. This line needs to get lost. And then spot goes more like that. Dude, sometimes these brushes just straight up don't fucking do anything when I go in a certain direction. They just like decide they don't feel like it. It's really funny to me. I think this curl here is messing things up too. It's messing up the texture that I had going on. Basically, a lot of my issues, I sketched in very big shapes, and I've kind of condensed it into smaller ones, but I don't really like the smaller ones I condensed it into. They sort of messed it up. I condensed it, I broke it down into, I separated it up into small ones. Meant to be there. That is a shadow that goes there. There is this tiny shadow here. This goes over the top of it. Wrong button. I wish flipping didn't count as an undoable action in MS Paint. I'm starting to understand now the way that I sketched this part originally, because it was closer to what I'm doing now. But I think it just got lost in translation partway through. yeah, this needs to come over here, like straight over the top, in order to make sense of this curve. Because at the moment, it doesn't make sense. It's like too thick and too thin for all the things that are going on related to it. Oh, it's meant to be like that. Right. That's supposed to come here. And this should go here. Oh, I'm fussing with this so much right now that it is genuinely almost I'm resisting, almost making me consider going back to just having this sketch and just like lining that out a little bit more. But I really do like the painty look for it, and I think it like I don't know how to explain this, but almost like deserves it as a piece. But I'm like, I don't want to give in and just do that. That would make me kind of sad. Oh, wrong paste. I think specifically because curls are like my specialty, my comfort zone, these types of big swoopy curls, that when they don't go right in my own little particular way, then it's like my brain is just like, everything is just thrown off, you know? I'm like, what? No. It's like double frustrating. Like doing something that's stepping outside of my comfort zone and struggling with it is one thing. Doing something that's in mine and not getting it to go how I want is annoying. That isn't quite what I wanted to do there. It's more like because what I'm fiddling with at the moment is this this pot of hair here. I've kind of drawn like a shade for it curling under here. It kind of needs a mid color in it too. But there's still a sort of distance between how the original and the paint in the original sketch looked. And I want to figure out more of what I had intended. I suppose this part should be bright instead. So then I keep on going. Hold me tight. It needs to look like a shade for that look of hair. And low-key, I wish I could just like wash this color over this whole section. But I can't really fill tool with these colors. Ooh, that almost looks really nice. It's just time. Those lines still for this part of the vents are not working as intended. I think I need to change this so that this goes to like here. These lines need to be separate. Like I need it to flip over in that way there, but not as I've done it right now. It's like this is where it curves here. This is where it curves here, and those are two different things. Probably doesn't help that's the only place where I've lined it in that darker color. I'm trying so hard not to get bothered by this because I wanted to just mostly just have fun and see where this goes. As with all the mispaint things. This is just kind of a habit of mine that this is kind of like I said before, where it's like I don't usually struggle too much with the sort of distance between my sketch and final stuff because I've generally gotten past that for most things where I know how to overcome it, especially with my regular art. But then I'll run into things like this sometimes where it's like my brain has a very specific vision for it, and then particularly once I start coloring rather than once I start lining, it fades around. I didn't expect it to still be live. It's looking absolutely beautiful. Yay! Thank you. Also, yeah, my art stream's going quite a while, and it's only been what, like 3, almost 4 hours? No, a lot of my art streams are like more like 6. I am not a short streamer. In fact, most of these stream times that I have nowadays, someone else is yesterday too. A lot of these stream times that I have nowadays are like shorter than they used to be. I had to make myself stream shorter times because I was going too long all the time. This shape is not right. Something that I keep on going. I'm still feeling like really fussy over whether I like the sketch more. Cause yeah, like I said, that's not usually an issue I run into much, especially it's rather like I don't struggle with that between line art and sketch generally nowadays. And most of the time once I'm coloring, if I changed it up, it's like for the better. But right now it's like like there's a lot of things about the sketch that were specifically there so that they would look good when colored. But now that I'm coloring it, I'm like, no. It's just not hitting the way I wanted it to. Okay, anyway, these hair vents need to be fiddled with. Because they're kind of like art vents right now. I'm also still thinking, like I said, about the ways I maybe want my Emmy spaceship to be one day. Because yeah, I want my Rakigachi Gatsupon machine. I want a silly like a blackboard idea to share our memories through. I don't know why I made the forehead smaller accidentally. And that one curl is too big, isn't it? But I want like I kind of want to have different sort of rooms or sections to like that we can go through when I'm on stream, like different areas for different things. This is also like I know a lot of people who have a 3D rooms as VTubers do this, but like also for example like with the Blackboard thing, an example is Mage Mimi. She does not have a 3D space. Her boutique is 2D, but she has like the sort of main area to hang out in. Sometimes when she's doing like a certain tatsus or just like welcoming everyone in or doing like costume streams, and then obviously has it set up for art stuff. But then she also has like a room that has like, it's just like a little empty sort of a bedroom sort of desk looking space where she keeps little merch and memories of everything over time. I can sort of move between the rooms, all the different rooms for different things. I kind of want, I remember seeing a VTuber once in the past who had like he had one 3D space and it was all one area, but it's somewhere like you could like turn around in it to change through stuff. I'm not sure which kind of version I prefer for me. For when I welcome you guys into an Emmy space. Because different rooms and stuff would be nice, but also with it being a spaceship, I kind of like the idea of renovating my space so it's like just like one big area for every gachi. Oh, I don't like that I just did. I liked it with this part, but not the rest. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I want things to be one day. It'd be nice to have like maybe I could have like a room for Zatsus, but also for like hanging out with friends if I do like lots of stuff with hyperspace homies and everything, with like a big couch or something like that. I could put in like a double-decker couch, like a movie style. I feel like of all people, I would be the type to own that. Like a big silly couch. We can have like watch-alongs and do collabs and things like that, or like chat before streams. And then when we're doing like art things and things like this and playing games, obviously most of the time you don't see the room behind me, you just see whatever we're doing. But I don't know, I could make like a space, specifically a little art studio, so that we can start in there before I pull up the screen or something like that. That could work. Not sure. I've got much to think about. But I will gladly take Rakigachi input too. My eyes feel kind of funky, and I can't tell if it's because I'm sleepy, because I did wake up really tired this morning. Like, I think I slept enough, technically. I went to sleep kind of late, but also it was like, I think it was like 2 or something, which isn't that late for me. And considering when I woke up and when I actually like got my day started too. I went to sleep around like 2 or something, which isn't that late for me, but I didn't sleep very well. Like, I think I stayed asleep all the time. It took me a while to get to sleep. I was pretty awake for a lot of it. Well, like, for a lot of the time that I was, like, sitting in bed. There's loud ass music playing downstairs. But, like, I don't know how to put it. You know when you do, in fact, stay asleep the whole night, but you wake up and you just don't feel well rested? Like, sometimes you sleep and then you wake up and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, I've got energy. Today's good. I'm gonna start the day. You go, good morning, son. No time to chat. I gotta run and shit. But then other days, I wake up and it's just like, like, I felt like just kind of groggy this morning. Which usually that would, you know, relate to me not having slept enough, but I did sleep as far as I could tell. Or I get that way after like naps, but it wasn't quite as intense as I feel after a nap, but I do feel a little funky now. But the reason I'm saying this is I can't tell fully if it's that or if it's because earlier I rubbed my eyes a little after I'd done like my moistures and stuff, and I felt like, oh, I think I rubbed something on my eyes that shouldn't quite be there. They don't like hurt. I don't think I've gotten like infected. It's just I feel a little bit like, feels a little bit off. Yeah, something's off. But I'm sure we're okay. I just can't help what it is. I'm a little bit eepy today anyway. Just in general. A lot of the time when I say general like that, I'm chronically online, dude. When I say general like that, sometimes I think of, I think it's because I have this one meme on my phone that's like, could you not, the blank thing, like in general, with some like SpongeBob side character or whatever over it. Like it's like a character standing here. It's like an impact font meme, right? And it says like, could you not thing, like in general. I think it says like don't speak or something. And there's just like the guy standing here. But I remember in the past I had a version that was like in hashtag general, like for Discord, and then it's like, could you not like post memes or could you not vent or whatever, like in general. for whatever people are dumping shit in the wrong channels. But now it's, if I say in general at the end of a sentence, every now and then I just think specifically of that. I think of it like Discord. And it's not because I'm like so online that I don't think the word general is used in other situations, but because it comes to mind, then it feels like that. I feel like I'm like a teen character in a shitty cartoon movie where they're like, oh yeah, so this is the teenager who's always on their phone. And so they're like, huh, yeah, whoa, general, we're not on Discord right now. What do you mean? And they're like, no, general's a word. And they're like, ha 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 ha, Nickelodeon laugh track. You know? It feels like I've been written to be that kind of character. Get me out, get me out. I promise I'm not that. Okay, we're getting somewhere I kind of like more with the hair now. Still not fully satisfied with the direction it's taking at the second, but we'll get there. We'll figure it out bit by bit. Treats me good, I bet he does. I left my mark, I signed it up. Just know he wasn't born with it. I built that boy by brick, by brick, by brick. Brick? By brick, by brick, by brick. Why did I just not say the R's there? By dick, by dick, by dick. By Seabow. Just know he wasn't born with it. I built that boy by brick, by brick. Oh, right, that's why it's the by brick, by brick. That's fucking me up. I built that boy by brick, by brick, by brick. I have to try really hard to get that right. Thinking he's the epitome of everything you want him to be. Just know he wasn't born with it. I built that boy by brick, by brick, by brick. That reminds me, that song is by Say Now, but I've been listening to a lot of Flow lately. I remember hearing when Cardboard Box dropped and Flow like first came out, and people were getting onto them, and I like listened to them then. I thought they were really cool, but I didn't listen very much. Like I wanted to more. I didn't get around to it, but recently, I came across their Tiny Desk concert, I think it was, on YouTube, and I love Tiny Desk videos so much. I want to go to Tiny Desk one day. But that's gonna wait until we have music first of all. I listened to their Tiny Desk concert and I loved it, and I got so obsessed, and now I've just been listening to Flow nonstop. All the time. I especially like a Therapy at the Club, which I'm so glad they released a lyric video for recently. I kind of prefer the Tiny Desk version, but I like the flavor of both versions. They're both kind of different. It's gorgeous songs, and Flow have such beautiful voices. I really like groups like this, especially like groups like this that have like more influence from older girl group sounds, you can tell. But part of what I like is when they're this kind of like I don't know how to put it, like vocal focused in their production, because I like a lot of songs. It's something I've been thinking about a lot lately with what I want to do for original music I make for myself and the kind of songs I want to cover. But I like a lot of songs that are like, you know, focused on the production. I don't know how to word this because it's not quite what I'm getting at. It's but like how to put it. I like a lot of songs where you don't get much creativity to change with vocals when you're doing it live and stuff, because it's like, you know, really built into specific beats and everything. It's like, you know, there's silly lyrics going on, there's a whole bunch of noise and everything happening. You're kind of you got to stick to those little parts. You can still express yourself, but you know, it's like baked into a specific flow for the song. But then I also some of the stuff I like singing the most, and I feel most confident when I sing them, and thus stuff that I think would be nice for me to write for myself, is music like with flows where it's like there's a lot more wiggle room with how the vocals are done, you know? And I don't know a good way to describe it other than it being vocal focused, but yeah, I think it's really nice. Because there's such a strong team of vocalists, and they have 3 of them to do their harmonies, and it's always like a, you know, it'll be changed up a little bit between each like version you see and stuff like that. And I think it's very cool. And just the production of the song altogether lends itself to fiddling around with the vocals and with random runs and stuff in other places. Whereas some of the other stuff I listen to, especially more of a lot of the like hyper-poppy things I listen to, or like super silly J-pop stuff, doesn't really have that room, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just like different. I'm trying to figure out what I like more so I can figure out what I want to do when I properly release 𝘆cie solo music one day. Just know he wasn't born with it. To therapy at the club. Therapy at the club. So go run your mouth to a stranger, 'cause their arms feel safer than telling the man that you love. that he's not the one. And sucking is, oh, he's not enough. And sucking is tough. So go ahead and kiss who you wanna, whatever the trauma. If you ever fall out of love, try therapy at the club. I'm not really happy with the way I did the curls over this side. I feel like that doesn't make much sense. I want to change this bit to be like that instead. Try therapy at the club. Therapy at the club. Just realized the curve I did over here wasn't even the right one anyway. I'm having a lot of fun painting like this. Even though I was fussing about it a second ago. And there's still some things about it that I'm unsatisfied about, and I do still really like the sketch version of this. I am having fun. It feels nice to do this physically. And that's most important. Yeah, I want to change this to be like that. And then have a different curl going on here. Maybe. That's what I'm considering. What did I do in the sketch? It feels like the curl is too thick here. He's not enough, and sucking is tough. Ah, that's what I was going for originally. Yeah, I like the original shape better. It kind of shows off her head shape a lot better. I think this is partially at fault. This that I did over here, I need to get rid of that. That shading is kind of confusing it. It's not enough, and sucking is tough. So go ahead and kiss who you wanna, whatever the trauma. If you ever fall out of love, therapy at the club. Okay, I actually don't want this curl quite like that. I still want that there. I want to make other curls that come down here that feel very separate from the ones above. You will fall out of love. This song will leave my fucking head. Yeah, I think part of why I'm enjoying songs like that a lot more lately is because I'm really like locked in on trying to improve my, I suppose, vocal performance is the word. Like I've talked about it a lot on stream whenever I do karaoke's, that I'm practicing you know, better ways to actually like place my voice and have control over it and make sure I don't strain it and everything, use it well. But yeah, that means I've been thinking a lot about that kind of stuff, and songs like that let me explore how I use my voice are very nice. And also a lot of those things I think better complement my singing style altogether. I guess that's the point. Like I'm trying to figure out my style of singing. And obviously everyone, you know, does it differently depending on songs. You can change it around. Same as with an art style. It's not something you have to find a specific exact manner for. But I'm more trying to figure out what it is that I enjoy most. What like physically I enjoy most, like what feels most comfortable. And also things that I like to create. Because then I will feel more comfortable singing things and I will be able to show off myself better and what I like. I kind of want to fill in some of the eye color here, because I think part of why the difference between sketch and color is bothering me is because of the face being all messed up. So I'm gonna do this quickly. So go run your mouth to a stranger, sounds feel safer. Tell him the man that you love, but he's not enough. And talking is tough. Ah, God. Okay, I feel like, even though I like what I've been doing, I feel like I've got entirely different hair between here and the other one. Like, it has a whole different texture and different flow to it. I really like these little curls that I had here. I really liked the flow that this had. It was perfect for what I wanted for the image, with the curl here, the curl here. Like, it frames the face and the flow of the way that it's moving in the way I want perfectly. This does not. This does not do that. And it's really pissing me off. Like, when I look at it, it's... I know that it was fixable, but it's really irritating me to look at. It's like, the things that I liked about the sketch, most of them have been lost now, and that is driving me a little bit insane. Because it feels like this is like nice, but it's not what I wanted. Like, I still like this. I like these colors, but it wasn't the goal. I'm gonna be honest. I think I might need to line this. I didn't want to. I wanted to either do all painted colors or all sketch. But I think, like, if I'm gonna be this bothered by it, no matter what, again, like, this is really pretty and I like this, and I liked shaking it up with sorry, my mic's out of my face, with this kind of different process. But I just, like, I can't my brain can't settle on it because it's not what I was aiming for. So I am going to bring this sketch and I'm gonna line this. Oh, did it actually let me paste transparently this time? That's crazy. I mean, I don't want to paste it like that, because then it'll just kind of, it'll still be gray. Yeah, I just like the look of this so much better. And again, a lot of it is things that'll be fixed, but it's just, oh, I can't get myself to be satisfied with it. So I think I gotta align this at least to some degree, because the flow of these lines is exactly what I liked about this. And I think I lost all of that. So it's just like, it's not worth it if I don't like it. Even if this is like nice, it's not what I wanted. It was not the goal. It was a nice experiment though. It was nice to try painting like this in MS Paint. And I'm still gonna see if I can paint some of this under this. I just, like, I need the main thing to be this, because I don't like the other stuff that I did. And if I don't like it, then it's not serving what it's for. I need to take my headphones off for a second, stretch. I bought myself Bluetooth headphones recently. I bought myself, fuck, my shoulders are fucked up actually. I bought myself Bluetooth headphones so that I could use them, I mean, just in general with life, but also specifically when I was streaming, because I have an issue of wanting to stream and stuff, but not liking wearing my big overhead headphones all the time, especially because the ones that I have are like, they're really old. They're really old, they're falling apart, they're kind of fucked up, and they just, when I have them on, then my neck gets tired, because even if they're not heavy, I still end up, like, instinctively weighing my neck down. And I got Bluetooth headphones. The ones I used to have like started dying forever ago, so I needed to replace them for a while, because they, like, technically work, but they make annoying buzzing sound, and one of the ears runs out of battery within, like, 2 minutes, when it used to be like multiple hours. And then I got new ones that do last a long time. They don't make a buzzing sound. They're very nice. They're even kind of noise cancelling because of the way they fit. But even though they claim to have a distance for the Bluetooth of like 10 meters, if I am like further than like 2 centimeters away from my phone, then they start bugging out and glitching out, so I can't use them while I'm streaming. Like, when I'm using them with my phone, it's like if my phone's in my pocket or in a bag that is hanging on the side of me, like an over-shoulder bag, then the headphones will glitch out every few seconds. If I'm holding it in my hand up to my chest, then that's close enough and they work fine. So when I'm at my computer, because obviously my ear is not like pressed up against my PC tower, because why the fuck would it be, then they glitch out the whole time. It's really annoying. Whew, but I'm just gonna take my headphones off for a bit, because I need to stretch. I need to refresh. I also need some more Fanta. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't like the way that I colored that so far. I mean, I like the colors, but I like the original sketch way more. I feel like I lost my vision halfway through, and that is bothering me because I really was happy with how this sketch looked, which is kind of rare for these MS Paint things as well. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna get like a real dark color, and ideally not one of the ones that I lined the rest in. Fill that there. No, fill that there. And fuck. What? Ah. Okay. Try this again. Transparent selection. On. I want to get rid of the gray, Mr. MS Paint. Take this. Fill that there. Paste. Thank you. There we go. And then same for the, I guess I'll leave the light gray for now. But then I also want to, actually let me turn the light gray here. The light gray here into like this color. I know it's basically going to be the same thing, but I'll be able to tell them apart enough, I think. Actually, not yet. Okay, and now we take the white as our transparent pot and get this shit over here. Yeah, okay. Now I can work from my sketch. It's not enough, and talking is tough. So go ahead and kiss who you wanna, whatever the trauma. If you ever fall out of love, therapy at the club. Hello. Hi, Stomach Acid. What's up? How are you doing? Today, I tried doing some painting in MS Paint rather than usual stuff, and then I didn't like it. Not because I don't like painting, but because I really liked the original sketch for this, enough that I was considering making it just sketchy. But then that didn't work out for, and that made painting not work out, because I liked my base too much. And it looked weird once I separated them. So we put the lines back in just now. I'm just gonna figure it out and figure out how I want to turn it into being lined. I'll figure something out. I always do. I kind of I need like color that's just a little bit darker than this. Is that one darker or is it the same shade? That is the same shade. Let me get something just a bit darker, but not as dark as the line color. I'm good. I got my friend on Cora now. She's playing Stardew. Hell yeah! How's Stardew going for her? You know, I should play Stardew. I need to play Fields of Mystery again. I was so excited for Fields of Mystery when it came out, and I still really love it as a game. But like what's it? Yeah, I didn't end up playing much. I think honestly, to be real with you, the fact that I was not medicated for ADHD is probably part of it. I love like my little farming cozy games and stuff like that. You know, I'm like a big Harvest Moon player, but how much I can play them, especially live, really varies by my current attention span. And so I think at the time, even though I was so excited for it to be like a long-term thing, it just like didn't hit right in that specific instance, and so my brain just kind of disappeared. But I really want to play it more. And I haven't played Stardew very much at all. Stardew very much at all. I have it. And I have a lot of friends that like it. But I think I'm such a Harvest Moon bitch that like Stardew didn't quite hit the same. I like it, but I think I like Fields of Mystery more for a lot of things. Like it has more of the aesthetic that I like. And a few things about Stardew that I don't like are not in there. But I do want to play more Stardew Altogether because I get why other people like it, and I would like to actually at least say that I've played it through fully once, and get through more of the late game stuff and like actually like date a character and stuff. It's going wonderfully, she says. Hell yeah! Glad to hear it. Is there any bachelor or bachelorette specifically that she's rizzing up? What's your favorite as well, actually? I'm curious. That is one thing that I do know about Stardew. Because I do know the pre-people. It's kind of a weird mix having all of these fucked up crunchy lines over the top of the paint, but honestly in a way I kind of like it. I'm probably going to try and keep some of the pencil-y texture in here because I like some of my MS Paint things where you can still see all of the MS Paint pencil texture. This is kind of something I noticed halfway through the way I was doing it a second ago, where I was like, yeah, I can't make it look exactly the same as when I paint in CSB, so if I try to, I'm only really going to disappoint myself and make it frustrating. Because I'll want it to be so smooth in a way that I can't really achieve, or at least can't without pain. So now that I'm doing like this, I feel like I kind of want to keep some of the pencil lines in, because I think embracing it being MS Paint is always nicer. Adds a nice touch to it. Rawr. Hi, Cosmo Lover! She's going for Haley, and I usually go for Javi. He reminds me of my boyfriend. Oh, that's cute! That's cute! Hell yeah. Personally, I actually wait. I need to remember that I'm getting their names right. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. Elliot is one of my favorites, and I'm forgetting her name. Leah. Elliot and Leah are two that I liked when I first played, but I do like a lot of them. I really wanted to try doing Haley ones sometime, and I also like What's her name? Stardew. Is it Maru? Yeah, I like her. She's really cute. She's really, really cute. I want to try dating her sometime. And then I think most of the other characters that I looked at and was like, wow, I wish I could date them, were not dateable. But yeah, I see a lot of Haley lovers online and stuff. Oh, I can still smell food being made and it still smells really yummy. I really want it. Oh, I'm going, bye bye, Cosmo Lover. Thanks for stopping by anyway. Have a very lucky day. But yeah, I see a lot of Haley lovers online lately. I remember seeing a lot, especially after Good Luck Babe came out. I saw so many Haley versions of that, which I think was really fun. And I really enjoy that kind of character where it's like enemies to lovers isn't the right word, nor even tsundere, but like the sort of I don't know, it's like when you first meet her, it really seems like, oh my god, okay. She almost doesn't seem like she's going to be a marriage option, aside from the fact that as a Harvest Moon player, I saw her and I'm like, yep, that sure is that is definitely a bachelorette. She looks like Muffy. She almost seems like she's just gonna be with you no matter what, you know, with her different tastes. But characters like that and sort of like I lost my words. Oh, I lost my words that I was going for. Oh, fuck. Hang on. I gotta find this. I gotta find the words I was aiming for. I like her arc is the summary. I like her character arc from what I know about it. I like her character arc and her relationship with her home and her feelings and you as the player. I like the complexities of it. And also she's just really pretty. Okay, this is definitely getting more of the original vision I had now that I have the lines in. I should have done this ages ago. Would have saved me a lot of time. Building my money empire, not talking to simpletons or apprentice now about not doing quests. Oh, I see, you're grinding, you're min-maxing. I'm kind of never like that in these games. I feel like I either get so focused on trying to like get money stuff that then I miss out on like other people in quests, and then I end up getting bored. Or I just do all of my like quests and friendly stuff with people, and then I end up fumbling them all because I forgot to actually have shit. Like for example, I like playing one of my favorite Harvest Moon games is Harvest Moon: A Tale of Two Towns. It's one of the ones on DS. I say that like they're like not basically all on DS, but you know, Harvest Moon: Tale of Two Towns, and that one has a similar sort of quest system to Stardew. Most Harvest Moon games do anyway. That's, you know, what Stardew is based on. But that one has a similar quest system to Stardew. And a lot of it is just kind of fetch quests of going through the mountains that they have around the place and getting shit and getting a ton of stuff, especially every time you want something upgraded, like your house or whatever, rather than being able to just like ask when you can. It's reliable. It relies on your friendship with the one builder character in the town, and also just like the season and stuff. They'll put up a request when they feel like it, and if you take it, yay! If you don't, you fumble. Sucks to be you, bro. Guess you're not getting a new house anytime soon. And a lot of it is just to get so much fucking material. But, you know, if you spend all of your time doing those quests and everything, even though you will level up your, like, relationships, if you spend too much time on them, then you're not going to actually have the shit to give them. Because they'll ask for more and more cooler stuff. And then I'm like, yeah, I can take a quest. Yeah, I can take a... Oh, wait, what the fuck is that you want? Oh, that's a winter-only item? Shit! You take them and they have really short time frames for a lot of the ones in a Tale of Two Towns, in my experience. Sometimes I feel like they just don't want you to succeed. They'd be like, okay, get me this rare item that has a 10% chance of appearing on this one side of the mountain at 6 a.m. Thank you. You have 2 days. I didn't play Stardew enough when I played it to, you know fully how it goes in that end, but hopefully it's a little less punishing than that. Oh, something I do like about Stardew though is I really like the whole idea with their like a contrast between the Joja Mart, or I think it's called, and the regular farm stuff. If I remember right, you can like play that game and just like go fully into the fucking Joja life, right? And like work at the their store and shit. And I think that's really interesting. I know obviously that like is, from what I recall, just like a bad ending, because you know you kind of fuck over the town. You come here and you're like, oh yeah, our town's like, you know, like losing itself, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go work at fucking Walmart, and then everything be taken over by capitalism. So not ideal, but like is that something you can do? I forget. We recently got Tomodachi Life. My sister's me immediately fell in love with their boyfriend's me. It's so cute to watch. Yay! Yeah, I've been playing so much Tomodachi Life. Like I said before, I really want to stream it. I can't because I play on a Switch Lite, and those you like, you know, you can't share the screens with those. But I would love to stream it so bad. Once Neri eventually gets it, he's waiting to get a physical copy for himself. But once Neri eventually gets it, I will steal it and his capture card immediately because he has a regular Switch. But yeah, it's so fun. It's so fun. I think, honestly, Tomodachi Life Living the Dream was very worth the wait. There were some things I was disappointed about at first, especially before I'd actually, like, played much of it myself, when I'd mostly seen other people's clips and stuff of it and comments online. There are some things I'm disappointed by a little bit, and some things that, you know, are missing and everything. But for the bulk of it, I think it's just so wonderful and honestly really lived up to what I was waiting for. There's just so many tiny little quality of life improvements. There's so many new cute things, like all the new games and stuff like that you get to play with your Miis. And it's just, yeah, and you have so much more control while also still having the like idle random game that the original was, you know? It gives you control to basically not run out of shit to do all the time, you know? Because yeah, it looks so good. Thank you. I'm feeling happy about it now, at least, because I was going fully in on painting it a bit ago, but I didn't like that. Even though I thought it looked kind of nice, and that's how we've gotten to this point with the colors, but while still being able to see the lines as well. Even though I thought it looked like nice, I really liked the original sketch for this one and the flow of it, and when I painted over it, I just couldn't get that, and so it was pissing me off. So I brought the sketch back in and I'm coloring straight on top of it now, or like alongside it. And I'm a lot happier with that, because yeah, I really like the sketch for this one. Like, I'm really happy with it. I like the flow of it. At least enough so that, you know, I was like genuinely considering just keeping it as a sketch piece. But this kind of blend of the two, I'm happy with. I need a slightly more in-between color here, like this color. It's fun to experiment with these paintbrushes and stuff as well, because I don't really like ever use them in MS Paint. Sorry, love. This is so cool. I never seen you do more painterly stuff. No, yeah, that's totally fine. Don't worry. You don't need to say sorry. Also, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, that's part of why I wanted to do it. Like, when I got this one, I was like, something in my gut is telling me this would be fun to paint. And I realized that, yeah, I haven't really done much of those recently. Because I don't, like, most of my art overall is a little bit more on the you know, like, cell shade side. And in MS Paint especially, obviously it's different because I don't, like, the paintbrushes in here are very limited, and for the most part, I don't always like using them. For MS Paint, I like the texture and final look of just using, like, the paintbrush, the pencil and the eraser. The paintbrushes are kind of harder to control, and I like still being able to see all the MS Paint pixels as well. I like the crunch of it. But I realized when I was thinking about it, that, yeah, you guys haven't really seen me do much that's in this sort of, like, painterly look at all. Because for the CSP comms that I've done, like, this is more similar to how I shade for those. More similar to how I shade when I'm in CSP than most of my MS Paint stuff. But for most of those, I was still doing it more in the cell style, because either they were, like, specific styles I was doing, like for those 𝘆cie𝗿𝗿 a la mode cover pieces, or it's like the last ones I did for Crimson of his OCs was like my usual rendering style, but not like leaning fully hard into the painting. I kind of kept it a little bit simpler, and then did the same sort of stuff that I do whenever I make an MS Paint one fancily shaded. But yes, I haven't really done anything that's more painted like this on stream. It's interesting to think about. I'll have to do something in CSP like this sometime as well, so I can have my full color range and power. Because I like the texture it gets when I do it in CSP. Because in CSP, I like using the gouache brush for all of my rendering that isn't flat. And to be honest, I use it for a lot of my shading, even when it is my, like, usual normal style. I think it's really yummy. I think you can work at Stardew Walmart. Yeah. Okay, I was right. Oh, so give me 1 sec. I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs for a moment. Oh, I need to remember to do that more often. Because I have a... Oh, hang on. You guys better stretch too. Okay? That's a threat. Look after yourselves. Do as I say, not as I do. Whew. But I have a tendency to, especially on art streams, to just like sit down at the start of the stream and be like, yeah, okay, let's go. And then like not move. Other than maybe peeing pop me through until the fucking like 6 or 7 hours later. I'll try to remind you. Thank you. But yeah, I need to do that more often. Because it's not good for you to be like that. Do I want that there? I kind of want like this color. This is also something that is kind of funny about doing this in MS Paint, is since I don't have so much free control over the colors, because picking colors in MS Paint is hard, and also these ones don't really blend. Like, it doesn't do that. Blending is not really an option here. Then figuring out how to use my colors in order to achieve the same sort of effect that I'm going for that I usually do in CSP is really interesting. It's kind of funny sometimes, because a lot of it is just me picking random ones from other parts of it and praying that it is close enough. But yeah. On one hand, I kind of want to keep some of these sketchy lines because I like the way that they look. On the other, I would like this to be smoother, and I think like when I color in the eraser and pencil, then keeping sketchy lines makes sense because it's the same like texture. But when I'm coloring in this paintbrush, it's like way softer and has anti-aliasing, so it looks kind of weird when there's just crunchy lines on top of it. I need to figure out this part on this side. Dude, I'm so glad I brought the lineup back. I really wasn't like it before, or otherwise I was just really frustrated before. Something I'm also noticing whenever I do these parts is I think because I'm coloring it in a way that my brain processes as being on something like CSP right now, then when I go to draw lines, I'm like expecting it to be smoother. I've almost forgotten that I'm in MS Paint. What about the English in the Anon flashback? Oh yeah, it's really funny in that part of my go. It's really silly because like it's specifically because it's you know, like a scene about Anon's struggle, including her not actually being that good at English once she got to the UK, even though she was like the best at it in Japan in her school. it's like, I feel like they could have maybe tried to hire fluent voice actors, because having like Anon be made fun of for that, for her going, my name is Anon, not the An, and then not being understood, doesn't really, it kind of lessens the effect of it when the other characters are very clearly also not English. Yeah, it takes the ethos out of it, exactly. Because they're laughing at her for her pronunciation, but they're going like, hi, An. They're talking about you, and it's like, you're doing the same thing. You guys sound the same way. Like, the voice actors did good, but they're not the right choice for the scene on the direction side, I think. I know it obviously saves to just work with the VAs that you have that can technically speak English, but for a scene like that, where the point is that she's in a foreign country and she is being made fun of for not speaking English well enough, you gotta have the other characters be fluent. Otherwise, it's like, why are they laughing at her? But I still think the scene itself is really painful. Like the context he's going for, I like a lot. And it's honestly even really interesting to just have that as a thing in general, because obviously part of her issue there is like, she was disillusioned in the fact that she feels suddenly out of place, and like she wanted all the time just to like find her place. I'm also trying not to spoil Maiko too much, but I don't think there's many people here who would worry with that, so it's fine. They had one who was possibly fluent. Yeah, they had like one, and that worked. But yeah, I wish they'd put a little into making sure that the others sounded like they really were British. What was I gonna say? All right, yeah, like part of her issue there is like, she's disillusioned in having gone there, thinking that it would like fix stuff, 'cause she'd be like, yeah, she'd be cool there, and it'd be like new and it'd be fresh, and she'd go to UK, that'll be cool. She'll tell her friends about it. She'll be, you know, like a whole upgraded person, and she'll have her own special identity. And then once she got there, she was just a fish out of water again, or rather even further. So a lot of it is about that, including like the fact that they call her when before she was worried about everyone calling her 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿, because that sounds more like a name than her first name. And she's like the student council president, so it means no one's ever like close enough to her or knowing her as her own name and stuff. But then specifically it in the UK being about like disrespecting her struggle with the language was really interesting, and I found that kind of surprising to like have as a detail. I think that's really nice, because they don't really like draw, obviously that is, like a point of the scene, but it's not really like it's like, a big like a talking point. Anne doesn't talk, Anne, oh my god, I did it. Anne doesn't like talk much about that specifically afterwards, but it's really interesting that's mentioned, that part of her issue there was kind of like racism that she was struggling with, the way people just accept it as An when it says Anon, and they don't listen to her, especially because like when she says it, because her English isn't fluent, and they're just like, okay, bro, okay, as if she's not literally an exchange student. It's crazy, but it's also like really realistic in a way that hurts for Anon. And I also think even just her name being Anon when this is her struggle is so perfectly fitting in a really beautiful way to have that as your name. Like when not only does nobody call you by your name because your surname sounds more like a name and they just see you as the student council president and separate themselves from you, but your name is anonymous. Oh. Anon's like me if I had the confidence to do the crazy stuff she did. Yeah, that's real, it's real. Imagine having the confidence to run after a fucking old man's car, like jump inside and be like, no, I'm her friend, just because your friend was worried about someone. I would not have been able to do that. Girl, she was brave as hell. I'm gonna take my headphones off for a bit again. It is really bugging me. Ooh. Okay. Oh, so yeah, it's really funny that it's set in the UK. I also think something that I think is really funny about it being set in the UK is the way that it's like the whole time she's there, everything is just gray. I know this also serves for the tone of the scene, because it's like, depressing, and it helps separate it like for the whole flashback, separate it from Japan and separate from the present day stuff. And Britain does rain a lot, but it's really fucking funny that she gets to the UK, it's just the most grey, miserable piece of shit place ever, and then she immediately leaves. I'm like, yeah, girl, yeah. It's so crazy. You're a young girl. What the heck are you so brave about everything? Yeah, exactly. It's insane. But I guess in a way, part of her bravery comes from being a young girl, you know? Because for some of them, it's like, yeah, it's like Gotham, yeah. Because for some of them, it's like, you know, being young is what makes them feel powerless to do anything. But for Anon, it's almost like she's like young and free and silly in a way that she thinks about like, you know, like issues and how to face things. But she's young and just like sometimes does straight what she thinks is the idea in the moment and then deals with it later because she doesn't think too far ahead. Like it's crazy that she ran after that car. But she just kind of did it. She was like, okay, Tomori's in trouble, she wants that car, I'm just gonna do it and then figure it out after. Same as how it's like, you know, when she's in trouble she runs and then has to figure out how to deal with that after. Or she's like, okay, if I join a band, this will work. Maybe I could ask this girl to be in my band because she's like quirky. Yeah, sure, I'll do that. And then figure it out after. And then ends up in her issues with like Tomori and Taki and stuff, you know? Or convincing herself that she can just like start the band and do all this stuff while not having practiced guitar in forever and being like, yeah, I'll just do this and I'll figure it out after. Or like just get her to slow down a little bit on writing this stuff or make the guitar part really easy and I'll figure that out backwards. And then ending up screwed when the others want to push for a live early. It's kind of because she's young that she thinks so little about consequences of these things. She can take consequences seriously once they happen, but she only has so much foresight when she's passionate. Yeah, she just decides to wing it for so many of these things. And it's like, obviously some people are like that anyway. And sometimes, you know, that benefits her to just let herself throw herself into something and help push things forward. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met the rest of my goal. But it's like, yeah, you develop more foresight for these kinds of things once you're not 15. She's young and naive, and so she hopes that it'll work out. I think also a part of the way she thinks things will work out, or just that she'll figure them out, is not just being young, but like the type of personality she has. Because it's like, yeah, I like, you know, I can just do anything. I can figure it out later. I can do my best, which is like a good thing. But at the same time, it's like, girl. Fucking Toga could have ruined her life when she got in that car with Saki, bro. Can relate to that. She goes a little harder than me. No, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I relate to. But I'm also got way too much anxiety to do that for everything the way she does. I really love her. She's such a great character. The wind. Trip the fantastic, repeat after me. This is how it should be. On studio seats, my ego wired in a CRT. We can skip the signs of familiar scenes. Repeating, this is how it should be. That's how I feel during an MSP. Like, I'm instinctive, wing it and workout kind of person, but damn. Yeah, exactly. Like, because for me, I feel like for everything, it's either I overthink it way too hard and then don't do anything, or I throw myself all the way into it, like 100%, and then I just bowl. And I go, fuck it, we bowl, and then figure it out after. That's part of the Anon Keening, I think. It's like, I feel like there's some things where I wing it and some things where I think so much ahead that it's just like an issue. Like, for example, if I want to ask someone maybe to do something for me or like discuss something with me, I can overthink it so much that I don't do anything for like a month. But if it's like, hey, Emmy, how are you going to survive next month if you spend your money on this thing? And I'm like, I don't know. I'll figure it out. We'll see. We'll fucking see what happens. Ba-bum-bum-bum. There we go. I'm thinking so much about Maiko now. I really need to finish catching Neri up on it. I can't wait to get him to Abimushka as well. He's a big Tomori lover and Tomori Kini, which is not at all surprising. And I love Tomori. I love all the characters, man. They're so good. Rana is my favorite character, but Anon's definitely most like me. Yeah, no, that's real. That's valid. I think, yeah, Anon stays my favorite, and Kin in my goal. But I do really like Rana as well. I was about to mention her a second ago, actually. And Tomori also kind of like a... I think she might be my second favorite character. I love her so dearly. She's so wonderful. For Ave Mujica as well, Nyamu is really high out there. Although, honestly, like, I love Saki, and I love Mutsumi as well. She's, like, super high on my list and got more and more as, like, the show went on. I love... oh my gosh, I was about to say I love her, and then I forgot her name, Umuri. I just love all of them. Her eventually from Serena out of your time. Drone looks very like, yippee! Yeah, I love all of them so much. Tomori's so autistic. I love her, my daughter. Yeah, I love her. I love my autistic daughter. She's so sweet. She's such a, and like, I say she's sweet, but she's also just like such a great character, like altogether, because she's really strong too at the same time. Something I find really interesting with her, I remember seeing people talk about it online recently, is there's a sort of, it goes unspoken a lot in the show, but something really interesting with Tomori is like the sort of a mix of people either not accommodating to her needs in the way she is enough, or overdoing it and just kind of babying and othering her in a way because they don't actually understand her. And I think it's really interesting. Like the way her classmates talk about her, when you think about it, is like really weird. It makes sense at first, especially like just, you know, being a general watcher of anime. Like, yeah, that's not surprising for them to have like, yeah, like, you know, the one weird girl. There's always like a quirky person in their class and stuff like that. And when that's like one of your main characters, you kind of expect that when you're seeing it from Anon's POV. But when you think about it, it's like Tomori kind of doesn't do anything. But they sort of treat her a little bit like she's a pet. Hi, Block Emerald! Which is also, by the way, real-ass autistic experience. That's exactly why I think it's interesting. And even with the other characters as well. It's kind of either people underestimate her or don't really properly meet her all the way. With like honesty and stuff. I mean, I suppose a lot of it is underestimating her, but like sometimes it's like they expect a lot of her and then just aren't willing to properly hear out her stance on it. And then other times it's like they don't realize that she does also have a lot of backbone and strength for herself. Like she's very meek and quiet at first, but it's her strength and the times that she's bold that push a lot of my stuff forward. And the fact that people miss it is an interesting part about her and her struggle, and I think that's so cool. And also, once again, very real. I don't really like that shading I added just there. Like something felt off about the lack of shading before, but I don't really like what I just did. I kind of have this feeling with it at the moment that it's like there's kind of too much hair vent here, but also not enough each time I do it. So I'm very back and forth about it. Flashback episode makes me cry. Yeah, me too. Made me sob. Just kind of infantilized in a way. Yeah, exactly. Because it's even part of the issue with Soyo's whole thing going on. We're like, for Soyo, it's generally not intentionally at first a lot of the ways that she looks at people. Because there's some stuff she does that is like technically manipulating, but it's not like I'd call her manipulative in the sense of evil. She just kind of like is a people pleaser / negative sometimes, because she just does what she thinks she has to do for it to be right, and because she's clinging to like the only thing that she's had. But in that sense, a lot of the times she sort of looks down on people or like takes them as dumb because she kind of knows what she needs to do for it. Or she also has an issue at first, I think, with infantilizing Tomori. And then once she's more honest with herself, you know, then it helps her actually start looking at everyone on the same level. Because she just stops like babying people, but that also means she's actually like able to have more honest conversations with them and understand their own strength. I have no idea what the cover is, just want to know what the art is. Yeah, at the moment, I'm drawing this very cool Final Fantasy 14 OC. I think you're going to feel less weird. Just personally say, yeah, true. I need to stick with my motto of trusting the process even if it doesn't trust me. As usual. I need to work on the hair over here. because I've kind of left it alone, but that means it's I'm gonna end up focusing too much on little details over on that side. I'm also doing more stuff that's with the pencil now, because I like the added depth it adds and like contrast to have some lines in little places. And also, again, I kind of want to bring more of the original MS Paint texture in rather than just the smoothness. I think it's nice. And it helps work with the sketch lines you can see everywhere too. Yeah, it's weird because all the characters feel like aspects of me. Yeah, exactly. I finished my pineapple Fanta. If anyone wanted some, sorry. Exactly, that's why it's so good with Michael. They're so wonderful to watch because they are just so very human. You can relate to like every single one of them in an aspect of yourself, and they really truly are just young girls. I love it. Michael is like a interestingly flawed in a way, interestingly flawed and like struggling in a way that's different, that's pretty different from a lot of prior Bandori stuff, because they're like so human. They're like so normal, but normal not in a sense of boring, but normal as in like real people, like sort of raw about it and like honest about it, and not moified, although they still are anime girls, but you know what I mean. And then in contrast, Ave Mujica does the opposite by having like these real flaws and struggles in a way that feels like so much bigger than themselves. Everything for I have Michael. Everything for Ave Mujica feels like bigger than they are. Whereas like my goal is sort of about realizing how small they are in the role and just kind of accepting that, you know? But my goal is always big. Big feelings, big goals. Everything they start always comes with big consequences. Even from the get-go, it's like, holy shit. Like, this is the scale your group's on. This is all the stuff that you have at stake right now. Whereas my goal are just little people. They are just little girls. And realizing that they are just simply, you know, lost girls doing stuff together and hoping for the best is what gives them comfort in life and brings them together. Yay. Well, again, everything for Ave Mujica is like huge at all times. Achingly human. Yeah, exactly. For Ave Mujica, everything is big. Their problems are big. Their consequences are big. The scale that everything's on is huge. Half of them are like crazy famous. And like the issues that they deal with in regards to mental stuff. Because I remember the directors mentioned that they had like a real focus on psychology for both of these seasons, especially for Ave Mujica. Because Ave Mujica was kind of described as like having essence of psychological horror in some parts of it, which makes sense. But also that the like writers are really interested in studying psychology stuff. Oh, right. I forgot to clarify. For the combo. Yeah, we're drawing this this Final Fantasy OC, but I am talking about the show or / franchise altogether, Bandori. Bang Dream. It's like an anime and a rhythm game franchise, and also like live concert music stuff about girls in bands. And right now we're talking about the groups Maigo and Ave Mujica. They have animes by the same name. But yeah, we're talking about their story. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, they had a focus on psychology for both. They mentioned that they were really interested in actually doing research and everything, which, you know, shines through very much in both shows. You can really tell with these ones that it's like not even just that they like maybe had some hints that's like, oh, this character is vaguely this coded, that it's like, no, they are specifically like genuinely doing research into each like specific disorders and issues when they write them out. And some of them have like, you know, mixes of things going on, but some of them it's like very clearly exactly what they're trying to present, and I think it's cool. But it's like, you know, for Maigo, the issues that they're facing for a lot of them are like, again, they're like they're still, you know, hard issues, but like on like a smaller scale, quote unquote. Again, their whole thing is like realizing that they are small, that they are just people. Like Tomori's autism is the most like explicit like psychological thing that they're studying there. Like when I first started it, I was like, oh wow, she's so autistic, and then you watch her flashback episode and you're like, oh no, they're like explicitly just straight up writing autism. Fuck yeah, hell yeah. But then the types of issues that they tackle in Ave Mujica are things that are like really big. There are things that are like so much more heavily taboo and have a lot more effect on people around you, where it's like, you know, autism isn't really like, it's not even like an illness to be cured, it's just kind of the way you are. And even like with Soyo's state in Maigo, it's like she has a lot of these issues, but a lot of them things where it's like, you know, that makes sense that you kind of ended up like this, or with this sort of a personality that's tough. But when things go wrong for someone in 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, it's like, holy shit, dude. Because the study of DID in there is obviously like, that's a really serious disorder. And I've known plenty of people with it who live perfectly comfortable lives, but it is still a really serious one, and one where the representation of it in media is like really often mishandled, still like taboo in a lot of places where a lot of therapists don't know how to deal with it, and it like, you know, changes your whole life a lot. It's all like, yeah, interpersonal versus interpersonal. Yeah, exactly. Both man versus self stories, but each season presents that so different. Yeah, exactly. I really like it. Exactly. That's what I really like with 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 and Michael compared to each other. It's nice how they have that contrast. Like, at the end of the day, they are both just stories where it's like, these are very real people. They're not just cute anime girls whose problem is like, oh, I want to be in a band, but I don't want to be in a band. They're very raw in their issues. But yeah, for 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, everything keeps getting bigger than themselves, and they can't really separate themselves for that. But for Michael, it's like they're just little guys. And that's what they really are at the end of the day, and that's like for better and for worse. They both have serious struggles, but they're very different, and I love it. It's very cool. I had like 2 curls going on here, and it kind of doesn't make sense, but like I don't really like the way that this curl looks without another thing here, so I'm gonna see if I can sort of cheat and have both. I am not pretender, up, shake, shake, shake it up, do, 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 hey, not pretender, up, shake, shake, shake it up, do, 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 loser, 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 wanna hate the fake, no, do, 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 do. Ooh, okay, I can kind of have both if I do it this way. Something I might consider also, this might be a little bit too high concept for MS Paint, but I could make this curl sort of like tuck into the other one, like fold over it that way and go over here. That might be kind of pretty. To make the hair like curl over everywhere in cool layers. I'm gonna try that. You say DID? Yeah. In 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. I pretend to up, shake, shake, shake it up, it up. Yeah, in 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, not Michael. I assume that was what made your brain lag for a sec. Oh yeah, okay, I like what I did with the curl hair. I think that looks really yummy. Hate the fake. And I think it suits the way that her hair curls in the original a little bit, you know? Don't know, I thought you were talking about soyo. Oh! No. No, yeah, not soyo. One of my favorite things about the DID specifically as well is you know, the moment where where Rana looks at her. I'm still being vague about who it is. But the moment where Rana looks at her and she's just like, there's 2 people. Oh, there's no one here at the moment. But the moment where Rana looks at Mortis and she's like, there's 2 people. And they're like, what? What? Rana, can you like see them? What? And she just refuses to elaborate and leaves. I find it so funny. And I find it so funny that specifically they still haven't elaborated on what the fuck that was. Because there's like, you have no real way of telling. Like, there's many options. Like, one, maybe Rana has experience with this. Maybe she knew someone with DID before. Just like, you know, kind of like suss that out. She's heard things about this. But also that kind of feels out of place for Rana and her lack of experience or knowledge in the world, especially when she's the one middle schooler. Two, she just like sense the vibes, which is what I usually assume. Like she could tell the vibes of someone, especially because she's so picky about like sensing out like interesting women or not. Like she just like maybe she just sussed out the vibe difference between the two, which makes sense, even though they only were there for like half a second, so they didn't really have much time to speak to Mortis yet. Maybe she just like sussed out like, no, something's different. That's not Mutsumi. Or like there's like number three, I guess she sees them somehow. I like with because of the way that they focus in on her eyes. I saw someone saying like I can't tell if what they're trying to get at is that she like it's like her heterochromia with like her two different colored eyes, and then something about that connecting to her with seeing them, which I think if that's the case is so fucking funny. Or also funny is like it almost reads like they're saying like, yeah, it's just related to her being so cat coded because of again with the zoom on her eyes. It's like, yeah, you know, she can tell she's like a cat. Because like cats have like sort of supernatural things. She can like suss out that vibe, and I'm like, but how? It's so funny. Like, Rana, please elaborate. And then you'd expect that once Mortis follows her, that then she'd elaborate, but she still doesn't. In fact, they learn even less after that. She just asks questions about Mortis. Because she asks her name, you know, and they tell and talk about the cats, and she's like, you, Mortis, who's the one who's like asleep? Mutsumi. And then she's like, oh. And it's like, that doesn't answer. How did you know? Rana, you can't just say that and leave, Rana. It's so funny. Yeah, I really love all of the Mutsumi stuff all together as well. I think it's such a beautiful character arc, and it's told so well. I was I was scared in some parts of it that I was like, oh my god, how well are they gonna handle this? Like, I trust their writing of these things after Maigo and everything so far altogether, but this is like DID, you know, notably gets a really bad rep in a lot of media, or heavily misunderstood, but they were so honestly handled it so well. I remember also being scared, especially since I was watching it like live as it released, and I remember talking about it on Twitter and everything with people when we were in the last few episodes, and it seemed almost like especially after the imprisoned 12 time that they'd just gone for full fusion of the two. Suddenly it was like I was really worried with that. I don't think they did based on the way that the final stuff in their songs was, and with the little shots of Mutsumi and like a little Mortis in the mirror and everything, because it would have really disappointed me if after all that they were like, okay, we do all this and now just like right now, yeah, they're fused to their normal now and you'll never hear about this ever again, because if they're fused then you won't ever hear about it in game. So they're just like chill. Even though obviously it's nice to like be well. I don't wish for anyone to keep a disorder that they could overcome. It felt like they were going to fumble it, but they didn't, and I appreciate that. But yeah, for all of the rest of it, it's like all of the writing of it is really lovely, and something I especially like, and part of why I would have found it disappointing if they'd gone for immediate fusion, is the way that they have a lot of focus on Mutsumi and Mortis as their own people, and struggling with that. Does Diana go away like that? Okay, so it depends. But give me one sec to focus on this curl before I so that when I explain, I can make sure that I lock in to get my wording right. Never heard of that. So not quite in the way that people thought it would go away in those episodes. That would have not have been entirely accurate, but you can technically recover, quote unquote, from it. It really depends. It depends. Like, I know that's a vague answer, but it depends, and also depends on what kind of disorder stuff you have, because a lot of people have there's a lot of like disorders adjacent to DID that do sort of similar things that are, you know, the sort of conditions, quote unquote, for getting past them vary. But so no, it's okay. I don't mind explaining. Obviously, it is good to do your own research as well, because it's not like this is a disorder I have. I just know quite a few things about it. But basically, what I was explaining was called fusion. With DID. And other sort of things, what can happen is that different alters and stuff you have can sort of fuse together. Some people explain it as being sort of fusion like in Steven Universe. Easiest way to put it, I suppose. Sometimes it's kind of like, why doesn't the big alter eat the little alter? But like yeah, so they can sort of fuse together over time, especially when your circumstances change, your needs change, because a lot of the way that DID works is your body and brain splitting up in these ways in order to like protect you. So if, for example, an alter formed based on the fact that maybe you were in home with like a really bad parents, where I'm going to be vague about these things because I'm just like making random examples, and I also don't want YouTube to get mad at me. With really bad parents and some alter formed that like protected you from them. And then let's say maybe that in the future you're in an entirely different situation. They're not even remotely in the picture right now. Maybe you've been like therapy a bunch and fully healed from that. Your brain then might be like, you know what, although it kind of doesn't throw them out, but the need for them in your life might, you know, change, and they might not be as necessary, so they might not come out as much, be sort of go dormant in your brain, which is when an alter just kind of like doesn't present for a very long time. They sort of disappear, dormant like a volcano. And there's a chance that they might just sort of like fade out, go dormant, and eventually just sort of like fizzle out or fuse together with another alternate system. Sometimes certain alters will like present together at the same time all the time, or always come out for the same things. Basically, it's like, because it's a big mix up of things in your brain and it changes a lot, it's like kind of, a lot of people vary between, like, you can vary from having like one alter, you know, just having the two of you in there, to having like hundreds that change constantly. But because it's like a big blending of things in your brain, and, you know, your different identities being mixed up, there's a whole bunch of ways that they can overlap or mix together and stuff like that. You know what, it was fun because of protection, but I'd never heard of fusion. Yeah. So it's a thing that can happen, and kind of happens a lot. It's just like varies by person and by their circumstances. You know, there's a billion different ways and reasons that alters can fuse or change. Like, some alters can even just like change over time, like how, for example, a lot of people will know about people having alters that are children, which are often referred to as littles, even if the person, well, even if like the body itself is an adult. But some people describe having alters that sort of like shift or like slide, where it's like they're vaguely a child, but sometimes when they show up, they feel more like a teenager, and sometimes they're a baby again. Because, you know, it's all your brain struggling with things and perceiving things differently, and yeah, developing these ways to sort of adjust to your needs. So it changes, basically. Short answer is it changes, and yeah, can sort of fuse somewhat like Steven Universe, but also, again, varies. But I am notably not a system, so if you ever want to know things more about more things about this, it's worth researching by yourself. I just had no bits and pieces from my own research over time, and like knowing other people and stuff like that. But yeah, it is very interesting. As much as it's a horrible disorder to have, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone, because it's a very, very difficult one, and highly like under-researched and thus hard to get support for, I do think it is very interesting to learn about. I like knowing stuff like this about it. I've been fiddling so much with this one little lock of hair, because I want to make sure that it actually looks like it's folding over the other one in the way that I want. But I think it is now. I kind of like it. It looks like these pots are like tangling together. It's almost like these pots of hair are like holding hands. I like it as a curl. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else about it too. Right, yes. So, going off of that, the thing I was saying about Mutsumortis in Bandori is it's usually called full fusion when people can basically fuse all of their alters together and come out back into just being like one identity. That's kind of rare, and again, it really depends on people. Some people like, it really depends on people whether that's possible, how it works, you know, because the way I said it makes it sound like it's like, oh yeah, you just like fuse one and then these ones and add them up like a 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 style. And there probably are some people where 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 is a pretty good comparison for it, but there's probably some where it just kind of is a vague occurrence over time, you know. It's it all varies. Everything with the ID does. As does anything with a disorder, because it's person by person. Yeah, full fusion is usually the name a lot of people use to describe when they basically fuse all back into just one identity, or rather than back, but just into one identity. Float in the air and start glowing, yeah. Because like I believe it got that name because like for some people, when they have DID, that's like their goal for their life, is that they want to achieve full fusion. They you know, like that's concretely a thing they're doing. They are trying to not remain this way. Where for some people, they're like, actually, even though, you know, this is a disorder, I'm not trying to fuse again. I want to be stable, you know, we want to like live comfortably, but we want to coexist together. You know, so full fusion is obviously, for overall, generally a good thing. It's nice to not suffer from a disorder. But in regards to something like Mutsu Mortis, when it seemed like that happened so suddenly in there, it felt like for a lot of people, including me when we were looking at it, it felt like that would have been like such a disappointing wrap up to their story, you know, especially because Bandori is not like, you know, just like a one season anime. It exists in the context of a game and stuff. So if they'd done something like that all of a sudden, then it would have been like in all other content past then, Mortis would have just not existed. So it would have just been like, yeah, okay, but she's like normal now. We had all this stuff about her DID and accepting it, but now she's just like normal, which I'm so glad they didn't do. And also at the same time, you know, we had all of this stuff about exploring the fact that Mortis is her own person, and in fact that Mutsumi, at least the one that we know, is not even necessarily like the quote-unquote original one of them. They were much more thoroughly split when they were younger. But then all of the other alters either fused into those two or went dormant over time. Or at least don't really like properly front, you know? So it's like, then if we did all that and then just like we're like, yeah, so now Mortis is gone and it's just Mutsumi and she's like back to Mutsumi and she's normal, then it would have been like, damn, what the fuck? Poor Mortis, you know? So yeah, there was a while when everyone's watching it live, everyone, me included, was really like, please don't do this, please Pandora, don't fumble this. Especially after a show where they properly really consider how DID works and tell it properly, where most other things that present DID are either just like, yeah, so there's a person and then they have a murderer alter, or like, well, no, that's kind of your only option in most media, to be honest. That or it's really stupid. But yeah, basically, long way of saying, Avimujika is goated, and I'm glad they did not do that. But also, yes, alters fuse. So it's so important to not portray disability with clean, concise cure. Yeah, exactly. Because even for people who do end up like, you know, fully fused and everything and not struggling with that anymore, it's not like it just goes away like magic like that, you know? If you're going to put in the effort to write in a disorder this serious and put in all this care into these two as people and themselves and everything, it sucks to just suddenly go, yeah, but like now she's like cured and she's normal, so everything's good. Because it feels just kind of like, oh, okay, fuck me then. Unfortunately, did my advert project. Hi, hello, I'm Peaceful. How are you doing? Aside from doing your project. I hope your project goes well as well, by the way. Lovely art, thank you. What time is it? Oh, it is 6 p.m. It's been 5 hours. I definitely would have spent less time on this if I didn't fuss so much over whether to line it or not. Doing like big sections of color with these paintbrushes is so hard because like I need you to see how little these actually like work in my favor, right? So like, okay, I want to draw this part. Let me color in this part of the bow. It's like a lot of the time it just doesn't want to do anything you want it to do. Like, okay, let me color in this corner. What? Let me color in the let me color in the what? But it's way bigger than the pen brush. So for a lot of these like big sections that I'm blocking out, it makes way more sense to do it with the paintbrush, especially so I can get like my colors all painted on. But God, this thing does not want to work with me. Two days past the deadline. Oh, good luck. As someone who's chronic pain, I would hate for a character like me to just have it gone. Like, what? So we're in this together, bro. Yeah, exactly. That's why it sucks when something like, especially when they like present it so well until then and put all this care into it, to then just be like, yeah, and now it's gone. It's like, dude, what? Damn, okay, fuck me then, I guess. But yeah, so I'm glad Avimujika did not go that route. And I love the characters. One thing I was going to say before, yeah, is like part of what I really love is I really like their emphasis on Mortis as her own person and not just like making it out as like we need to fix Mutsumi, which is actually, you know, they put emphasis on that not being how this works via 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, which I really love. I love their struggle there. Like 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 doesn't know anything about how this works, especially when it was initially brought up to her in a way that was so terrifying with the way that Mortis introduced herself, especially, and also with so much of this being framed as like her fault. So it's like, of course, you know, she doesn't know anything about this, and she is a child, and Mutsumi is like one of the few things she was clinging to, and now suddenly Mutsumi, or at least as she knew her, has basically like, you know, from the perspective of Sakiko, her situation is terrifying. Like, you know, I know plenty of things about DID, and I know plenty of people with it. So if I were, you know, in Sakiko's shoes, I would have been like, oh, shit, okay. Someone new fronted. Okay, no, that's cool. Let's get to know you, Mortis. But in Sakiko's shoes, it is really fucking terrifying to suddenly have that. What are we talking about nowsies? We're talking about Bang Dream again. And specifically, I'm talking about DID, because there's a character with it in Bang Dream. I love Sakiko. Yeah, I love Saki. I love Saki. And this is honestly part of why I love her, because I think it's really interesting how they explore her character this way. That it's like, yeah, in Saki's shoes, the situation is terrifying. She doesn't know anything about what's going on. She's basically just like, was, you know, expecting her friend behind her, and then gets told to her face that her friend is supposedly dead and has an entirely new person in her body who hates her and gets told that it's like her fault. So like, it's understandable the way that Saki reacts. But it's also like, you know, really interesting that they put in that effort into showing how Saki's reaction is like human, but also not the right one for the situation. You know, the way that once she tries to connect with Mutsumi a little bit, and they like go to talk to her, then she's like, yeah, it's okay. Like, I've got you, Mutsumi, we'll fix this. I'll turn you back, which is not how that works, especially when Mortis has been trying to tell her that there is no turning back in the first place. Not only can you not just undo this, but like, they were already split, but by the time that she knew Mutsumi. And I think it's really lovely, because a lot of representations of DID in media, even when they try to not just make them immediately evil serial killers, don't grasp that part. They, you know, have this misconception of it as just like, yeah, the guy, and then the other things that showed up in them, where it's like, dude, it's more of a group situation. The other people are all like, you know, people as much too, and it's still their lives and their body too. Taking another break since the last bathroom break yet? Not yet, but I did go and stretch partway through. Not necessarily about Chronic Pain, but I hate what they did to Mike 12 Drama Studio in All Stars. Ooh, I haven't watched that yet, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that much. But you are free to tell me about it. Saki, it's her birthday. It's Saki's birthday? Wait. Wait, no, yeah, her birthday is February 14th. Unless we're talking about different Sakis. I think we're talking about different Sakis. Yeah, we're definitely talking about different Sakis. But happy birthday to whichever Saki you were referring to. Stay safe. I will. Oh, Project Sekai! Oh, I didn't realize it was her birthday though. Oh my gosh, Saki, my beloved. Yay! Hell yeah. No, yeah, we were talking about Bandori. But I love Project Sekai too. I love that Saki as well. That Saki is also goated. All Saki anime girls are simply goated characters, it seems. Because you're like, oh, right, I see. Right, no, okay, now I understand where the confusion came from. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, chronic illness was something that that Uno was bringing up, not something that we're actually we're saying was portrayed in this. I see where the confusion happened. Because we were talking about the character Mutsumi in Ave Mujika, who has a dissociative identity disorder. But her, like, best friend, childhood friend, and leader of Ave Mujika is Saki, or Sakiko. And they have a lot of issues there where... like, she doesn't really... When Mutsumi's dissociative identity disorder is revealed, it's revealed in a way that is very sudden and shocking and hurtful to Saki. So she struggles a lot with it and understanding what's going on and sort of like accepting this because she feels like she needs to like save Mutsumi or like fix her because she feels like this is something that she did to her, but she doesn't really understand that, first of all, it's not like just like magically fixable. That's not how that works. But like, you know, also just even how to deal with it, or like that's not... Like, she didn't make this happen on her own, etc., etc. It's a really interesting character struggle. But yeah, Tenma Saki, my beloved. So what we were saying, the reason that chronic illness came up is because we were talking about Mutsumi. We were talking about Mutsumi and Mortis, and how towards the end of the show, there's one moment where, especially if you were watching it like live as it released, like I was, they represent the dissociative identity disorder in the show really, really well. It's really beautifully written. But towards the end, there was one part where these two, like after fighting and sort of like separating from each other, or this is my short way of putting it, it seems by the imagery that they're telling when they like sort of reconnect again that it's almost like they fused suddenly, and it made it seem like they were just gonna go like, yep, they fully fused, now everything's good, and we were like, what? There's no way. Like, we're not just dropping it like that, right? We're not just going, oh yeah, they're like normal now. But they didn't end up doing that, thank God. They wrapped it up much nicer than that. But yeah, and I was talking, so we were talking about why something like that would have been disappointing, because it sucks when, you know, you watch a show that is like, yeah, this character has like this issue or this disorder or something, and then it's like, okay, this is really well written, and then it's like, and now magically they're just better. They're just better. They're just normal person now. They did the same to, like, oh, right, okay. But yeah, so in 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿𝗿, they didn't actually end up doing that to her. Like, she, Mutsumi and Mortis got better treatment than that. It just like seemed like they almost would for a sec, and it was scary. But is that the kind of thing that, if that's the kind of thing you were saying happened to that Mike character, love, then that fucking sucks. I hate when that happens, dude. Yeah, I haven't watched any total drama stuff yet. I've never gotten around to it. Haven't been Project Sekai in a long time. It's a bit of a scare. Yeah, that's fair. I like Project Sekai. I need to play it more. It's once again one of those things where it's like I'm really a big fan and I love it, but I then ended up having to stop playing eventually because I didn't have any space on my fucking devices. I just wish I had things with more storage, man. Happened with Bandori, happened with Project Sekai. I'm currently stuck in that phase with Uma Musume, where I'm huge fans of these things, but I just like can't play because I don't have access to them. And then that means that I can only really take part in stuff like secondhand through other people like telling me about it or like keeping up with things online. Not sure about the way that I've done this piece of hair here. Maybe I should change that. Let me make this a little bit more brushed out and blurred like this. When like television, not that good mic experience, like 3 seasons. Oh, fair. Skipping like 3 means it definitely can't be like that's kind of crazy, or at least for your taste. Not good as a Moon Knight show and did the evil altar thing with sucks. Oh, boo! Comments didn't have any, so I don't even understand changes. Boo, that sucks! Oh god, yeah. I hate fucking evil altar stories. It's so the thing about it as well is like if every representation of DID media wasn't like this, then you could make interesting stories about what it's like having an alter who does things that you don't agree with. Like that is normal, you know. There's a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of different identities in your brain. You're not all gonna have exactly the same thing. You're not all gonna agree on everything. You're not all gonna hold yourselves to the same morals. That part is true, but it sucks when it's just like, yeah, so like there's me and then there's an evil secret guy in there like Jekyll and Hyde, and it's like, dude, come on. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Especially because, like, I feel like these things always seem to misunderstand the idea that it's just like you just get an alter and they just spawn and they're like evil for no reason. That's it. When it's like, no, like alters they're people. Like when you write for a lot of like evil alter things, it's like when you write a regular like villain or something in a show, you know, most people understand that if you write a villain and it's just like, yeah, I'm just evil and I like killing people because I'm evil, then that's a shit character, right? But then people who expect that same level of writing then get given, they like go and like, yeah, I'm gonna write a DID character, and it's that simple then, that they have an alter who's just like, yeah, I'm evil because I'm evil and I'm the evil one who lives in your brain and is evil. I'm the evil monster. And it's like, so if 2 + 2 is 4, how are we suddenly thinking this is good writing now? Like those are people? People aren't just like, they don't just like spawn like that. That's not how people work? So funny, man. This is why everyone should watch Bandori instead. Because I think part of what is interesting as well within Bandori is like Mortis at first, especially from Saki's POV, seems like it's going to be like a whole evil alter situation with the way she presents and like tells her Saki that Mutsumi just like died or something. And her hatred towards her. But she really is like she's just a girl in the same way that Mutsumi is, you know? She's an interesting character of her own. She has her own thoughts and feelings. She honestly is really naive and like has her own whole identity to her, which I really, really like. Like, she seems almost like she's younger than Mutsumi, but also in a way that she's like the same, especially like the way she protects her and talks to some of the other characters is like she's also a 15-year-old. It feels more like you can sort of tell that she must have come about when they were a lot younger, especially since she says that she sort of like just disappeared for a long time. They were just kind of left it to who we know is the current Mutsumi right now. It's so interesting, and she's her own person. She just like, yeah, she does some things that are like mean or scare at the others, but not because she's born evil, but because she is her own person who's trying to protect Mutsumi, and is, you know, going off of what she knows about the situation and doing what she thinks is best. You don't just have to make them like evil and kill people for no reason. That's stupid. She's just a girl. Exactly. They're all just girls. They're just little girls. I love them. The 2 or the reboot, they nerfed my guy Chris. I love conversations about total drama things as someone who doesn't watch are also extra funny because of all the names and stuff, because they're like so very normal. So it's like people talk about these characters and I'm like, sure, that guy, I guess. It's like, yeah, my dude Chris, my guy Mike, my guy Steve, and I'm like, which isn't a bad thing of their names. It makes sense for what I know of the show and its concept, but it's just like it's really funny because it's not like they have like particularly like a uniquely recognizable name, so it just sounds like talking about like normal ass dudes. It could be anyone. It's really funny how much time I'm spending on this hair when I haven't even like done anything with her face or her ears yet. We've been here like what, 5 hours? I know part of it was just spent on the sketch. It's not like I spent 5 hours solely shading hair, but I also did spend too long on this because of the time that I spent on oh, I forgot. I think it's supposed to be a flick here because on this ref she has like these 2 flicks on the side and I really like that. But because of the time spent when I was like just painting it and then changed my mind into doing it with the lines still there. Do I want to add a little flick like this? Let's see. On one hand it looks like an 𝘆cie_𝗿, on the other hand I think it's a little bit just too much. Yeah, I think it's a bit too much. But I might add one like here. Not sure about it. Alright, work. I believe in you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nobody believe in me. I know Uno does. Not alone, now you are here. The constellations are so clear. Infinity seems good to me as long as you are by my side. The Milky Way's not far away. When love travels faster than the speed of light, let's go, I know we'll make it, 'cause somehow the universe is fun now. I'm not alone. Whoa, live acapella version? No way. How to make a 3-minute presentation about the project I made if it was a short comic? Slap it on there and go, look, here's the pages. You should do a cover of that, way fuck. Oh my god, you can do a cover of that. Well, did you know that if you go to to youtube.com/@Emiraki. Sunrise and night can be so intertwined. Even horizon line between darkness and light. An Astro girl watching a story come and go, wondering the punchline of the joke. So like a comet you came into my orbit. I know I'm not alone. I'm not alone. A fake fan, Emiraki Taurus. No, it's okay. It's okay. I forgive you for now. The idea of an Emiraki Taurus is really funny. What do you think would be like a tourist misconception about me? Like when characters are always misunderstood by the people who only watch like one fucking clip of them and then don't care for anything else. Emirati tourist level is still thinking that I'm not British. Constellations are so clear. Body is pulling me. Hello, Simon. Sleeping one. Nice practice and enjoying. Hiya! Welcome back, Maha. When love travels faster than the speed of light. I love that song so much. It's so pretty. It really would be nice to do a cover of it that's more slow and gentle like that one day. Maybe once I get a better guitar, I can learn it on there and do something that way. That might be cute. I'm not alone, no, you are here. The constellations are so clear. Your gravity is pulling me, oh, until our hearts collide. My satellite through darkest nights, got the cosmos at our feet. Oh, but you were all I need, that we've just begun. I know we'll make it, 'cause somehow the universe is fun now. It's so pretty. I'm not alone. Tor is not reader description. I think you're just wimp. True. This happens a lot. So you're still subconsciously chasing the karaoke drawing stream idea. Yeah. I think it's just never gonna leave me, to be honest. Then again, I feel like this happens in a lot of MS Paint ones. If I'm not like rambling about something specific, then I'm always singing something, you know. We wrapped up the Bandori rambles. Now we're on this. I can't decide how I want to draw the hair back here, because I have plenty of other ways that I can draw curls, but I want to make sure that it doesn't like that it's still readable against the rest of it. Like I need to make sure you can actually, even though it is just meant to be like a whole big flow of just like hair curling everywhere, I want to like not make it entirely confusing. My satellite through darkest nights, got the cosmos at our feet. I think I'm gonna turn this little flick into an ahoge, like I said, because I like the way they draw those flicks in her hair. I think it adds more interesting shape to her hair. I'm gonna do that like this maybe. We've just begun, I know. We'll make it, 'cause somehow the universe is fun now. Don't like how I joined the lines there. Let me change that. Astrogo cover is so good. I put on when we feel lonely all the time. Aw, that's so sweet. I'm really glad. It's really lovely to hear about, not just people listening to something like that, but like when you want to listen to it. That's really lovely. I feel that with the song altogether. It's nice to think about it that way. I'm not alone, you know? That's so lovely. If that's how it feels for you, then that means I succeeded. Expressed what I wanted to with the cover. Yay! Makes me very happy. One of the things that's honestly funny about it as well, because of the time you and I recorded it and when it dropped, this happens with like any cover, because with singing, same as with drawing, you can improve so much even in just like a month just by just like doing it a lot, which means that like there's even parts already of that where I listen back to it and I'm like, I could sing that even better now. But I am happy with that cover, by the way. I am happy with my performance there overall. I don't think it was bad. Like, you know, I've had things released in the past where I look at it and I'm like, oh, I can't really listen back to this so much because I could have done this and this thing different, and this thing was a rookie mistake. But with that one, I am happy with it. But it's like interesting to listen back and hear the things that I could do differently now that weren't possible then. Especially because when I recorded it, I think I was getting sick at the time. I recall specifically, either I was getting sick or it was something about the specific day that I was recording on. But I recall struggling with part of it, and even having to do some of it over across a couple days because my voice was like straining, especially in the like second verse, and that affected how I recorded that explodes part. I had so many takes of that, so many. But like listening to it now, I listened to it and I'm like, oh, I could have done this part differently. That part could have been more kinky. This run could have been smoother. Not even because it's bad, because it's just like interesting to see that I've changed and grown. I don't really like how I did this little hair flick, because I feel like it looks kind of entirely unrelated to the rest of the curl of her hair. Like it kind of just like sticks out on its own, which is not the goal. I might redo that, but I don't think I can undo that far. I cannot. Okay, we will stick with it then. If I can, I'm going to connect it to the top of the hair, because it feels sort of like, since the hair here is like coming here and then it like curls out this way, then if the flick is attached to here, like it makes more sense, you know, because it's like part of that, of the hair being brushed out that way. Who are you drawing? I am drawing Final Fantasy 𝘆cie. This person asked to remain anonymous. They said I could stream it, but wanted it anon, so I don't actually know the 𝘆cie's name. It might have been on their thing, but yeah. But it's a very pretty 𝘆cie. Yeah, they're so stunning. I forgot to eat. Go eat! Go eat! Go eat! Go eat! Make sure you get food. I can't believe you're gonna remind me to take breaks and you haven't eaten for yourself! You need to look after yourself before you can look after an enemy. Yeah, I don't want this whole section of hair to look like one thing. Like, that needs to be separate from the 𝘆cie, or it makes it into really weird bangs. But I do like this more overall. Let me think. How can I make this make sense? I need the light red color here, so I can, like, separate it. Looking after myself is so boring. Yeah, but if you don't look after yourself, you can't do the fun stuff. There's not going to be any of you to do the fun things. If you don't look after yourself, then who's going to watch my streams? No, but seriously, you should look after yourself. Like, it was so much fun to take care of. No, yeah, that's real. That's real. I get that. But you can't take care of other people if there's no you looking after yourself too. Super pretty, yes. Yay! Yeah, this 𝘆cie is so gorgeous. It's so beautiful. You're right, if only to watch anime. I mean, if it works, it works. Anything that makes you look after yourself is a good motivation, I suppose. Yeah, I'm thinking about Astro Girl again. Yeah, it's very interesting to me. Like, I could probably nowadays, if I tried, have done that explode as a belt like that. I think it might be higher than that in the original though, so I need to check. Which is what I originally wanted to do when I had the idea for it. So I remember part of why I had so many takes is I was really disappointed that I couldn't. And I was like, oh, do I have to settle for doing it in head voice? It doesn't sound cool enough. And I did a lot until I got one that I was satisfied enough with it still having the impact even though my voice went softer. Because I was like, since I, you know, if I'm already changing up the song to have this idea of this little, like, explode for, like, extra hyper impact, I gotta make it worth it. I think it's looking out good. It's just interesting to think on the fact that I could do it even cooler now. Ooh, every spam or tuna? Please me side. I hate tuna spam best. I think tuna. Though to be fair, I might only be saying this because we don't really eat spam here much. But I like tuna. Chumchi! Huh! Super chumchi! Pautu di는 것은 내 얼굴은 어디였나? 소예바다 소예바다. I love Super Tuna. That was Super Tuna by Seokjin from BTS. 참지만 어떠하리 껌이면 어떠하리. Cook some tuna fried rice. Ooh, yummy. That sounds pretty good. Ooh, I need to stretch. Hang on. Oh. Okay, once we figure out the back part of this hair, then I can do like the skin and clothes and stuff, and I think that'll take less time than like everything else. But I'd really like to still make sure I get through this in one sitting, because, you know, I like to do that with my, especially with the MS Paint ones. In general, I want to get to a point where more of my comms that I do on stream are like pieces that I do finish in the same stream, because it's nicer for me that way. Because like doing something on stream and then finishing it off is kind of disappointing, and doing it on stream and then needing to schedule another one to finish it is also kind of like, but then I can't finish in between. I lose some of the fun, the magic. And especially for my MS Paint ones, where the point is that I want to do them quickly and keep them like as a little cheap fun thing. Yeah, I like to try and get through them in one. Yeah, and also because MS Paint sucks to do in multiple things, because you lose a lot of capabilities the second that you like save and close it. Right, what is going on with the hair in the back here? What the fuck is, what is this? What the fuck is this shit? That was the guy who didn't like musicals reference, but it made me think of all of the clips I keep seeing lately of the JoJo's Part 3 dub. No! What? There's no way! That's not the car! I love Joseph Joestar. Temsiman otohari, kanyaman otohari. Otohari. Do 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 do. Super jumping. Let's go. Whoa, whoa, pata, whoa, whoa, super jumping. You know what? Now I look at the hair like this, because the way it flows off to the side, I really like how it kind of like I don't know how to put it. It sort of reminds me of those pieces, like those Fruitiger Arrow ones, where it's like a character with like their hair that just like goes into endless curls or something, or like the music and stuff flowing behind them. I quite like that. I like how it came out that way. A part of me still misses the way the sketch looked, because I do still really like that sketch. So honestly, I probably will give to the client like the sketch as just like an extra file when I finish it, because I still like the way that it looked, which I don't normally do. Well, I don't normally give them the extra, what I mean. But I'm liking how this is turning out now. I like the flow of it, and I like the colors and everything. It's very fun to do something a little bit more painted like this. I think I might also leave some of the like sketchy, scratchy lines and stuff still there. Like I said before, when I color something with just like my usual process of like the pencil and eraser only, then leaving in like rough parts and gaps in the line art kind of makes sense, because it just kind of like adds to the overall texture. It all matches in the same texture. For something like this, where the paint makes it smooth, it's a little bit weirder, because then they're like contrasting, and that bugs me a bit. But I think overall, I don't mind it too much in most of these parts, and it's kind of nice to still have the remnants that it is MS Paint. I'm gonna clean it up in most places where it's like especially egregious, like here, but I think I don't mind it staying in some sections. Just in the food to Discord? Sure, put it in the IRL chat. Yay. I had a yellow heart to your food, even though I hate tuna. Yeah, I'm liking how this hair is looking now. I think this is very pretty now. Whew, all we needed was to trust the process. The process really did not like me today, but I trusted it, and look where it got us. It's all okay. You know, along with wanting to cover songs from Cosmic Princess Kaguya, it might it would low-key be nice to do a watch-along of sometime. Like, most of the things that I want that make me consider doing watch-alongs are, like, Barbie movies and stuff like that, because I think they're silly. Anyone can really get into them without knowing much about it, and I am a nerd about it, so I get to yap about it and force my friends to watch them. But something like Cosmic Princess Kaguya might be kind of fun to do as one that's more serious sometime, because I just love it as an art piece, and I want to encourage more people to watch it. And I want to ramble about it and how good it is and all the story and all the things that make me lose my mind about it. Cool. Oh, I would watch Karaoke if there was an Emmy watch along. Yay! You should definitely watch it. I think you'll love it. I love that little imperfections like that. Kind of leery calling it imperfection when it's intentional, but you get it right. Yeah, you know, I know exactly what you mean. And it, like, is imperfections. Because, you know, they're just parts of the sketch that kind of got left behind. And that's exactly what you mean. It's like a, yeah, little imperfections that aren't, like, all perfectly clean. Sometimes it's nice. Adds a special flavor to it. And again, like, when it's these ones that are done in MS Paint, I feel like it's kind of nice being able to see that they are. Like I said, but like I've said before, there's some of these where it's like, at first glance, you can't tell that it was an MS Paint thing, because it made them all, like, clean and fancy, and it's like, whoa. But for others, I think it's kind of nice to still know that they are, because, like, that's what you call it an MS Paint thing. It's part of their flavor. Tried using MS Paint on experience was horrid. On what? Easy Canvas using an app where I can use my iPad as a drawing tablet. Oh, I see. Oh, but so one of them it lets you use your iPad as a drawing tablet on, like, a Windows computer? Because I know I've had this before with yeah, like with if you have like a MacBook, you can just kind of do that anyway. That you can connect pretty much any Apple devices together, but they don't let you do it with Windows ones. To be all you know, capitalist about it. But to be fair, I use MS Paint with a mouse anyway, so I can't comment much on how good it is for something like that. I get a free drawing tablet. Wait, like you have one? My main device is Windows, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because, yeah, the issue is, like, yeah, I use a mouse. It's in the title of these streams. I'm using a mouse right now. I know, you guys see me with a tablet here because I drew myself like that, but that's mostly just because I haven't bothered yet to redraw myself enough to show that I'm holding a mouse. But yeah, I drew these with a mouse. It's usually in the title of these streams. I used to put it in the thumbnail, but I put less words in thumbnails now, but yeah, I'm using a mouse right now. And these I've seen actually. I tried Fire Alpaca. Oh yeah, those are both good ones. Yeah, I like Fire Alpaca, or at least like I've used it once or twice, and I have friends that used to use it in the past. I use when I'm not on MS Paint and I'm actually using a tablet again, because I draw on an iPad when I'm not on MS Paint. I use Clip Studio Paint, but out of free ones, Fire Alpaca is good. I also, before CSP, I used to use Medibang, which is kind of like a sister to Fire Alpaca. And I used IBIS Paint when I was drawing on my phone when I was younger too. That's not quite how I want the ears to look. I don't know why I did it like that. This is kind of too round. It's not like bunny shaped enough. Although actually, I guess part of my issue here is in the ref, her ears are more like long at the bottom, and then they long at the bottom, and then they curve at the top. And then in the drawn ref, it's more like straight here, and then curved at the bottom. I think that's where my distance is coming in. I'm gonna try and go. Which one do I want to reference more? Because I've mostly been going off of the drawn one, because again, it feels like slightly more intentional, because it's not limited by what is available in game. So I'll try to focus on the way that the drawn version looks. In which case it's more like this sort of shape. That's one of the songs from Cosmic Princess Kaguya. Yeah, there we go. It looks a little more bunny now too. An ad interrupting on my end. Oh, if I was talking about my art stuff, then I was saying that I use so I draw with my mouse for these. Like I'm drawing with my mouse right now. when I'm not doing that on my regular stuff, I use an iPad and I use Clip Studio Paint. I used to use Fire Alpaca. I used Fire Alpaca once when I was younger, and I had a lot of friends who used it. I think it is pretty good. I primarily used Medibang before CSP, which is kind of like a sister to Fire Alpaca. It's basically the same sort of program. But when I was drawing on my phone when I was younger, I used Ibis Paint, and I still think Ibis Paint is really go-to. Got the shape a bit fucked up on this one. Sure, that's okay for the shape for now. Oh, maybe I need to start putting the like, oh, I'm drawing with a mouse part in the thumbnail again, because I have it in the titles. But so like I've been changing around my thumbnails altogether lately, obviously, because you know, like you can see the whole new branding that I have. I also don't like I don't like the shape that I did in this one. I know I like just fixed them, but I think it still looks kind of arse on this side. Like, you know, I've changed my whole branding around altogether after I made myself new graphics and stuff. I wanted to redo how I did thumbnails and made like a unique layout just for MS Paint. But overall, I've been using less text on thumbnails where I can, because I think sometimes it looks nicer like that. A lot of my learning, like graphic things and like thumbnails and that kind of stuff, is just from looking at other people that I like, seeing what they're doing and thinking about, okay, they do this thing this way. Why? And then unpacking like how they do it and why they might do it and what the benefits are comparing to other ones, and just, you know, testing out what I like for myself. But you know, for some people that I follow, they use like basically like no text in their thumbnails unless it feels necessary, and then I think that looks really nice a lot of the time, because your thumbnails are just like these graphics. It feels less, sometimes having a bunch of like big words for everything in the thumbnail feels like really stiff and awkward and sort of like clinical, like corporate. I'm not sure how to put it. So having just the visuals can be really nice. It makes things just like look nicer and sillier, more colorful. And then it's like, you know, people are going to read the title anyway. So, and it gives you more space to work with visuals too. But at the same time, sometimes having the text there helps things pop out. And a lot of people will only, you know, see like text immediately hit them when they're reading it on their like For You page, and not read the title yet. In which case, having things like the fact that I'm drawing with my mouse is really helpful to have in the thumbnail. I think that's a bit of a better shape. Yeah, I'm still kind of torn between the way it looks in the game and in the drawn ref, but I will try to go more off of the drawing one. Because like I said, it's like that, since that one was like, you know, drawn out specifically to be a character reference, I feel like that was made with more intent, whereas the other one is like, you know, you're working with what you have available in the game, which isn't bad, but it means that that one has more limits to it, where for the drawing one, they can kind of choose everything they want. So I will assume that that one is the more accurate one to judge off of. We finished watching Yuri. How's drawing go? Yippee! Drawing's doing great. I was talking about more Yuri as well. I was talking about how it'd be fun maybe to do a watch along with people of Cosmic Princess 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿. Because most of the things I plan to watch along in the future are like silly things like Barbie movies, where it's like anyone can get into it. It's simple. I can get to ramble about my love for them and also about the good and bad parts of them. But Cosmic Princess 9 is one that might be fun if I ever wanted to do a more serious one, because it is an incredible fucking movie. Just like incredible art piece from start to finish. I'd love it so much. And I would love to yap about how much I adore it as a work of art. You need to watch it as well, by the way, Serena. Incredible Yuri. And beautiful music. Just like such a stunning artwork in every single aspect. Remember the Christmas Barbie movies, really? Yeah, the Christmas ones are both great. Honestly, both of the Christmas movies, A Perfect Christmas and also Christmas Carol, are two of my favorite ones. They are peak. They're peak. I think, we've got me back on this again. Autism activated. So A Christmas Carol is just like a great movie. I think it's a great little Christmas Carol version. You know, there's a lot of those out there. I think The Muppets has the best animated adaptation of The Christmas Carol. I don't think anyone would really contest that. But Barbie does a very good one in Barbie flavor, and I really like it. And I like the characters they use for that one. I think it's really lovely. And it's just like gorgeous, very good. And A Perfect Christmas is a much simpler movie overall. You know, it's like a not so high concept. It's one of the Barbie and her sisters movies set in like the modern day, which is like a little sprinklings of suggestive magic. But I think it is the best writing of Barbie and her sisters, like as characters together, like as a family, as their sister dynamic. I have a lot of opinions about this. I'm very opinionated about how they write the sisters. Because a lot of the movies really fumble it, especially because, you know, they're all little girls, but of different personalities and different like tropes. So a lot of the things, depending on the writer, the characters can really fall flat based on how much they let them be characters. And you can kind of tell sometimes how many of the writers have sisters. Or whether they're just an old dude that just wants them to be, like, you know, the trope one. Like, Skipper notably gets really fumbled in a lot of the Barbie movies. So many of them, you can judge their quality by Skipper's first few voice lines. Because she's like Skipper is a musician, like she's a composer, and she's very techie and everything. She's much more introverted than the other Barbie sisters, and particularly than Barbie. You know, like she's a little bit more. She's not emo or anything, but she's a little bit more alternative, just a touch. And she has her online stuff. She makes music. She does like a blog on the internet and everything. She's meant to be, and she's. Provided Barbie is an adult, then Skipper is usually the teenager character. If Barbie is a teenager, then Skipper's like in her early teens. So with that, obviously, that means that a lot of times she gets like the tropey little like chronically online teen role. And like it is meant to be a bit that she's chronically online for like funnies. It's allowed to be silly. But sometimes they lean so hard into it that they just like forget to give her a personality otherwise. And they'll write her and all she knows is how to be on her tablet 24/7, and then she's just like dumb otherwise, and it's just like, snide little remark about the internet. End of sentence. No other personality to her. Or that she's just kind of like a dick to the others because she only cares about that, which is not true. So whether Skipper's first lines, depending on how much they lean into the stupid tech joke, because I know obviously the first lines in any kids thing are just like establishing their personality types, but you can tell everything about Skipper by those first ones, and thus how good the movie's gonna be. If all Skipper says is corny tech jokes, then it's gonna be a bad sisters movie. Sorry. Perfect Christmas does not do this. It starts with a musical number that I adore. Yay. But yeah, anyway, it has a really great relationship between all the siblings. I think it's lovely. They portray them as sisters really well, and you can tell throughout all of this that movie, Perfect Christmas, that they thought not just about them as characters on their own, but how they affect each other as siblings, and like the fact that they do not exist in a vacuum. They exist in the context of their family and of them being together all the time, of like, you know, how your age amongst your siblings plays into each other, how many of you plays into each other, how who came before and after you affects it. Like Skipper, you know, being more quiet in the way she is and more reserved, but also being a musician, but being kind of like blunt sometimes makes sense, not just for a teenager, which obviously like tracks. Oftentimes a teenager, especially middle child in a family like this, when, you know, when the older person to compared to her Barbie is so happy-go-lucky and, you know, a pretty princess about everything. You know, when you hit your teen years, you start feeling like everything, you know, this is deep. You hit your I'm 14 and this is deep, and then suddenly you're a lot more straightforward about everything because you don't want people to start taking you seriously. But also it's like Barbie is so perfect about everything, so of course Skipper is going to be really shut up about a lot of her stuff, but then really determined to do it herself when she tries to do it. And also her sisters are like really, really silly. So she's trying to be like the more mature and cool one, and keep quiet while her other sisters have much bolder personalities. Or like Stacy in this movie is really determined to keep getting cooler and cooler because she can do like anything, like any sport ever. But that also means she's really bothered by her little sister trying to copy her. Where 𝘆cie just wants to be like her older sister because she's a baby. And like, you know, Stacy, of course, she wants to do cool things and always be perfect at them because that's her thing. And the others are so good at stuff. And Barbie does so many things independently and so on and so forth. I was rambling fast there on purpose, but the point is there's a lot of thought into how they work and into how they work as siblings based on how real siblings work. Because, you know, you affect each other. If the sibling before you is fucking Barbie, then of course it's likely that you're gonna become someone who's a little more inside their own shell and do things on your own because your sister is like constantly in the limelight. And if the sister before you is a Skipper, then it kind of makes sense you also might go the opposite for 𝘆cie, etc., etc. Yeah, they have really good dynamics. You can tell that whoever wrote them really cares about families, and probably had siblings of their own, or sisters especially. And I think it's great. I don't even watch it to be a Christmas movie half the time. Like, I watch it at Christmas, but I also just watch it at random times of the year when I just want, like, sister content. They're the little family. I love their little family so dearly. And they have a better family dynamic than that than any of the other sisters movies. Ponytail is pretty good too, but Skipper gets the fucking iPad baby treatment in that one. So it's struggling a little bit. 𝘆cie has a good character arc in Ponytail though, and 𝘆cie's pretty good. But yeah, Skipper, she's like halfway. Ponytail gets like a 5 out of 10 on the sister scale, or maybe like a 6 out of 10. It's like on thin ice, because I love it as a movie, and it is one of the better of the sisters ones. A lot of the other sisters ones are way worse about Skipper, but like they're on thin fucking ice, bro. One more iPad joke and I would have said that Ponytail is bad at writing the sisters. They only get away with it because 𝘆cie and 𝘆cie are good there. Okay. They also get away with it because I like Ponytail as a story. It's got cool horse stuff. I've wanted an idea I've had in my mind for ages since I got into 𝘆cie_musume was I really want to do like fan-made Umas based on Barbie horses. Specifically, the only one that would let me do this consistently and like have a lot to work with is the horses from Barbie in a ponytail. But I'd love to do it with just like any Barbie movie horse too. Turn to my product. Yay! Yippee! Congrats, congrats, congrats. Proud of you, bro. Congrats on getting your stuff done. But yeah, I really want to make like Barbie Umas. I've thought about it so much about the different like racing styles each of the horses in a ponytail and stuff would have. And the way it'll be. It's like so planned out in my head. You have no idea. 𝘆musume mentioned? Yeah, 𝘆musume mentioned. I love 𝘆musume. I need to do more 𝘆musume streams, to be honest. Because they're a good way to get me to play it more. Because I love 𝘆musume. When it dropped, I was playing it literally every day, constantly, 24/7. And I still would be if I had it on my phone. But my phone doesn't have space, and I hate it. I hate it. Because when it was like that, then I could play it whenever I wanted, just in between everything I was doing. But I don't have space. So I got it on my computer a while ago, and that made me happy because I could finally log into 𝘆musume again, and I've missed it so badly. But because I'm like... pretty much like once I get on my computer, that means that I'm locked in doing stuff. I'm like busy, you know, so I don't have time so much to play 𝘆musume. But streams are a good way to give me time to do it because if I'm streaming 𝘆musume, then I'm busy with 𝘆musume. I want to clean some of the sketchiness up here. I like some of these like little imperfections and stuff staying, but I think it's a little bit too much over here, especially when it's like so much cleaner on the other side. Like I don't mind it so much when it's like hidden under the different opacity, but like, you know, this is like all paint, so I don't want this to be so sketchy like it is right now. But yeah, I want to make a Barbie Umas. Specifically, I want to make a Umas off of the horses in Barbie in a ponytail, which makes sense because that's kind of like the horse movie. They have some other ones that have horses in, and they have like Magic of Pegasus technically, but first of all, Pegasus is a person. Which I guess makes sense for an Uma, but but all the other ones with horses are like side things. But Ponytail is about horses, and also notably they are like show horses. They're race horses. They're not the same kind of racehorse as Japanese ones because they are doing like French. I forget the word. I forgot the word. I looked it up a while ago, but they're doing a type of French racing and stuff that's mostly about the show of it. Like they're doing obstacle courses is the one that Barbie does, and most of the others do like performance. Like they're for dressage and shit. But I can still find a way to translate that in Umas. I'm gonna make Barbie fan Umas. That's my goal. I want to make it as a little video sometime. Fuck. My goodness, you gave me an idea to make MLP Umas. You should! You should! That would be so fun. I would love to see MLP Umas. I think I might have seen someone make them once or twice, but I want more. I want more. And it's so fun to think about this with Uma stuff, with, yeah, like how they'd work and thinking about, you know, the types of ways that they'd race. Based on obviously like actual racing, but also based on specifically how it works in 𝘆musume and how they categorize their stuff. To get out of art block, I'll take over the world. Yeah, real. I mean, something like that might help you get out of art block. Sometimes having a little challenge like that, that's sort of just like something fun and new to do, where you get to think about something different, like, you know, like thinking about the characters and stuff more than just your art, and shaking up your process is a nice way to help your brain get out of it, you know? You follow your inspiration and just have some fun. Okay, let me that was not words. Let me fix up these ears. Let's put some life into them. I agree, yeah. So it might be a nice way to help you get out of it. Because sometimes art block, it like kind of depends on, you know, like what it is that's blocking you up. But sometimes, you know, doing stuff like studying, it can help. Like more art studies, you know, to like figure out what things about it that is that are throwing you off. And like learn new things so that you come at art from a new way. But sometimes all you really need to do is just do something fun and new. Something that lets you focus on like what you're doing, like in this case, you know, the characters, rather than just the quality of your art. And just like give your brain a fresh perspective to look at. Song won't leave my head. It's so pretty. All of the songs in Kage are so good, man. Send it the tuna egg fried rice. Yay! I'll look in a sec. I won't look right now because I'm gonna get hungry. I know there's food for me downstairs as well. There was food that was made, but I'm doing this, so I haven't gonna get it yet. I'll get it after I'm done though. Being kind of indecisive on how much I want to shade this this ear, like what kind of shading I want to give it. I think I'll put this whole part in sort of shadow. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Na 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 do 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 do. This looks so good. Yay! I'm glad. I also locked in art one time. I drew a Transformers character so beautifully. Oh, hell yeah! The Cybertonians with the Transformers are extremely hard to draw. No, yeah, I've tried once. They're horrible to draw. I mean, to be fair, I'm biased because any kind of mech or like a, you know, like mechanical stuff and hard surfaces are tricky for me because I draw everything so like flowy that things like that just like make my brain lag out. It's the same reason that I'm not great at drawing sneakers. Like I can draw like you know, like my own little shorthand stylization of like regular sneakers or trainers, but like when it comes to like properly drawing ones or like designing them, actually I'm like, oh god. Because that shit is hard. They're so complex. They're made like fucking mechs. When you look at like a proper pair of like a, especially from like a, you know, any like fancy designer company, if you need like sneakers and stuff online, they design that shit like mechs. There's so many lines going on, there's so many like shapes and turning with them, and I'm like, I don't know how any of this works. Why is there so much? Why can't there just be silly curves? My specialty is drawing naturally flowing shapes, like flowy hair and like different like body types, because I like drawing like, you know, the way that people like squish and stretch. So things that are like a cannibal hard like that, like armor and like mechs and like sneakers are my enemy. I have so much beef with drawing sneakers, bro. Sneakers are evil. It's my enemy. I think that's okay for the further. I'm not like entirely satisfied with it compared to the other ear, but I think it's fine. Like there's only so much I can do to shade it without it starting to look weird. Yeah. I need to put the light color in the middle. Hate drawing shoes. Yeah, exactly. I hate it. It's so frustrating. Like, I can draw other shoes is the thing as well. I like drawing most other shoes. Because I like shoes. I want to get better at it. I don't think I'm perfect at it. Although I do like try hard at it. Because I really like, I have like a specific thing in like a, it's almost like a non-sexual fetish. Like more like a fixation on like well-drawn shoes. And just like, because I love shoes altogether. I like, you know, shoes in real life. I'm a fashion guy. But specifically when it comes to art, like shoes that are drawn well, I'm like crazy about them. And it's like, I don't even know how to say well drawn, because it's not even just that they're like drawn well. They don't have to be like in hyper realism things. I like them in like anime stuff and everything, but it's like when, I don't even know how to describe them being drawn well, to be honest. There's a specific flavor of it in my brain and it makes sense to me. Like, I love shoes that are stylized and everything, but you can like sort of like see like the sense of gravity or the weight with them when you look at them on a character. Like they have like, especially when characters in like big platforms and stuff, and it's like, yeah, these are drawn really solidly. Like you can like feel the ground that they stand on and everything. They're very well constructed. Or like with boots especially. Oh my gosh. I love characters in well-drawn boots and heels. So I love stuff like that, but I can't do it with sneakers. And I love people who can draw sneakers well like that, but I just can't. I can't do it. I don't know how they do it. It scares me. Sneakers are scary. They're evil. I should put it on like my on my character bio. I should put that I'm scared of sneakers, even though I fucking wear them. I've even like considered in the past actually changing my design, because I have sneakers because it kind of like feels like it makes sense for my energy. But I've considered changing my outfit before, so that I don't have to draw sneakers, because I wanted to design cool ones for myself, but I can't do it. I've made cool looking sneakers once on one drawing and it was hell. Drum a solid form. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Yes, Splatoon is good at sneakers. Splatoon is really good at clothes altogether though, I think. They're really good with fashion and object design. Yeah, solid form is a good way to describe it. I really like shoes drawn with that like solid sense of form and everything. I go crazy about it. Like I have art in my bookmarks is literally just because the shoes are really good and I just want to like look at them, see if I can do that and absorb it in my brain, or just look at it and be like, wow, that's so cool. Or like I look like a fucking weirdo sometimes when art drops of like characters and stuff that I like, because say like there'll be art that drops of like my 𝘆cies or something, right? Like imagine there's like a this is a 𝘆cie guy, sure. And it's like art for a new collab cafe or something, and they're in some heels or some shit like that, or some cool shoes, and they're standing here, and imagine there's like a whole bunch of shit going on with their fancy outfit. They've got everything crazy, there's all this stuff, and I look at it and I like double tap my screen on Twitter and zero in here. It's not the default that I do every time I look at an image, mind you, but if the shoes stand out to me, like the first thing I will do is just zoom in. I'm like, oh wow, those shoes are like really well drawn. Like they have such a good sense of form. It's like the sole of them is real nice. The shine on them is so good. You can like see the texture. They look so solid. That's so perfect. Oh, the heel is really nice. Well, it's so well constructed. And then finally I scroll up and I'm like, wow, yeah, he's so beautiful. So it makes me look like I'm a feet guy, which I'm not. Love GT movie series. Yes. One of my personal favorites. This is kind of off topic, but I might as well take a break from drawing for a second anyway before we do the hair and like do the skin and like finish it up. Oh, it's 7 p.m. now. Is 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 from Niji-san-Jien's 11th Wave by the Beat. Oh my god. His shoes, chef kiss, especially because they're like fused with his pants. Oh my gosh, incredible design. His mama is amazing with drawing textures altogether. Hang on, I need to get an image of him. He's also just really pretty. He's so stunning. He's like ethereally pretty. He's the person where it's the kind of pretty, especially with a come out of his personality, where it's like you're pretty, not in the way that it's like I want to date you, where it's like, can I just like admire you as a concept, like from afar? Can you just exist and be pretty, and I'll just like exist on a like I did want to be on a different plane of existence. Hang on. Look at this. He's so pretty anyway, but look. This is what I did the second that I looked at his design. I was like, oh! I was like, oh! And the way that it's like these boots, but then also them being like part of his pants and stuff as well. It's really unique design with like the curve for the heel here. And like the leather here is drawn. So yeah, it's like an aesthetic attraction. Because it's like a fixation to the point that it seems like it's some sort of like fetish thing. Because I also like when characters have well-drawn shoes, it makes them 20 times harder to me. But it's just really, it's an aesthetic thing. Just like a little brain fixation. But the way like the leather here was drawn so well, it's so stunning. The colors on here, the way it reflects the light and like the little creases in it, but also it's such solid form at the same time. You see what I mean? It's so good. And with these like this contrast between like the black with its shine and then this like really intense red, especially it's like this pinkish shade of red that I love. And then all of it is really pretty. These gloves are insane as well. The gloves that are like really long with this part, rather than like the usual glove people go for anime characters where it's like just half their fingers, it's like only this little center part is revealed with the wrist, and they go all the way up under his sleeves as well. The colors and stuff are so pretty. His hair is so pretty. He's so beautiful. See, he's so pretty. I really love this earring. His hair is so stunning. His eye makeup is so pretty. He's just so pretty. And his shoes are a big part of it. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just fucked up my whole screen. Wait. Oh, shit. There we go. I accidentally control-Z'd on OBS instead of on MS Paint. So gorgeous. So gorgeous. So gorgeous. I need to show you the ref as well. He's so beautiful. Yeah, he's incredible. And he is, like I said, a great example of where it's like, it's not even like pretty in the sense that I'm like, oh my god, I want him. Like, no. I just need to like gaze at him. I don't want to be on the same plane of existence as him. He gets prettier, by the way, with the rest of his ref. Oh my god, oh my gosh. Okay. I'll show you the way these shoes are on from the side and everything, first of all. So stunning, such a cool design, so sleek and cool. And you see what I mean about how it's like those, it's like boots and pants, so cool. I really like the curve of those leather things as well, how they attach. It makes his legs look really fucking pretty. It's a, yeah, like a muse. And then there's where is it? There's further ref without the jacket on. So pretty. I really love this these colors, and the way it matches with the shoes as well is so nice, so cool, so fucking cool. His mama is incredible. Then also a version without either of the jackets, which is again really cool. And I particularly like how you can see the gloves here. Insane. These gloves make me lose my mind, dude. They're so pretty, they're so cool, they're so hot. I'm not gonna lie, they're really hot. So cool. It's so cool. His mama is a genius. The glove like that, and like so long over the sleeve and everything, and with like the shorter one next to it, and then the little like the only cutout on his hand being in the wrist. Oh, crazy. Insane work. /+ positive. But yeah. Look at the same situation Prime Stalking design. No, I'm a stalking you mail. No, yeah, see, it's different for me. Sometimes it's like I find someone so attractive and so hot in the way that it's like, oh my gosh, I'm like going insane. But it's like, no, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with, like, you're like a muse. I just want to like admire you from afar. Even with characters sometimes, there's sometimes characters, people where it's like this, and it's like, yeah, I would love to see them in like NSFW things, but not because like I want them. No, they're just like exist. In the same way that like, I forgot that there's a ref specifically of his shoes. Hang on. Okay, all of this is stunning anyway. Like, the gloves are so beautiful. I love how they draw hands here, especially there. His mama is so incredible at drawing leather. The shines on it, on his hands and everything. It's so pretty, and on his legs. And the eye makeup is so pretty, and all these gems. And the crazy shoes. I really love this marking underneath. This, oh my god. Like, the red bottoms with this, like, sleek marking in the center. Like, I just want to look at his footprints. Not for his feet, for the shoes, because I just think they're cool. If I died, and the last thing I saw was like this boot just like hitting my face, I would be fine. I would end up in heaven. I would just ascend before I could even finish dying. This reference frankly exquisite, right? So beautiful. And so this is what I mean. Also these gloves. Oh my god. Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. They're so good. So it's like I said, it's like it's not even that I'm like thirsting over him. It's just like conceptual simping. High concept simping. Characters of Red Holes. Yeah, it's so good. They charge to like use them again. I won't be able to hear you. Oh no! I hope they can charge up for you. I hope they can charge quickly. But yeah, it's like conceptual simping. Freodor of Niji Sanji ends 11th wave by the beat. I promise, if by some odd chance of the universe you ever see this isn't me being like and drooling over you. This is a conceptual level. I think you are a beautiful piece of art, sir. But yeah, the thing I was saying about like characters where it's like I like want even to see them in sexual scenarios, but not because I want them, in the same sort of way that I find these like shoes and that sort of aesthetic pretty. It's like a, like, you know, I mean, some of you guys might not know, but the way that like BDSM for a lot of people doesn't require them to like sex. Like BDSM and kinky stuff can be more about like the art of it all and the play of it all rather than actually liking sex. Some people can be asexual and be like, yeah, no, for the most part I'm actually sex repulsed. I don't like the actual like BB and vagina action. That no, nuh-uh. But like BDSM stuff, they're like, yeah, love it, crazy about it, really cool, really awesome. Or you know, the same way that like stuff like 𝘆cie the type of bondage where people use like red ropes and like a, you know, there's like a billion on someone and they're like hung up in the air all aesthetically. That is about like aesthetic and about art. It is still like a kinky thing, but it's about art first, not about like fucking the person, you know, like it's like aesthetics. And it is still like freaky, but it's like for aesthetic reasons. It's like high concept. That's how I feel when I'm talking about designs like this or like shoes like that. And I'm saying like they make me crazy, or like I'm like, or saying like a character's like, oh my god, they're like so fucking hot, but in that way, it's like, yeah, no, like it's like hot in the same way that Shibari is hot. I'm not going to freak with the person. I just like, you're like a muse. They're like a statue. So cool. But yeah, so I'm crazy about well-drawn shoes. And his design altogether is so beautiful. He is such a beautiful library with such incredible llama. Oh! I've seen this on yours before. I didn't realize the shoes were like that. Those are very well done shoes. Oh my gosh, hello. Those are so pretty. Whoa! Those are really nice design. And you got red bottoms as well. I fucking love red bottom shoes. I love red bottoms. They're so good. I honestly like colored soles on shoes altogether are always goated anyway. Look, you guys can see Uno's out if you want. It's really pretty. It's really gorgeous. Look at this. Colored soles on shoes are always fucking goated anyway. But especially with red. Not only is it like great contrast with black and it looks so dramatic and cool, but also because of like you know, like red bottoms being like luxury heels and everything. It's so sexy. Yeah. Absolutely goated. Spider-Man found out. Oh, that makes sense. I want to add a little more floof to the floof. So foremost fighting. Oh wait, that's really cute. I love that. No, yeah, that makes the design cooler as well. I love that so much. Foremost fighting. No, yeah, you're absolutely correct with that one. The shoes look so good. The whole art looks so good. And I really like the colors used for that as well. I really like how they pop. It's super cool. The pose is really natural as well. Okay, cool. We have this hair. I want to add a little more fluff to the ears on the side as well. Since I'm, you know, using the paintbrush already, I might as well make them fluffier by painting some of it out. Okay, cool. Now she's do her skin and her shirt. I'm a little bit scared to do her shirt, to be honest with you. But we'll figure it out. And then we'll be done for today. I would like to get through this in one sitting, although there is a chance that I might end up stopping this early just so that I can like eat. Even though I like finishing it all in the stream, it makes me happy. But there is a chance that I'll stop so that I can like go eat and then come back to it. So because it's almost like a 8 right now. And I'm a little hungry. I'm itching to be a little bit sharper. I feel like I lost some of that in my attempts to shade before. Maybe leather is a coincidentally. That definitely goes red and leather. Oh, hell yeah! No, yeah, I love leather. I'm not great at like, rendering leather either, to be honest. It's something I'm always trying to learn. I love thinking about different like textures and stuff like that. But I think you still pulled it off. I see it, I mentioned it as well. Like with the sleeve and stuff, with the high contrast and the using this dark blue for it is really, really nice way to go about it. I think you did good. Being able to render like fabrics and textures and stuff is like second place after how much I obsess over well-drawn shoes. Like this is also again definitely because of being like a fashion guy. But when I look at art and they have like a say especially if they have like a bunch of like accessories or pins on and stuff and they've got like the leathers all cool there and like all the little like shiny parts and everything and all their clothes rendered out so nice, I'm like wow. Makes me crazy, bro. I guess I love well-drawn fashion to the point that I'm a little insane about it. But that's okay. I'm allowed to be a little insane because I like you guys already know that I am already. You know? I'm by default a little bit insane. Okay. Yeah, I want to figure out how I want to draw the head here. Because it's a little bit different from my sketch just by, you know, having to shade parts in order to tell apart the skin and hand. And obviously having all the sketch lines makes it look very different to when there's none, because it changes sort of like how thinner or wide their face looks. I need to get myself a dark color that I can use for, well, to be fair, since I've used it for the ears and stuff, I might use this color still as a sort of line color here. But like line but also shading. It's like a pseudo line color. I shouldn't shade the head there. It's actually meant to go past the hands, isn't it? It's like going behind them. That's part of the issue here, I think. Is that I'm making the head look like it sort of stops here when it doesn't. You try. I love fashion too, though. I lean more towards more formalist, clean looks. No, yeah, but that's real as hell. People who like formal fashion are really cool to me as well. Because my types in fashion is usually like casual and alternative things. But I really like learning about formal fashion as well. And I think part of the stuff about like formal wear is like it has like loads of rules, but in a way that's still really cool. You can be really creative with, you know, like the rules and stuff to it is what makes it interesting with how you play with them or break them. That's what makes it interesting to study. Same as how like stuff like Lolita has a lot of rules in the way that it works. And then there's like even more in like formal wear, and it's very cool. It puts a lot of emphasis on that in like sometimes in like less is more in a way that I think is really sick. Like you can give so much impact with a plain suit, and then it's just like, yeah, the construction of it and like this in this exact shape make up this sort of impact, and it's really cool to think about how that like affects people in their perception of how clothes look. It's almost like a psychology study when you get into formal fashion. I think that's sick. It's just so cool to me. Yeah, it's really, really cool. I might need to look at my sketch one more time. Haven't needed to do that for a while now, but I want to peek one sec for the face. Oh, what? Oh, I did shade it there. Interesting. Okay, so it was actually smaller than this is the issue with the face. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to do more old stuff, but it takes time to embroider the kind of designs I want. Me also suck at embroidery, so that's part of it too. No, yeah, that's very fair. I really want to get into more things like embroidery and sewing and everything. I'd love to be able to make my own clothes. Or just in general to customize more things of my own. I think getting into customization stuff is really cool in general, especially with how much fast fashion there is nowadays. And how many like alternative fashions as well are being lost to like a brand to just take whatever seems alternative and then like copy paste it. And then it loses its personality and whimsy. Like those bags that you can buy that like already have random ass pins and stuff on them. And it's like, bro, what? Customizing stuff is really cool. Using this brush is so annoying for small things, dude. Half the time it just doesn't do anything. It only does stuff when it feels like it, but if I make it bigger, it's gonna go straight over everything that I want to keep. Hate ripped jeans. Oh no, yeah, that's real. Like I think they're cool sometimes, but I also feel like sometimes you look at them and like a pair someone will buy and they'll spend like $500. I know it's an exaggeration, but honestly, I think I've actually seen people spend that $500 on a pair of jeans that is like so torn that it's a wonder how they're holding up. And it's like, why did you pay for that? I get the idea sometimes, but it's like if they're this ripped, not even like ripped in a way that's like really purposeful and precise and aesthetic, then it's like you could have just rip them yourself. Pre-ripped jeans represent everything I hate about gentrified punk and all. Exactly. Like pre-ripped jeans, those bags that come with pins on them. Exactly, just like thrift. What's the point? What's the point of buying jeans that are torn, especially when they get like more torn with each thing? It's like, dude, just tear them. Do it yourself. It'll be cooler if they're done yourself because they'll have more personality to it because it'll be unique. It shows like the age of them. The aesthetic comes from it being like, you know, rough around the edges, from them being aged, from it showing a history in it. The reason those things work as alternative is because it has your own personality. You don't just like go against the curve and be all because you're wearing this certain specific thing. In fact, the point is that you're not wearing a certain specific thing. It's different because it is uniquely yours. That's why it's like, why would you buy bags that come with pins on it just to look alternative? Because it's like the point of pins is you collect your own stuff and then people look at your bag and they like see what you're about and your vibe and things you're into. Why would you buy it with pins on it? With just like random shit you don't even care about? Imagine talking to someone because you saw the pins on their bag and they're like, oh, thanks. No, I just kind of came that way at Hollister. Like, what? Oh yeah, I bought these tights laddered on Shine. Or Shein, I don't even remember which one it is. On Shein, I bought these tights laddered on Shein. And I bought these ripped jeans. Yeah, the ones that are like not even holding together, their construction. Yeah, I bought those for like $70 actually. They're designer. And I got this bag with the pins on. Like, why? I don't have anything against people who buy like expensive clothes, by the way. Or designer things. That's like fine. But I don't understand trying to be alternative via things that are pre-made. You're not. You're just kind of wasting your money. Yeah, just wear them to death. I have these 2 joggers that I constantly wear because I'm more casual these days. So I bought this little battle vest, but I actually don't know any of these bands because 89 to 89! Yeah, exactly. But it's battle vest, but I don't actually know any of these bands. It costs $89. Yeah. Yeah, it's just got like some banner. And the thing is, I don't even like if you thrift some shirt and it has a group that you don't know and you think it looks cool, sure. If you buy a thing specifically to look like it's like what is the point of pretending you have a taste that you don't on purpose? What's the point of buying something pre-made to make you look alternative instead of just being alternative by having your own stuff? What's the point of buying something to be like, yeah, I want to look like I'm a band person. I'm gonna buy this thing with bands on it, and then be like, no, I don't actually like that. Like, why? I don't get it. Just be real, bro. These fingers are a little fucked up and it's really bothering me, but also fixing them would be hell. I think specifically this one is like a weird shape. It's kind of too big and too small somehow. Fumbled that a little bit. It's mostly just weird because the other ones are like so thin, but I think it's mostly okay. As far as hands go. Okay, let me get rid of some of these sketchy parts. So she has some interesting fingers, don't worry about it. Yeah, sure. This is totally in the ref, bro. Trust. I kind of just gave her inverted knuckles. That's not where those shades are meant to go. Whoops, that needs to be like down here. Hang on. That's more accurate. I want it to be a little bit less intense though. It just kind of makes your hands look really like a knobbly and wrinkly. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. There's a hand. I need to go through some cool things soon. Yeah, you need to feel the Raki Gachi outfit that you wanted, yeah. Okay, what time is it? It is 7:30. I could stop at like 8. Sending goes to just do stuff, but I do want to eat food. Because I would love to finish this in one go. Like I said, I really like doing that. I prefer doing that, but also it's probably more realistic if I do some of it just like later. With the way that it's going so far. Ah, you'd think that because I'm painting this, I'd be able to give her blush really easily. But this paint does not blend. It doesn't do that. That is not a functionality that they gave it. So the best I can do is some vague smudging and then doing blush mostly the way that I usually do. Of faking it with other shit. Because that doesn't give blush. I mean, I know a part of this is because I removed her eyelash with that. But that doesn't give blush. It just kind of gives tired. Conquer the beast, Sarah. Rest Valentina Soda. Yeah, I probably should. But let me see if there's anything else I want to do right now before I wrap up. Because I'd rather get to a point that I find satisfying first, you know? So I might do a little more of the face. Get over these little parts. To make sure I can still see the eye sketch back here. Because it's like disappeared under here. Then again, I partially want it to disappear. So we'll leave that be. Yeah, I'd like to. I'll do a little bit more face for a wrap up. Instead of doing the same with the internet overdose, right? Yeah. Sometimes it's just like, oh, it's kind of the same as when people are gaming and they're like, oh, we'll end on a win. No, we gotta end on a win. We gotta end on a win. We gotta end on a win. Like I can't end here. I gotta end on a part that feels good. It's gotta be a part that feels good. It's gotta be a part that feels nice. One of the nice things about this having a Final Fantasy as a ref, though, is I have a really good reference for ways to go about face shading. Because it's a 3D game. And obviously I don't shade my faces the exact same anyway, because, you know, I draw them differently. But it's a nice sort of a suggestion to go off. Oh god, for these parts right now, I wish so badly that this is a brush that blended. Oh, life would be so good if it blended. Still alive, do 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 do, so still alive, but what he does soon. Still alive. Da 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 na 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 na, so still alive. Do 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 do. I cannot you. You still need like another in between these colors. Oof. It's so hard to pick colors for blending on MS Paint. The fucking color picker is so limited. There we go. That's a pretty nice one. Some of these things will look more different when I finish up the parts with highlights and stuff, like her nose, but that is pretty decent for there. Crucifix X still in the brain, yeah. Honestly, to be real, it never leaves. It's Crucifix X, bro. It's just goated like that. I'm not entirely satisfied with the shading. I feel like it messes up her face shape that I went for a little bit. She looks kind of extra bunny now in a way that I didn't intend to because of shading the face like this and this little thing. I'm gonna get rid of this little part because it makes it look like, it looks like teeth when it's actually meant to be her little kissy lips. Especially because I haven't colored in her lips yet. It's kind of funny. And because I haven't drawn in her eyes. Oh, I can do her eyebrows while I'm here. They're just dark, right? Yeah. Yeah, since a lot of her features are disappearing with this, it's really funny how she looks extra like a rabbit, but like kind of such like it's cute, but it's not the vibe that she had in the sketch. But it will come back just as I redefine all the features again. I want her eyebrows to be a little bit sharper, a little bit more dramatic. Slightly more downturned look for a little bit more ara, you know? Ara aura. Yeah. Never gone to 355 XP before. Should do eyebrows what I get. Yeah, exactly. Because the eyebrows are very pretty in all of these. So I didn't want them to be just so like upturned. I want them to have a little bit more drama to them. Yeah, her eye shape looks really weird when it's like not fully sketched in like this. But again, it's one of those things that'll come back as I draw it. Because like the eye shape that I actually went for with this gives her like a lot more form. It's half of what makes her face look good here. Is the way that the eyes are shaped. But you just cannot see it right now. Still alive. Do 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 do. Still alive. I need to move her eyebrows further down. Maybe I'll fiddle with those more after. I kind of want to draw in her lips and also in like her blush and stuff, but it's really tricky. Let's try and get a blush in there. How am I going to do this? So when I'm doing them cell shaded, what I do is I go like this and then just make a fake gradient bit by bit over time. But that doesn't really apply here. What kind of color did they use in the original? Yeah, the same kind of shade that I'm using right now. Girl, how can I make you blush? Do they even have liner in FF14 shading like that? I mean, if they have makeup, then I'm sure she's gotta just be able to do that. I trust in my soul. The idea that she just shaves like that is also kind of crazy goated though. Like, okay, girl. Okay, diva. You know? I am gonna... Trust me, I will find a way to make this shit work. I swear to God. I will find a way to pretend that I can blend these colors. I will figure something out, I swear to God. If it's the last thing I do. Which it will be today. That does not look good right now. It mostly looks like she's unwell. God, I wish I had a blend tool. Oh, I want a blend tool so bad. Please give me a blend tool. MS Paint in my life is yours. Because when it's like streaky, it just makes it look like someone's ill. It needs to be smooth to give blush. I want to make it smaller than this anyway, but... Oh. Gugh. I want to blend this out so bad. It's getting okay though. It's getting there. It's like so circular that it really bugs me. Let's go this way a bit more. And I think I should get rid of more of it on here so that it gives her a better cheek shape. Ganbatte, thank you. Appreciate you cheering me on. This is okay, at least from afar. Do I like it close up? No. Do I have much control over it close up? Also no. I might leave it as that for now and then see if I can make it any better once I have more of the face features in. Okay, and I need to put in her lips. She needs lips, she needs lips. I feel like I just fucked that up and made it square and undid the reason that I liked it. Somehow it doesn't need to be viewed close up. True! Right, she needs lips. Her lips are dark. They are a very gorgeous dark color. And so I'm going to take one of the ones straight from the hair. I'm going to go with this one. Making them a little bit too thick, and I'm gonna have to fiddle with this a lot until I like it. Making them a little bit too thick compared to the original, but that's because of like the kissy pose that I'm going for. The lips are what's gonna actually make that come across properly. I think I need to make her mouth like not teeth in there. I think it needs to be mouth for her to look like she's going to. It can't be closed teeth because that's not how kissing works. Yeah. Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second, third floor. And I promise none of this is a metaphor. When I first sketched it, I was almost imagining lip like here. For the little like 3 shape, but it kind of looks stupid, I think. First, second, oh no, it's not entirely stupid. Third floor, and I promise none of this is a metaphor. I just want you to come inside. Baby, what's mine is now yours. House tour. The couch is really comfy, comfy. Got some chips. Ahoy, if you're hungry, hungry. It's really coming together. Yay! Come here, you told her, Aki, yay. Comfy, comfy. Got some chips. Ahoy, if you're hungry, hungry. You don't need to love me, love me, love me. I'm just so proud of my design. To dim the lights. Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second, third floor. And I promise none of this is a metaphor. I just want you to come inside, but never enter through the back door. House tour. Yeah, I spent a little fortune on the wax floors. We can be a little reckless cause it's insured. I'm pleasure to be your hot tour guide. Baby, what's mine is now yours. Welcome, babe. I love this song. My house is on Pretty Girl Avenue. My house is especially built for you. That was not the key at all. My house is on Pretty Girl Avenue. My house is especially built for you. Some say it's a place where your dreams come true. My house could be your house too. Voice killing me. Yes, I think. House tour. Spent a little fortune on the wax floors. She's like kind of giving kissy lips, but it's more giving like a cartoon French person than what I originally sketched, and it's bugging me. How do I draw these for myself? Let me imagine that these are Emmy lips that I'm drawing. More like that. No, yeah, so it's gotta, like, you gotta have the lip here to show that it's doing the little kissy thing. I guess maybe my issue is that I shouldn't, not even need to, this is gonna look dumb when it's just like that. But something along those, oh fuck, I left the line at the top. It's gonna look dumb when it's just removed entirely, but something along those lines where I actually don't show so much of the mouth inside might help. It does help a lot. In a good way, it's just so beautiful. It's a level of your yellow register. Yay! See, I can tell, because you're the one who wants to cover, the giver. I know what you are. Yeah, okay, this looks a lot more like a little kiss when the lips are entirely closed. The couch is really comfy, comfy. I get that part stuck in my head all the time. Comfy, got some chips. Ahoy, if you're hungry, hungry, you don't need to love me, love me, love me. I'm just so proud of my design. Always in my head, especially after the music video dropped. I loved that song anyway. It's one of my favorite songs on the album, or just like favorite to listen to on repeat. But especially once the MV dropped, it's like I love that MV so much. It's so fun. So I listen to it all the fucking time. Do you want the house tour? Sabrina Carpenter's has such fun songs, man. Like they're also fucking great, but they're so fun. Especially they're so fun to sing. Oh my god, this brush is gonna kill me. This brush is gonna be the death of me. Could make that little center part teeth. I kind of like it when it has teeth. I like the little smile it gives her. Like this is definitely immediately like, but it also kind of looks like he's just like posing. But I like the little sort of smile involved with it being like this. I'm gonna keep it like that. Got some chips, ahoy if you're hungry. Yeah, I love Sabrina. Yeah, she's goated. Never misses. It's crazy. So proud of my design. You know, well, actually, I was gonna say, you know, something else I love from that album, but I love all the songs in that album. But what's it? One of the ones I listen to a lot is When Did You Get Hot? I really want to. I need to get myself a third dimension so that I can dance more. Because so many songs, half my way of listening to them, and the thing I really love to do is a stream sometimes. It's just like freestyle dancing, like almost like karaoke. But just bullshitting dances along the way as well. Because that's a lot of my favorite music I listen to and just choreograph the whole way. I have a choreo in my head for When Did You Get Hot? And I'd really like to actually sit down and make a proper dance out of it sometime. But I find it really fun. Love freestyle dancing. Yeah! It's so much fun. So long, I'm such a bone dry, not a plank can grow. About time I get back on the horse to the rodeo. Now I'm at the Prospect Convention. My friends walk in your friend's direction. Said Sabrina, don't you know Devin? And I was like, huh. When did you get high? Why did I forget the fucking lyric for a sec? When do you get hot all so I could look you up and down all day? When do you get hot? I think I'll remember if you had that face. I did a double take, triple take, take it a naked twister back at your place. Baby, baby, sticking in the pot. When do you get hot? It's so fun to sing. And so fun to dance to. Congratulations on your new improvements. I bet your light rod's like bigger than Zeus's. Hey, wait, can you lift my car with your hands? You were an ugly kid, but you're a sexy man. So good. Big riff coming, I need a minute. Hang on, a minute. Okay, here it comes. Oh, oh, oh. When do you get hot all summer? I could look you up and down all day, all day. When do you get hot? I think I would remember if you had that face. I did a double take, triple take, taking a naked twister back at your place. I used to actually record some of my freestyles. I don't know if I still have them. Oh, that's really cool. I need to record more of my own. Did a double take. Okay, I'm probably gonna stop here for now. I'm gonna stop for now so that I can eat because it's almost 8 and I should eat some stuff and stretch. And I will simply have to finish this another time. I'll probably finish it on my own time rather than next week because I rather, you know, like get it done sooner for the client. But I had a lot of fun with this. I, you know, struggled at the start for a while there, but I had a lot of fun trying out this different sort of style of it for an MS Paint one. It looks a lot more like I think especially now that you see it like a fuller like this, you can sort of see how it's closer to a lot of my regular CSP stuff, but just less line art, I guess. Cover Sabrina, I will draw that too. Oh, I intend to cover a bunch of Sabrina. I would really love to. But yeah, what was I gonna say? But yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was fun to try something new. I like making all of my MS Paint things feel like they're fresh and new in their own little style for each one. And I had a lot of fun yapping and everything, as always. And I can't believe it's our 25th MS Paint thing. For next week, you guys will get a schedule probably tomorrow. Yeah, probably I'll do it tomorrow morning, most likely. I just have some things lined up that should be fun. Like I'll be streaming with Serena at the end of next week, doing more songwriting stuff. In fact, I'll be helping her with lyrics. I get to be the teacher this time. I get to give a critique and advice. I will probably do more Date with Death Batsu on Monday, so we can get through more of that with the voice acting, because I want to. I'm not sure exactly what we'll do in the rest of the week, but I will tell you guys that on schedule tomorrow. Let me see while we're here if there's anyone I can raid before we go and everything as well. Wow, yeah. I'm really excited to hang out with Serena, because I actually do that a lot. She comes to me often for like lyric critique before she gives her lyrics like a final go ahead. It's like she'll write her own lyrics and then come and be like, okay, Emmy, my assistant, go. You know, if you're in the stream for B's song yesterday, you know, my friends like Addie and Serena and Neri tend to help me a lot with music things, because I don't really know much for music theory, especially when it comes to like melodies and all the instrumental part. Give me advice on that, but when it's word time, that's my specialty. But yeah, okay. But for now, yeah, I will give you guys next week's schedule tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with me for another week, and thank you for keeping coming through MS Paint time, even when I struggled and went back and forth on this a lot at the start. I'm happy with how it is overall, and I'm excited to have it done. Finn, you talk about stream about drawing. Yeah, no, don't worry. I remember Finn has DM'd me already. But thank you for keeping in mind and reminding me. That's very sweet. But yeah, so other than that, for now, if your day is about to end, then 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, and if it's just getting started, have a very lucky day. Bye bye. Make sure you guys eat. Make sure you eat something, especially if you've been here the whole time. Bye bye.